Chapter 1226. Rules of the Righteous Path. On his bed, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He let out a breath of air, realizing that he was still in his bed. The surrounding arrangements were all intact. This was the defensive Gu formation that Southern Border's Righteous Path forces had created together. It was very safe. But Fang Yuan was vigilant to the core. He always considered the many possible outcomes before he did anything. Ever since rebirth, he had been cultivating endlessly. He exerted all of his effort without wasting a moment of his time on useless aspects. This sleep was the same. Fang Yuan entered his own dream realm, getting materials from his dream realm. He obtained the Gu materials for many Dream Path Mortal Gu. If I refine them, I can get 5 to 6 Dream Path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan assessed. His improvement in Dream Path was evident. In the past, after one dream, he would only obtain a few Gu materials to refine 1 or 2 Dream Path Mortal Gu. But now was different. His gains had risen sharply. His efficiency in getting Dream Path Mortal Gu also rose by many times. Of course, there was an important element, his soul. When exploring dream realms, the soul would weaken. Thus, the stronger the soul, the longer one could explore the dream realm, and the greater the backlash that they could endure from the dream realm. What was worth mentioning was, no matter how strong the soul was, it was just a basic condition for exploration. A strong soul could not allow one to freely move in the dream realm. There was a somewhat unfitting analogy for souls and dreams. The dream realm was like a desert. When souls explore it, they are like lost travelers inside the desert. The stronger the soul, the stronger the traveler's constitution. They could endure hunger and stay inside the desert for a longer time. But that did not mean that he could walk out of the desert. He did not know what direction it was. He could not create food and water inside the desert. He could not shrink the desert or leave it freely. But clear directions, creation of water and food, and modifying the desert, all of these could only be achieved by Dream Path at this period of time. Why this period of time? Because when all the paths reach a certain attainment level, they can mimic other paths and attain their effects. In the future, Fire Path, Earth Path, and others can also create their own immortal killer moves that mimic Dream Path effects. However, there was a huge condition. That was, Dream Path had to be developed further as a path, and the Gu Immortal trying to mimic its effect needed to be familiar with Dream Path and have high Dream Path attainment. Right now, Dream Path had just started being researched. All the forces and Gu Immortals were suffering from exploring it. They did not have many useful gains. Even though there were quite a few Dream Path Gu worms, and even wild Dream Path Immortal Gu, Dream Path as a path itself was still very far from actually being created. It was not even properly created yet, not to mention completed. Creating a whole new path was not so easy. There were many water path Gu worms. During the immemorial Antiquity era, remote Antiquity era, and olden Antiquity era, there were countless wild water path Gu worms. There were even people who created new water path Gu worms. But only until the medieval Antiquity era did Spirit Affinity House's founder, Shui and I, finalize the path after considering all aspects, formally creating water path. Thus, Gu Immortals in the 5 regions could do nothing about Dream Path. They knew that it was extremely valuable, but they had no way to gain from it. Many Gu Immortals died in dream realms. This situation was happening everywhere, and some time ago, Southern Border's Gu Immortals had suffered massive casualties from this. Precisely so, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals noticed the fact and had to slow down their exploration of the dream realm, moving forward with steady steps, carefully progressing slowly. Many Gu Immortals were still very wary of the dream realm. They started to have different ideas. Thus, the Immortal Opportunity business was born as a result. If the Righteous Path Gu Immortals had ways to explore the dream realm, how could they give up this immense profit to the demonic and lone Immortals? Thinking of the Immortal Opportunity business, Fang Yuan sat up on his bed. The Immortal Opportunity business had to exist, but at the same time, he could not be involved in it excessively. The Immortal Opportunity business had many uses. On one hand, it could give Gu Immortals immense benefits. On the other hand, it could greatly reduce the conflict of the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and lone cultivators. If the Righteous Path Gu Immortals defended the Super Dream Realm forcefully, what would these Demonic Path and lone Immortals in Southern Border think? The Righteous Path definitely obtained a lot of benefits, but they are keeping it for themselves. If time passes, the Righteous Path will get stronger. While we get weaker, how can we live? These are the cultivation resources of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Who does not want to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Why is the Righteous Path allowed to hog it for themselves, without any for us? This would be their mentality. It was extremely dangerous. Southern Border's Righteous Path forces knew that if these people were forced, the demonic and lone Immortals would join up and result in another battle of Etion Mountain, or result in the blood battle martial competition of Northern Plains. With this Immortal Opportunity business, the lone and demonic immortals would realize. Oh, the dream realm is so dangerous, there is nothing to gain from it. At this moment, the righteous path can do nothing to it. Otherwise, why would there be this business? Are they letting us experience the dream realm on purpose? Creating this dream realm business was the idea of the rank 7 Gu immortal from Wu clan. He was very astute. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was stronger and used his brother's influence to chase this rank 7 Gu immortal away. Fang Yuan needed stability. The more stable the better. He needed a stable environment to explore the dream realms here. Thus, preventing the attacks of both lone and demonic path immortals here meant that it was necessary to continue the immortal opportunity business. But Fang Yuan could not participate, because not all the righteous path clans were participating. This was a crucial point. Put simply, the loot was not distributed evenly. Wu clan and 6 other righteous path clans were getting the benefits, while the other half of the clans were not participating. This was very reasonable. Gu immortals were moved by benefits. The fewer people who joined, the more they would gain, right? Thus, the result was, once the immortal opportunity business was exposed, all of the Gu immortals involved would not be able to get away. They would definitely be punished severely, because this was the rule of the righteous path. Fang Yuan could not step into this trap. Wu Yin and the rest wanted to rope him in. But Fang Yuan knew that once this was exposed, even if he was the owner of 2 immortal Gu in here and was the brother of Wu Yong, it was impossible for him to stay here. Fang Yuan was not going to take the risk. He went through all kinds of methods to infiltrate here. What was it for? It was for the dream realm, especially when Wu Yong was not someone who favored his brother Wu Yihai. His attitude would depend on the circumstances. But as long as Fang Yuan did not commit a mistake and was the owner of the immortal Gu here, Wu Yong would be less likely to send him elsewhere. Fang Yuan could see all these details clearly, thanks to the 500 years of his previous life. Even though his cultivation level was not high, he had been in the righteous path, demonic path, and even was a lone cultivator. He had incredibly rich life experiences. This allowed him to be in the righteous path while not being restrained by Wu Yihai's lone cultivator upbringing. He was clear about the political situation here. He knew what to do as a righteous path Gu immortal and how to play this game of life. Thus, he recruited Lady White Rabbit. At the crucial moment, he could use her as scapegoat, saying that he did not know the matter. The immortal opportunity business profits that were for him were all given to Lady White Rabbit as well. He could not take the profits. Unlike demonic path or lone cultivators who would crazy after seeing some resources, the righteous path could not do this. Some benefits could be gained, but certain benefits were untouchable. But what if he rejected her? What if he gave Lady White Rabbit and Wu in the cold shoulder? That was worse. If Fang Yuan did that, even though there would not be a crisis after getting exposed, he would make enemies with 6 clans of Gu immortals. These people were beneficiaries. If Fang Yuan did not lead them, they would not dare to undergo this business. These people would definitely have poor feelings towards him. Fang Yuan would have just arrived at the Super Gu formation, and he would have already offended all of the political allies of Wu clan. And all those who did not participate in the immortal opportunity business, like Ba clan, Tai clan, or Shang clan, would be greedily eyeing up Fang Yuan. If he did that, he would be crippling his own network. It was an extremely stupid idea. The arrangement now was good. The immortal opportunity business continued. His political allies were happy. Ba clan and the rest were watching but could not do anything to Fang Yuan, who had no exploitable weaknesses. In the future, if this matter was exposed, Fang Yuan would push Lady White Rabbit into the spotlight, sacrificing her and saying that he was doting on her. But to think that she would do something like this behind his back. He was completely kept in the dark and ignorant. All in all, Fang Yuan had leeway to retreat or advance. As for those profits, Fang Yuan could only give up on them. He did not lack resources now. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's cultivation resources would put most rank 7 Gu immortals to shame. Next, I can officially start exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan prepared to move. At the same time, in Northern Plains, the Blood Battle Martial competition was reaching its end. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang did not appear from start to finish, but their influence was heavily affecting the competition. Chu Du had an ugly expression. The situation was not in his favor. Hao Zhun had lost. He was holding his left shoulder with his right arm. His injuries were severe. His left arm was completely chopped off. The injury area was covered in down marks. It was hard to heal. Northern Plains' righteous path truly has a deep foundation. Chu Du sighed. He was in an extremely awkward position of having nobody to send out. Hao Zhun had an angry expression. He spoke with unwillingness to give up. Lord Chu Du, I have a friend who is stronger than me, but they are a secluded cultivator and have little fame. Chu Du was joyful and suspicious. Oh, why did you not recommend them earlier? Hao Zhun had a difficult expression. He transmitted carefully. There is one bad point. They cultivate blood path. Chu Du's expression turned solemn. He rejected it without hesitation. Absolutely not. Any blood path Gu Immortal is a demonic path Gu Immortal. This blood battle martial competition is a competition between righteous path forces. How can this blood path demonic immortal take part? Once they were involved, the other party could slander Chu Du's side for being demonic path members. Chu Du's hard work would completely go down the drain. This was the rule of the righteous path. Chapter 1227, Dragonman, Our Combat Immortal Sect, is one of the 10 great ancient sections. Lad, since you were recommended by my senior brother, you must know about the selection rules of Combat Immortal Sect. It will depend on your combat results. In Fang Yuan's vision, a Gu master was looking down imposingly at him, saying, if you want to officially become a disciple of Combat Immortal Sect, you have to put up a good fight and be one of the 10 people left out of 100 people to be qualified to join the sect. Combat Immortal Sect. Why is it this kind of dream? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable didn't seem to have joined Combat Immortal Sect during his life. It seems that he absorbed many souls in the door of life and death and obtained lots of cultivation experiences. This is why it formed like this. Fang Yuan speculated inwardly. At this time, the Gu master took out 3 Gu worms. This first Gu worm looked like a caterpillar. It was light blue in the size of an adult's thumb. The head had a small horn on it. The second Gu worm was a butterfly with red patterns, emitting a warm aura. The third Gu worm was a toad. It seemed like a gray rock. Inside the dream realm, the Gu master spoke. These 3 Gu worms are Water Arrow Gu, Fire Cloak Gu, and Spirit Saliva Gu. You are a rank 1 Gu master. Choose one. I can only choose one. Fang Yuan asked. Everyone can only choose one. The Gu master in charge said expressionlessly. Fang Yuan nodded. He assessed carefully. Water Arrow Gu is for attacking, but it is not good among offensive Gu. Fire Cloak Gu is a defensive Gu. It grants me a cloak of fire that can burn enemies mildly, and Spirit Saliva Gu can be used to heal Gu masters. If I can choose all of them, so be it. But if I can only choose one, it means this task needs cooperation. The earlier Gu master said that there are 100 people but 10 spots. To explore this dream realm, I probably need to go ahead and get one of the 10 spots. I choose Fire Cloak Gu. Fang Yuan thought, answering soon after. He needed to race for time. His dream realm exploration time was very precious. The soul would continuously be expended when exploring dream realms. Once it weakens to a certain level, Fang Yuan's cognitive abilities would fall drastically. He would be unable to differentiate between reality and the dream. He would not know that he was dreaming. Eventually, his soul would be trapped in the dream until he died. Fang Yuan would only have his body left in this world, like those pitiful Gu Immortals of Southern Border earlier. Exploring dream realms was dangerous, especially when Fang Yuan was exploring it alone, without anyone around to take care of him. If any problems occurred, he would be unable to save himself. That would be terrible. But who could Fang Yuan truly trust? To grow his attainment level, Fang Yuan had to pay a price and take some risks. Of course, I have my trump card. I am not recklessly charging around like other Gu Immortals, needing to test their luck. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately used an immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Large numbers of Dream Path Mortal Gu were expended. A mystical power was displayed before Fang Yuan. A Gu master suddenly appeared. The Gu master from earlier was shocked. He asked the new Gu master, Senior brother, why are you here? The senior brother said, I came to take a look. Junior brother, give the Spirit Saliva Gu to this child. But senior brother, this is cheating. If it is discovered, the junior brother was troubled. The senior brother laughed. Don't worry, Spirit Saliva Gu cannot be detected on the outside if it is used secretly. This child also chose Fire Cloak Gu. When he is concealed by it, who can see that he is healing himself? The junior brother nodded. Since senior brother is saying that, I have nothing else to say. Take it. Saying so, he tossed 2 Gu worms at Fang Yuan, Fire Cloak Gu and Spirit Saliva Gu. Fang Yuan had just received them when the surrounding dream realm faded, becoming the second scene. Unravel Dream's effect would change to fit the dream realm, creating effects that would benefit the user. Thus, Unravel Dream's actual effect would vary from dream realm to dream realm. But this time, after using Unravel Dream, I only obtained 1 extra mortal Gu in the dream. Unravel Dream is an immortal killer move. This effect was rather small. Fang Yuan thought about it. When he was exploring star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, Unravel Dream had immediate results, like untying the wind, not grass instantly. It was direct progress of the dream realm. Unlike here, after using it, he only gained 1 more mortal Gu. After all, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was rank 2 in this dream realm. He had limited primeval essence. He could not use Gu worms many times. Even though he obtained a second Gu, he had to use his primeval essence wisely. The actual help was not very big. Don't tell me that because this dream realm is too big, the rules of the dream realm are also stronger. Thus, external influences are less effective. In the 500 years of my previous life, a batch of Gu Immortals also agreed with this point. Regardless of Fang Yuan's thoughts, the second scene had started. Fang Yuan found that he was in dusty fog. The road in front of him seemed to be at level ground. This is the internal space of a Gu formation. It can accommodate 100 people to fight. The Gu masters controlling the Gu formation can also observe our situation. Huh? Fang Yuan analyzed as a young man in the fog approached him. Fang Yuan thought quickly. He called out, "Don't attack, friend. So many people are participating. We can ally first." Ally? You offended young Master Long. You want others to ally with you. The young man snickered as he shot out a water arrow. Fang Yuan's figure shifted. He nimbly dodged it before pouncing. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting close, the young man panicked. He used a second water arrow and tried to force Fang Yuan away. But Fang Yuan was experienced. Seeing the young man raise his hand, he knew where the arrow was heading. Fang Yuan moved his feet and charged even quicker as the second water arrow missed him narrowly. The youngster quickly moved back, retreating while firing arrows. Fang Yuan observed patiently. Even though he had a chance to get close, Fang Yuan purposely dodged instead. After a while, the young man was out of steam. Fang Yuan smiled, slowly walking forward. Right now, I can disqualify you easily. How about it? Join me, and we can work together to deal with the others. I am very sincere. Humph, the young man snorted. Just the two of us against 98 people? You are dreaming. You offended young Master Long. You wanted to snatch his woman, and you still want to get into combat Immortal sect. You are simply dreaming. I would rather give up here than offend young Master Long foolishly. Fang Yuan's heart sank. In this case, wouldn't he have to deal with the other teenagers in this test alone? This young Master Long was truly a problem. No wonder earlier, Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals suffered heavy losses. This dream realm is too difficult. It is harder than even star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Fang Yuan retreated, realizing that he was surrounded by 30 youngsters who had ganged up together, encircling him all around. By Xiang Grotto Heaven. I succeeded. Bai Ningbing said plainly. His gaze was still cold. He had a normal expression, but his appearance was quite tattered. He was charred black, like lamb on a barbecue rack, having been roasted for a long time. When he spoke, smoke was coming out of his throat. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit looked at him, nodding. You used your own body to contain the fire, subduing the raging wave rising dragon fire. Do you know how dangerous this is? There is only a small chance of success. If you fail, your entire body will turn into ash. Regardless, I succeeded. Bai Ningbing was still holding on desperately. When he spoke, each word was said with much difficulty. He was relying solely on his willpower. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit chuckled. Since you succeeded, you are now the new owner of this grotto heaven. Greetings to young master. Bai Ningbing nodded. He did not say anything. He felt like he would faint if he uttered another word. But if he fainted, according to Ying Wuxie's words, he would be unable to control the raging wave rising dragon fire in his body. He would be burned to a crisp instantly. At this time, Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit said, Young master, you are in a dangerous situation now. If you are careless, you will die completely. Not even your soul will survive. If you were the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, it would be better, but you had to be the northern dark eye soul physique. I have a cultivation method that suits your current state. This Gu refinement method uses the Gu Immortal themselves as Gu material, together with the raging wave rising dragon fire. You will be refined together. Young master will leave the human race and become one of the variant humans, a Dragonman. Dragonman. Bai Ningbing stared with wide eyes, thinking, the Legends of Renzu has no mention of any Dragonman. There is such a variant human race. Bai Ningbing did not speak, but Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit knew his doubts. The Heavenly Spirit continued, it is indeed not inside the Legends of Renzu, because the variant human Dragonman was created by a human great expert, Duke Long. The original intention was to prolong lifespan. Duke Long is a heavenly court Gu Immortal. He has extremely high battle strength, like Sword Immortal Bo Qing in the past. He brought about the method of humans alike dragons one. He fused refinement path and transformation path to create a brand new variant human race, the Dragonman. Bai Ningbing's shock increased a bit more. He thought, who is this Duke Long? Even though I only became an immortal recently, knowledge is not my weakness. I know much more than ordinary Gu Immortals. Duke Long is someone on par with Bo Qing. How could he not be in historical records? Is there no such person recorded in Gu Immortal history? Is Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit speaking rubbish? Chapter 1228. Duke Long. Bai Ningbing knew that a land spirit or heavenly spirit was formed by the Gu Immortal's obsession fused with the immortal aperture's heavenly power. It was a mystical existence. Because of the obsession, land spirits and heavenly spirits had an ownership acknowledgement requirement, and they could not lie. But although land spirits and heavenly spirits could not lie, that did not mean they could not spout nonsense. If land spirits or heavenly spirits obtain wrong information, but they think it is real, when they say it, it is not a lie. Bai Xiang heavenly spirit's words were quite unbelievable. Bo Qing was Bo Qing because he was a type of person rarely seen in human history. What was Bo Qing's title? The pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. It was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. He was publicly recognized by all Gu immortals across different eras that he was at a level second to only rank 9 Gu venerables. Such a person was extremely dazzling, like the moon in the night sky, even over the span of history with countless geniuses. If this Duke Long was a great expert at the level of Bo Qing, how could he not be in historical records? Bai Ningbing was full of doubts. But at this time, Bai Xiang heavenly spirit did not answer his doubts. He asked, "Young master, your life is in great danger. We can only use the humans alike Dragon's Gu refinement method to turn yourself into a Dragonman and resolve your crisis. However, this method is rather dangerous." Bai Xiang heavenly spirit said this as he frowned, sighing as he said, "You must know that Gu refinement has very strict requirements towards the materials. A proficient refinement path expert would consider all of the Dao marks that were inside each Gu material. And the humans alike Dragon's Gu refinement method uses the Gu Immortal themselves as the immortal material. But immortal materials like these vary from person to person. Every Gu Immortal has different number of Dao marks of differing paths. Thus, this Gu refinement method has a low chance of success. If young master had the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, or if you cultivated transformation path or refinement path, there is a greater chance. But you are on the other extreme, being the northern dark ice soul physique. Sigh. If you use this method, the chance of surviving is extremely minute. During the Gu refinement process, all of your Dao marks will be affected. Young master, all of the ice and snow path Dao marks in your body might vanish completely. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined brightly instead. My ice and snow path Dao marks will vanish. Does that mean the information path alliance agreement on me, and the transformation path Dao marks, will also vanish? He was very stirred up. All along, what troubled him most were the transformation path Dao marks. Back then, in southern borders Qingmao Mountain, because of yin-yang rotation Gu, he turned from a guy to a girl. Now, once he used the phantom aperture, he would turn into a Gu immortal, his transformation path Dao marks would be suppressed, and he would become a male again. If he did not use the phantom aperture and turn back to immortal, his transformation path Dao marks would turn him into a girl again. Of course, the Dao marks from Shadow Sex Information Path Alliance Agreement were Bai Ningbing's biggest restraint at the moment. Was Bai Ningbing someone who would submit to others? All along, he merely had no methods or ways to break free. Use this method. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. He struggled intensely and uttered 3 words. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. A female immortal was holding an information path Gu worm and inspecting it carefully. She had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. It was the Wisdom Path Great Expert who replaced Heaven. Overseeing Tower Lord, the temporary leader of Heavenly Court, Fairy Zi Wei. She retracted her attention from the information path Gu worm as her lips curled into a smile. Love Gu actually acknowledged Zhao Yinyan? Interesting. Fairy Zi Wei was not surprised. She knew many historical secrets. Love Gu had never been reliable in history. In the past, it could acknowledge the Inkman Mo Yao, and now, was it really that strange that it acknowledged the otherworldly demon Zhao Yinyan? Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders cannot decide on this matter, so they are pushing the decision to me? They have gotten smarter. Fairy Zi Wei sighed to herself. Spirit Affinity House was not having a good time recently. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Bo Qing, even though he was dead, had become an immortal zombie, playing a crucial role in that battle. Long ago, he had joined Spirit Affinity House as Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Bo Qing's sword lights rampaged over Central Continent. It caused great damage to Central Continent, the 10 great ancient sects, and even Heavenly Court. After the Battle of Etion Mountain ended, Spirit Affinity House endured immense pressure because of it. Whether they should make Zhao Lianyun the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, these Spirit Affinity House supreme elders could not decide. It was a hard decision regardless of whether they make her the fairy or not. Pushing this difficult problem to Fairy Zi Wei, they could avoid the responsibility themselves. Fairy Zi Wei did not feel angry about it. Because she was from Spirit Affinity House in the past. Fairy Zi Wei was once a Gu immortal from Spirit Affinity House. Because of her great talent, after she became rank 8, she was accepted into Heavenly Court. Even though the 10 great ancient sects were lower-level sects of Heavenly Court, Their relationship was not as simple as superiors and subordinates. Because many Heavenly Court Gu Immortals did not forget their roots, the sect that they came from. When descendants from these sects enter Heavenly Court, they would become natural political allies of these Gu Immortals. Thus, Fairy Ziwei sided with Spirit Affinity House and was willing to settle this problem for them. In fact, she and Fairy Baiqing had some bloodline relationship. And Fairy Baiqing was Feng Jinhuang's mother, and Feng Jinhuang was vying with Zhao Linyun for the position of Fairy. Neither would relent. If Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders acknowledged Zhao Linyun, they would be denying Feng Jinhuang the position. Thus, they gave this problem to Fairy Ziwei and let her decide. This problem was a small matter to Fairy Ziwei. She was about to use the information path Gu Worm to reply when she suddenly felt a tremor. This tremor was mild. Fairy Ziwei almost thought that she was imagining things. But soon, a tremor occurred again, at an even greater intensity than before. Fairy Ziwei stood up in shock. She had to be shocked. Because she was in Heavenly Court now, this was such an important place that was managed for countless years. The defense was extremely tight. How could tremors occur for no reason? The tremors continued. This situation attracted the attention of many Gu Immortals. Granny Xia stopped refining Gu. She had an expression of shock. Wei Lingyang walked out of his hall and looked around. Fairy Ziwei could not sit anymore. She left the hall and heard some dragon roars vaguely in the tremors. The dragon roars were getting louder. Heavenly Court was shaking with even more intensity now. Under Fairy Ziwei's shocked gaze, a dragon-shaped pillar of light soared to the sky from deep within Heavenly Court. That place, is that deep within the Immortal graveyard? Don't tell me, a senior has awakened? Fairy Ziwei frowned. At this time, Granny Xia and Wei Lingyang came to her. Such a scene inside the Immortal graveyard. It must be a senior from Heavenly Court. But I wonder which one. Granny Xia deduced. Wei Lingyang said, the Immortal graveyard is unfathomable and mysterious. Even we do not know how many Gu Immortals are slumbering in it. But Heavenly Court has experienced such huge tremors. This person who woke up must be very extraordinary. Granny Xia nodded. She was also someone who had woken up from hibernation. But when she woke up, Heavenly Court was peaceful and quiet, without any commotion. It was a clear contrast to now. Fairy Ziwei breathed in deeply. We'll know if we go and see. The three Immortals flew deep into the Immortal graveyard, only to see a huge pit that had formed on the plain grassland. Inside the pit, there was a withered and weak old man. The old man saw the three Gu Immortals and quickly opened a slit of his eyes with much difficulty, saying weakly, water, water. Fairy Ziwei quickly went ahead and used her healing methods. Granny Xia and Wei Lingyang looked at each other. The commotion was huge, but to think that this person was so weak when they saw him. This was really surprising. My healing methods are not working. At this time, Fairy Ziwei frowned as she spoke. Wei Lingyang quickly went ahead and used all his methods, but nothing was working on the old man. Wei Lingyang said solemnly, not good. This senior's body is very strange. My methods are not working. Senior's life force is dwindling. At this rate, he will die in less than a few minutes. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined. She analyzed. Earlier, Senior said water. It must be a method to save him. Ordinary water would not work. Then what water does he need? Granny Xia was a refinement path expert. She used her healing methods as she said, there are 3 fires in this world, and also 3 waters. They are all rank 9 immortal materials. Heavenly Court has stock of all of them. Bring them here. But the 3 types of water had no effect. The old man could barely breathe. He was dying. The 3 immortals were anxious. What should they do? Fairy Ziwei suddenly pointed at the old man's head. Senior's forehead had 2 protrusions. What are these rock-like things? Granny Xia was reminded as inspiration flashed in her mind. I know what water it is. She took out the true dragon heavenly water, pouring this rank 8 immortal material into the old man's mouth. The old man obtained this water and his life force surged. His body started inflating. Soon, his throat started moving. He had the strength to drink this water himself. The result was immediate. The 3 immortals were overjoyed. After the old man drank 500 grams of true dragon heavenly water, he pushed Granny Xia's hands away. Granny Xia understood and stopped feeding him. The old man stood up shakily. He was different from before. His dry skin had been puffed up. His entire facial shape had changed. He no longer looked like a skeleton. He opened his aged eyes as he looked at the 3 immortals, sighing. This is the last time I can awaken. True dragon heavenly water is not effective now. 500 grams is enough. Any more is a waste. I sensed that someone was using the humans alike Dragon's Gu refinement method. I can smell traces of fate. I had no choice but to wake up. You are Duke Long. Fairy Ziwei stared with wide-opened eyes, tongue-tied. That would be me. Zhao Linyun was brought into a small secret room in her days. Where is this? She opened her eyes, looking around. This secret room was extremely quiet. A bone-chilling silence was embedded into every brick in this room and every inch of the wall. The secret room was not bright. It was dim like only a candle was lit, sending out faint traces of light. Zhao Lianyun could barely see anything. Come here. From the traces of light, an aged voice spoke. Zhao Lianyun followed the direction of the voice. As she got closer, she saw an elderly person who was as aged as that voice. She was the first Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House. First Supreme Elder looked at Zhao Lianyun with a deep glance, focusing her attention on Love Gu, which was on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. Her gaze moved slightly. She quickly calmed down. Kneel down. First Supreme Elder said. Zhao Lianyun felt that even though this old woman did not feel special, she had an immense authority. Her calm words carried force that made people feel obliged to obey her. Thus, Zhao Lianyun lowered her head as she saw a cushion on the ground. She knelt down on the cushion. Her upper body was straight as she looked at the old woman. The old woman said, "Look ahead." Zhao Lianyun looked ahead. She saw that the secret room was getting bright. Zhao Lianyun gasped as she stared with wide-opened eyes. Because she saw that on the wall in front, there were countless jade-like small tablets. These are Life Tablet Gu. Each of the names there is a certain fairy of Spirit Affinity House in the past. From the first generation until now, First Supreme Elder said slowly. Zhao Lianyun's breathing intensified. Her gaze swept past this wall. There were countless tablets. She was dazzled. At the top left-hand corner, there was a tablet with the first-generation fairy's name written, Shui Ni. Second-generation fairy, Sun Yu. Third-generation fairy, Hui Xin. She also saw Mo Yao, Lian Xiang, and other familiar names. Zhao Lianyun looked at these names. Her breathing became rough. She was like a child, staring at the night sky that was flickering with countless stars. She knew that these people were all past stars in the Gu Immortal world. Every generation of Spirit Affinity House's fairies was a Gu Immortal that was famous in Central Continent. They were extraordinary and unrivaled. They were like pearls that were linked together from the past to the present. They weaved Spirit Affinity House's future, leaving behind dazzling brilliance and glory throughout history. Zhao Lianyun was dazed. At this moment, First Supreme Elder spoke. From now onwards, you are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Your life tablet Gu is already at the lowest position. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's heart froze. She stared with wide-opened eyes, looking at the old lady. She was overjoyed but had endless doubts. How can this be? Am I dreaming? According to Spirit Affinity House's rules, I am not qualified yet. She said this until she thought of something. She turned her gaze away as she looked at Love Gu on her shoulder. Is it because of this Gu? First Supreme Elder nodded slightly. This is Love Gu. You have already received Love Gu's acknowledgement. After Zhao Lianyun fainted, when she woke up, she was already inside the secret room. She was unsure of what Love Gu looked like, but she knew that Love Gu was the signature Gu of Spirit Affinity House. Is this Love Gu? Zhao Lianyun's body shook. Her voice was also off-pitch. First Supreme Elder nodded again. Zhao Lianyun breathed intensely. Intense joy was in her heart. It slowly oozed out as she felt like fortune had hit her in her head. But this bliss was too sudden. It was too great. She did not feel any joy. She felt some fear and uneasiness. She was afraid that everything was fake. She was worried that this was just a dream after she fainted. Thus, she stared with wide-opened eyes, asking First Supreme Elder nervously, "Why?" This why contained too many questions. Why did Love Gu choose her? Why did she become Spirit Affinity House's fairy? Why did all this happen? First Supreme Elder did not answer her. She sighed deeply as she said slowly, "You must have read the legends of Renzu, among which one chapter said this. Renzu obtained love, courage, and betrayal. He was no longer unable to progress due to fear. He continued to move forward. On this day, he walked on his road, hearing a voice behind. Oh Renzu, I finally found you. Slow down, wait for me." Renzu stopped moving, turning around. He saw a snowman running up to him. "What is it, snowman?" Renzu asked curiously. The snowman said, "Oh Renzu, I finally found you. I am the strongest snowman in my tribe. Snowmen are said to be afraid of fire. I want to prove that it is untrue. I traveled the world. I have already conquered the bright light glorious ring fire in the sky, the azure divine stone furnace fire in the earth, and the raging wave rising dragon fire in the sea. But I heard that there is a fourth type of fire in this world, called the fire of love. Once it burns, it can turn all life forms in this world into cinders. I do not believe it. I heard that you have just obtained Love Gu, thus I wanted to try it." Fire of love. Renzu was surprised. He was hearing it for the first time. Thus, he called out Love Gu, asking, oh Gu, can you emit the fire of love?" Love Gu replied, I can, and I cannot. Renzu and the snowman were curious. They asked, what do you mean by can and cannot? Love Gu explained, I can because I am necessary in order to emit the fire of love. But I cannot, because I alone am not sufficient. 2 hearts are needed. 2 hearts. The snowman was worried. She took out her heart from her chest. This heart was huge and tough. It was emitting strong pressure. The snowman said, this is my heart of domination. It is a pity that I only have 1 heart. Renzu said, don't worry, I have a heart too. Renzu originally had 1 heart, but he gave it to Hope Gu. He next obtained a heart of loneliness. Self Gu was residing within it. He also had a heart of discontent. Thus, right now, he took out the heart of discontent. The heart of discontent was dry and shriveled. It was small and weak, because this heart had little blood left. Renzu had once used almost all of his heart blood in ordinary abyss to grow the grass and trees of achievement. Love Gu flew into the heart of discontent and flew out. It flew into the heart of domination and flew out again. It flew into the sky and said, all right, you want the fire of love. Let these 2 hearts clash. The snowman and Renzu took out their respective hearts, putting them together. Crackle, sparks were created. The sparks grew rapidly, turning into a blazing flame. Fire of love. The fire of love burned on Renzu's heart of discontent. It instantly turned this heart into ashes. Renzu was stunned. Love Gu said, love has a price. It makes people willing to sacrifice. The snowman laughed. Oh Renzu, thankfully you have 2 hearts, otherwise, without a heart, you would die. The snowman turned to look at the heart of domination in her hand. The fire of love enveloped this heart, but this heart shone brighter and brighter. The snowman was nonchalant. Oh what? This fire of love only has an impressive appearance. It neither has the heat of bright light glorious ring fire, or the heaviness of azure divine stone furnace fire, or the chaos of raging wave rising dragon fire. As she said, she placed the heart of domination into her chest. Next, her body started bursting out in flames. She started melting like snowflakes under the sun. She turned pale from shock. She quickly patted and attempted to put out the fire of love. But the fire of love could not be extinguished. Eventually, the snowman completely melted. Only her heart was left, burning in raging flames. Renzu was extremely shocked. He felt that this snowman was very strong. To think that she would vanish like this. The fire of love is so scary. Renzu was shocked. Love Gu said, the result of love varies from heart to heart. The heart of the snowman was domination, but you had the heart of discontent, and it was completely burned from the fire. Thus, this was the result. Actually, there are good results that can occur when the fire of love burns. The results of love varied. Each experience of love was a risk and gamble. Renzu suddenly thought of something, becoming stirred up. Oh Love Gu, you said that love can make people willing to sacrifice. This is wonderful. I will fall in love with the feathermen and make them willing to fly for me, so that they can save my daughter from ordinary abyss. Right at this moment, a voice could be heard. Father, father. From the burning flames of the heart of domination, a boy jumped out. He was Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance jumped into Renzu's arms as he said, Father, father, so I have a sister as well. I support you. Let's go save sister. Renzu was extremely overjoyed. He rubbed Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's head as he said, My son, you are so smart and sensible. Renzu brought Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance and went on a journey again. Not long after, they returned to the gathering spot of the feathermen. Renzu took out his heart of loneliness, saying to the feathermen, Do you all have hearts? The feathermen answered, We all have the heart of freedom. Renzu laughed. Then let us fall in love. I have a heart too, as well as Love Gu. The feathermen shook their heads. The heart of freedom will be completely burned in the fire of love. The process of pursuing love was also the process of losing freedom. Renzu was persistent. The results of love vary from hearts to hearts. Don't just look at one heart. My heart of loneliness is part of the process too. But no matter how Renzu urged, the feathermen would not agree. Chapter 1230. Love Gu, 2 halves. Renzu was helpless. He asked Love Gu, Oh Gu, they don't want to love me. You have to help me and ignite the fire of love in our hearts. Love Gu sighed. This is beyond my abilities. I cannot force others to love, no matter what heart. It has to collide on its own free will. Renzu shook his head. No, this is a good chance to save my daughter. I cannot give up. Self Gu, I will rely on you. Self Gu nodded, using its own strength. It had once eaten a mouthful of strength Gu. Right now, Renzu had his own strength. Thus, these feathermen were all captured by Renzu, their hearts to dug out, and used to collide with Renzu's heart. But no matter how they collided, there were no hearts that created the spark of love. Love Gu sighed. Oh Rinzu, forcing others to love is impossible. You will only create hatred. As it said that, a Gu worm appeared before Rinzu. Rinzu took a look. It was Hatred Gu indeed. Hatred Gu made all of the Feathermen feel hatred. They shouted, "Oh Rinzu, you are too much. You are bullying us. We will make you pay the price." Thus, these Feathermen flew up together. Shining worms were flying out of their bodies. They were wild Freedom Gu. The Freedom Gu fused together into a gigantic Freedom Gu. This Freedom Gu easily took away Rinzu's Love Gu. Henceforth, love is free. This giant Freedom Gu said. Rinzu's Self Gu quickly flew out. It wanted to snatch Love Gu, but it could not overpower Freedom Gu. It only managed to take a bite of Love Gu. Self Gu said angrily, "Love also belongs to oneself." After Zhao Lianyun heard First Supreme Elder's words, she was still in a daze. Stories in The Legends of Rinzu were widely spread. Zhao Lianyun had seen them many times in her childhood, but she always thought of them as fictitious tales. As a matter of fact, she did not expect that this strict granny would talk to her about The Legends of Rinzu in such a heavy and serious atmosphere. Spirit Affinity House's First Supreme Elder saw Zhao Lianyun's expression and knew that she had never paid close attention to The Legends of Rinzu. Thus, First Supreme Elder said, "The Love Gu on your shoulder is rank 9, but it has a major flaw." "What flaw?" Zhao Lianyun asked. "It cannot be refined." First Supreme Elder said solemnly. "What do you mean? Even Gu Immortals cannot refine it?" Zhao Lianyun asked. First Supreme Elder smiled. "Not to mention Gu Immortals, even rank 9 Venerables cannot. In history, many Venerables have tried. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had attempted to refine this Gu for 3 years in a row without pause, but he still failed miserably." Zhao Lianyun heard this secret and stared with wide-opened eyes. So there are things in this world that Immortal Venerables or Demon Venerables cannot do. She exclaimed, "Venerables only have the strongest battle strength, invincible in this world. But they are not omnipotent. In the past, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to ask Longhair Ancestor for help in terms of Gu refinement. This is an obvious conclusion." First Supreme Elder spoke slowly. "Thus, Love Gu cannot be controlled. It is free and nobody can give it orders." First Supreme Elder concluded. "But why did it?" Zhao Lianyun did not know what to say. She looked at Love Gu on her shoulder. In her vision, Love Gu was so dazzling and bright. First Supreme Elder said, "This is the acknowledgement of Love Gu. This situation is rare, but it has happened quite a number of times before. The last time was Fairy Mo Yao. Why did it acknowledge me?" Zhao Lianyun was curious. First Supreme Elder shook her head. "I am not sure, but our sect has concluded 2 points. Firstly, a person has to believe in love to gain its acknowledgement. This is the foundation. Secondly, someone's love has to reach an intense level. The greater your love, the higher the chances of gaining love. Gu's acknowledgement. Is that so?" Zhao Lianyun blinked as she listened. She realized it was because she loved Ma Hongyun so deeply, even willing to give up her own life, that Love Gu came and acknowledged her. Why did this not happen for Feng Jinhuang? Because she had no lover. Love was not familial affection or friendship. First Supreme Elder continued. Precisely because Love Gu cannot be controlled, to make use of it, one needs Love Gu's acknowledgement. Thus, there is a rule in our sect since we were created. Anyone who gains Love Gu's acknowledgement, be it female or male, would be our sect's current generation fairy. Zhao Lianyun blinked. "There are male fairies too?" First Supreme Elder smiled. "Our sect has a large proportion of females, but we also have males. Why would we not have them? Look at that tablet in the center, named Sheng Yushan, at the bottom right corner, with Qian Yuan Liang. These are all people dedicated to love in our sect's history. Actually, Love Gu has many special effects. For example, it has a different appearance as seen by different people. How does it appear to you now?" Zhao Lianyun replied honestly. "Dazzling with multicolored rainbows." First Supreme Elder nodded. "To my sight, it is gray and unattractive, like a rock by the roadside. How could this be?" First Supreme Elder smiled lightly, deep wisdom hidden in her eyes. "I stopped believing in love long ago. Thus, Love Gu looks like that to me. In the generations of fairies, Love Gu has always looked different. Some see clear water, some see peach blossoms. There were countless forms that were observed. And also, Love Gu has varying effects. Please enlighten me." Zhao Lianyun said. First Supreme Elder continued. "Normally speaking, a Gu worm, be it mortal or immortal, has only one effect. Like Water Arrow Gu, it can only shoot water arrows. But Love Gu is different. It can be said to have unlimited effects. It can shoot fire, heal, or provide defense, for instance." Zhao Lianyun became overjoyed as she listened. "So amazing." First Supreme Elder shook her head. "Love Gu is a rank 9 Gu. it is naturally extraordinary. It has unlimited effects, but it cannot be controlled. If you want it to attack, it will bring you to fly away. If you want to defend, it will heal you. Often, when you want it to work, it does absolutely nothing. When you do not want it to activate, it will come out and unleash its might. Xiao Lianyun was a little disheartened, but she soon gathered her spirits. Even so, it is a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Any of the effects used must be extraordinary. First Supreme Elder said, "You are right, but you forgot something. Strength cannot be gained from nothing. You have to pay a price. Every time Love Gu is used, it will take something away from you." Xiao Lianyun was nervous. What thing? The most common thing is immortal essence. But you are not a Gu immortal. It might take away your beauty, your eyesight, or your lifespan. First Supreme Elder said grimly. Xiao Lianyun's expression was pale. She looked at the Love Gu on her shoulder again. But now, her gaze was very different from before. This Immortal Gu might end up accelerating my death. If that is the case, I need to make good use of my time. Xiao Lianyun made a resolute decision. She mustered her spirits, saying to First Supreme Elder, "Even if I have to pay a big price, I will save Ma Hongyun. Elder, if I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, can I use the sect's power to return to Northern Plains?" First Supreme Elder did not answer Xiao Lianyun immediately. She had a complex expression. A while ago, Heavenly Court's Duke Long awakened. When news got out, the 10 great ancient sects were stirred. Duke Long was on par with Bo Qing in terms of strength. With just his own power, he created a brand new race, the Dragonman. In other words, he was the ancestor of Dragonmen. He had a legendary life, but his reputation was not high, buried deep in history. Even in the 10 great ancient sects, barely anyone knew of him. Duke Long had great seniority. He was unbelievably old. When he woke up, Fairy Ziwei immediately gave up her position as leader, handing it to Duke Long. The other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were all in agreement. Duke Long used information path methods and understood the situation. He immediately ordered for Xiao Lianyun to be Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Not just that, Duke Long even gave Xiao Lianyun a phantom aperture, turning her into a Gu Immortal. More absurdly, he even ordered the 10 great ancient sects to cooperate with Xiao Lianyun to bring a team to Northern Plains and save Ma Hongyun after some time. The 10 great ancient sects were in tumult, but they all obeyed him without objection. Because of historical reasons, nobody dared to question Duke Long's arrangements regarding Love Gu. Such news were not for Xiao Lianyun to know about. First Supreme Elder also did not want her to know. Xiao Lianyun was kneeling before her now, but she had fainted for a few days already. She would not know that the 10 great ancient sects were engaged in a contest regarding the huge storm surrounding her. Xiao Lianyun saw that First Supreme Elder did not answer her. She became very nervous. She was afraid that First Supreme Elder would say no. But First Supreme Elder soon said, "Xiao Lianyun, you are an otherworldly demon who obtained the thieving heaven true inheritance. Perhaps you might be one of the most unique fairies in Spirit Affinity House. And maybe because of your special traits. Don't worry. Heavenly Court has been alerted by this. The 10 great ancient sects will go ahead and form a team consisting of you as the core to rescue your lover Ma Hongyun in Northern Plains." What? Xiao Lianyun stared with wide-opened eyes. Hearing this, she was extremely joyful and surprised. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Ba Quanfeng looked in Wu clan's direction, wondering discontentedly. What is going on? This Wu Yihai is so patient. He is cultivating in seclusion and not going outside. He found it hard to believe. Wu clan's members usually acted overbearingly. Once in a while, they would find trouble with others. Wu Yihai was Wu Yang's half-brother. He had very high status in Wu clan. But he actually chose to cultivate in seclusion and normally did not interact with Gu Immortals. Bada shook his head. He said solemnly, "Now it seems, this Wu Yihai is not simple at all. Or rather, he is even harder to deal with than the rank 7 Wu clan Gu Immortal earlier." Ba Quanfeng laughed. "How can that be? He is merely a lone cultivator from Eastern Sea." Old Treeman Bada looked at Ba Quanfeng. If he is only an ordinary lone cultivator, how can he manage this immortal opportunity business so outstandingly? Even if we place pressure on the business, we cannot do anything to Wu Yihai. These last days, we have prepared many ways, but this person completely ignored us. Facing our taunts, he chose to stay silent and endure it. Such a person is far more dangerous than other Wu clan Gu Immortals. Ba Quanfeng's expression changed. He breathed in deeply. "Lord Old Treeman, even you give him high praise. It seems this person is really outstanding. Why don't we go and ruin this immortal opportunity business to force him to act?" Bada shook his head. "Impossible. He will definitely not do anything. If we expose this matter, the immortal opportunity business will certainly fall apart since it is not allowed in the first place. But we will not be able to harm Wu Yihai. and we will even offend the 6 other clans with them. All of their animosity will be drawn towards us. By then, Wu Yihai would benefit from it and unite them to form an even tighter political force. Ba Quanfeng stared with wide-opened eyes, bellowing. Then what do we do? Wait, wait, wait for an opportunity. Old Treeman Ba said. The opportunity that we can create right now is small and insignificant. In that case, we wait for a better opportunity in the future. Ba Quanfeng gritted his teeth. Then wouldn't Wu Clan be above us? How long would we need to wait? We might have to wait for a very long time. Old Treeman Ba's expression turned cold. He no longer spoke, only looking at Ba Quanfeng silently. Ba Quanfeng felt an immense pressure from his gaze. He took 3 steps back, lowering his head as sweat appeared on his forehead. Lord, you are too rash, little Feng. These last days, your mental state is not right. Bada said slowly. Yes, Lord, I was wrong. Ba Quanfeng obediently admitted his mistake in an earnest manner. Wu Clan indeed lost a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but they are still a huge force. The other clans are observing Wu Clan, but nobody wants to strike first, because we have not uncovered Wu Clan's true foundation yet. If Ba Clan is the first to jump out and is met with Wu Clan's iron fist, we would suffer a loss, while the other clans would benefit. Do you understand? Yes, I will remember Lord's words. You will stay in seclusion. If Wu Yihai does not come out, you will also stay inside. Bada said expressionlessly. Yes, Lord. Ba Quanfeng had a bitter expression as he acknowledged this, before taking his leave. Fang Yuan was still inside a dream realm. The Gu Immortals outside all thought he was undergoing closed cultivation. Most Gu Immortals thought that this was Wu Yihai's trait as an Eastern Sea lone cultivator. He had not adjusted his mindset. After all, lone Immortals and secluded Immortals loved to enter secluded cultivation. A small portion, including Bada, thought that Fang Yuan was purposely doing this to deal with their political methods. But nobody thought that Fang Yuan was secretly exploring the dream realm. Inside the dream realm, it was now a crucial moment. Young Master Long had already gained a huge advantage in battle. He laughed at Fang Yuan. You no longer stand a chance. You cannot win. If you surrender now, you can still save some face. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries. He was breathing roughly as he gritted his teeth, not speaking. This was the 7th scene of the dream realm. Fang Yuan's cultivation level was also at rank 5. But young Master Long was even stronger than him, at rank 5 peak stage. Not only that, young Master Long had many useful Gu worms, and with his Dragonman constitution, be it the defense of his dragon scales, or the regenerative properties of his dragon blood, they were on par with rank 5 Gu worms. His advantage was too huge. Be it cultivation level, Gu worms, or his own human body, Fang Yuan was suppressed heavily by young Master Long. It was already a huge surprise to the spectators in the dream realm that the fight lasted this long. In their opinion, even though Fang Yuan's spirit was commendable, this battle's result was already decided. Now, you have less than 5% of your primeval essence. Let's see how you block my attack. Young Master Long shouted as he pounced at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was in a bad state, his gaze was very clear as he counted down in his head. After several failed explorations, he had already learned that he did not need to defeat young Master Long in this battle. He needed to stall for time. He needed sufficient time. Once time was up, a chance would occur. 7 breaths of time left. This time, I should give it a try. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan called out in his mind. Ping. Young Master Long, who was approaching imposingly and arrogantly as he took large steps towards Fang Yuan, suddenly fell face down on the ground, after tripping over a rock. The entire arena turned silent. All of the female Gu masters who were cheering for young Master Long since the start of the battle went quiet. How could I make such a mistake? Young Master Long had a jade-like appearance, but his face was flushing red as he turned angry from shame. He quickly got up, shouting as he charged at Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan could only barely stand now. His injuries were too severe. He was simply waiting for his defeat. The entire place started cheering for young Master Long again. Go, young Master Long. Defeat this overconfident challenger. I will remember this scene in my heart. Young Master Long is so charming. If only I could stand beside him, that would be great. If he could talk to me, I would be satisfied in this life. The male Gu masters were roaring. The female Gu masters were calling out while cupping their hands or holding their faces. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan could only use this again, because he could no longer put up a fight in this battle. Whoosh. A soft sound echoed. Young Master Long's movement paused. He was taking large steps, and was ready to win the battle. But now, an unexpected accident occurred again. Maybe because he took steps that were too large, or maybe his clothes were torn in the fight earlier, but now, his pants entirely ripped. Wind blew. Young Master Long felt a chill in his crotch. The entire place went silent. Even Fang Yuan was surprised, thinking, the effect of Unravel Dream currently is really quite peculiar. Ah! Suddenly, female Gu Master screamed. The place went into a clamor. What is happening? Ha ha ha! Young Master Long's pants ripped. So young Master Long does not wear underwear. The male Gu Masters were watching with interest while the female Gu Masters were covering their faces, using the gaps between their fingers to continue watching secretly. But the view was quite disappointing. So young Master Long's. Is this small? Young Master Long. His body was shaking intensely, his face was completely red, veins were popping on his forehead, his expression was extremely scary and malicious. Oh, I will kill you. The shame in his heart was driving young Master Long crazy. He pounced at Fang Yuan ferociously. However, Fang Yuan smiled like a winner. At the next moment, 7 breaths of time had passed. Plop! With a soft sound, young Master Long's entire body self-detonated. His dragon blood splattered on Fang Yuan's face. The entire place went into a commotion. Young Master Long. Why did this happen? Several female Gu Masters fainted on the spot. Did young Master Long kill himself due to the shame and embarrassment? It must be him. A Gu Master pointed at Fang Yuan. He must have used some evil method to kill young Master Long. He is a blood path demon. Boom boom boom. At the next moment, the spectating Dragonmen all self-detonated one after another. At once, blood splattered all over the place. The surviving Gu Masters were in chaos. Fang Yuan blinked, worried that these people would bring problems to him. But suddenly, the dream realm transformed as a new scene appeared. Puff! This 7th scene is finally over. Fang Yuan let out a breath. He had been stuck at this 7th scene for 3 days. According to the special trait of the dream realm, he had to go through scene by scene. Otherwise, he would need to repeat it endlessly. A moment later, Fang Yuan left the dream realm after failing the 8th scene. After regaining his senses, he treated his injuries. The dream realm caused severe damage to the soul. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was outstanding, and with Guts Gu, these injuries were no problem. More than 10 breaths later, Fang Yuan's soul was as good as before. Next, he inspected his gains. Not bad. My water path attainment level has already reached Quasi-Grandmaster. Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was originally ordinary, was not even master level. But the main character of this dream realm was a water path cultivator. By the time Fang Yuan got to the 7th scene, his water path attainment level went from ordinary to master. After he passed the 7th scene, it became extremely close to Grandmaster. It seems that the protagonist of this dream realm had very high achievements. They were definitely higher than rank 6. Now that I have water path attainment level, I can annex most of those blessed lands inside City Well, in Eastern Sea. Wonderful, wonderful. Chapter 1232, Body Refinement. However, the mortal Gu for Unravel Dream were expended greatly. Right now, I can use less than 10 Unravel Dreams. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned lightly. This was a problem. Unravel Dream was very effective, but the expenditure of Dream Path Mortal Gu was huge. And because these Dream Path Mortal Gu were all refined by Fang Yuan solely, he could not raise their production. Give these Dream Path Gu recipes to Langya sect, and get the Hairy Man Gu Immortals to refine Gu for him? Fang Yuan did not even consider this. At this time period, the value of these Dream Path Mortal Gu was higher than Immortal Gu. Of course, Fang Yuan believed that Langya Land Spirit could afford to pay this. But there was no absolute secret in this world. If it was exposed, the impact would be too big. Fang Yuan was at the peak of the 5 regions in terms of dream realm exploration. If these Dream Path Mortal Gu recipes were known to others, his advantage would be gone. This was what Fang Yuan did not want to see. Thus, he would rather refine them himself. Even though the production was lower, he had to keep it strictly to himself. As long as he did not expose it, who would know? I cannot get others to help, but I can make use of things like spring dream fruit trees to raise the efficiency of my Dream Path Mortal Gu refinement. Fang Yuan thought of the spring dream fruit tree again. Spring dream fruit trees were a very special type of plant. It existed in dreams and did not have solid form, but it needed a real living tree as its foundation to survive. Fang Yuan knew of one spring dream fruit tree. It was at the base of a nameless mountain in central continent. This volcano erupted every several hundred years. The large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil in the surroundings. Thus, many people lived there. Fang Yuan had once harvested the fruits of this spring dream fruit tree. They helped him greatly. But Fang Yuan could not transplant this spring dream fruit tree. The spring dream fruit tree at the base of the volcano was residing with a 1,000-year fire date tree. If Fang Yuan moved it, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. And central continent was a lion's den to Fang Yuan now. He could not go there. Familiar face could allow him to disguise himself, but he could not avoid Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's deductions. Dark Limit Immortal Gu could help him, But it was only rank 6. That was not enough. Fang Yuan could not solve this problem currently. It was out of his abilities. And he also could not find a second spring dream fruit tree. He had no such methods. He could only give up. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan did not rush into the dream realm. He needed to deduce the 8th scene. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. Deducing things in advance could help him to explore the dream realm. This was his advantage. He obviously made use of it. In terms of wisdom path, he did not lack attainment level, but Immortal Gu instead. Unravel Mystery was his only wisdom path Immortal Gu. It was alone without any accompanying wisdom path killer moves. Thus, Unravel Mystery had little use. Right now, Fang Yuan was barely making use of it. In terms of wisdom path, he was not focusing on developing it currently, so Fang Yuan was keeping things in this state. Deductions were not just for Dream Realm, but also Fang Yuan's current environment and situation. If I guess correctly, Ba Clan is my biggest enemy. Earlier, they looked for many ways to find trouble with me, but I solved it all. Now it seems that they want to observe on the sidelines. Ba Clan's passive state was making Fang Yuan feel wary. If they did not do anything, Fang Yuan would not know what they were thinking, preparing, or scheming. If they took action, Fang Yuan could sense their plan and deal with it, resolving whatever problems they sent to him. All in all, the situation is quite good. Wu Yihai's identity is really useful now. The weakness of the Immortal opportunity business was no longer an issue after my arrangement. It became a scheme displayed right in front of me. Maybe I can trap some stupid Gu Immortals. After all, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were few in numbers. Even if there were Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, they might not be righteous. If they did not know the rules of the righteous path, it was impossible. As for Wu Yin or Wu Liao, they were doing their work properly. Fang Yuan did not have to bother with them. Wu Liao had come to report some matters to Fang Yuan earlier, but Fang Yuan was determined to leave the work to them. He said that he was not to be bothered unless there were major matters. Wu Liao was extremely disappointed. Thinking that Fang Yuan was the same as the previous rank 7, his attitude towards Fang Yuan turned cold. Fang Yuan sensed this easily but ignored it. This giant dream realm was expanding slowly at all times. When Fang Yuan secretly explored it, the dream realm would shrink. But to the entire dream realm, it was just a small portion. It only would slow down the speed of the dream realm's expansion. He could easily conceal it. Those demonic path and lone immortals who explored the dream realm through the Immortal opportunity business were Fang Yuan's greatest concealment. These people usually met with difficulties in the dream realm, but there were 1 or 2 of them who could bring out dream path materials even though they failed the exploration. These dream path materials could naturally refine dream path Gu worms. These Gu Immortals treated them like treasure. Even though only a small number had gains, the remaining Gu Immortals were extremely excited. The Righteous Path clans were also secretly purchasing the Gu materials from these Gu Immortals. Wu clan was no exception. However, the Gu Immortals who gained Dream Path Gu materials rarely chose to sell them. They kept them as valuables. Wu clan only purchased around 10 Gu materials. Fang Yuan did not dare to touch these materials. Wu clan was keeping a close eye on them. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan went into the dream realm. It was not the giant dream realm, but his own dream. To get Dream Path Gu materials, one's own dream realm was the best and safest option. Unfortunately, these Gu Immortals did not know that. Southern Border, by Xiang Grotto Heaven. At the center of a huge Gu formation, Bai Ning Bing sat down with difficulty. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit was in the air, manipulating the Gu formation. The Gu formation operated silently. Multicolored lights were flickering from time to time, gathering in a stream, or splitting up like flowers, flying around aimlessly. Bai Ning Bing had a pale expression, but his aura was much more stable than before. This was because the Gu formation was enduring a portion of the pressure for him. He used his body to contain the raging wave, rising dragon fire. It was truly too reckless. His life was on the line. Next is the most important step. We will target the raging wave, rising dragon fire in your body. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit had a solemn expression. Young master, you need to persevere and be completely focused. You need to coordinate with the Gu formation and suppress the raging wave, rising dragon fire. The entire process will take 49 days. During that period, you will not get any rest. If I do not say stop, it would not have ended yet. Even at the final moment, if you lose concentration, you will die for sure. Bai Ning Bing's eyes were seeing stars. He felt dizzy, almost unable to sit properly. In this situation, not to mention 49 days, he would not even last half a day. In this critical junction, his lips curled up, he was smiling. This is so fun. According to my current condition, this is an impossible task. This can test the true limits of my body. Even if I die like this, it is very interesting. His body was tired, but he was very energetic in his mind. Breathing in deeply, Bai Ning Bing called out to Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit. Why are you waiting? Aren't you going to start? Bye? Xiang Heavenly Spirit smiled as he thought. I had waited so long for this young master to arrive. He seems to be quite capable. He has no fear towards death. Thinking so, Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit activated the Gu formation. Boom. At the next moment, brilliant lights burst out of the Gu formation, spreading over the entire place. Ah! Bai Ningbing screamed as he raised his head. A huge flame burst out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Raging flames spread over his body, turning Bai Ningbing into a human-shaped fire pillar. Pain, pain, pain. Bai Ningbing was someone who would not frown even if he was heavily injured, but now, he had no such composure. He screamed loudly in pain. Simply because the pain was too intense, he had to do this to vent the anguish. Bai Ningbing was originally expecting the pain of a burning fire. But in fact, it was not like this. While screaming, he realized something. This humans-alike dragon's Gu refinement method not only targeted the raging wave-rising dragon fire, but Bai Ningbing himself. Be it his body or soul, or the Tao marks in his body, they were all melted and separated under the humans-alike dragon's Gu refinement method. This was the same as processing Bai Ningbing as an immortal material. The pain was simply too immense to describe. Hang on, hang on. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit screamed anxiously. Bai Ningbing's eyes already had turned over to show the whites. The intense pain sent him into despair. He was in a state of being close to unconsciousness. If he fainted, at that very moment, he would be burnt to a crisp by the raging dragon fire. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain First Peak. Ma Hongyun was also screaming. Oh! The veins on his neck were popping. Intense lightning danced in his body. Ma Hongyun's body was shaking intensely. He seemed to be spasming or dancing frantically. After a moment, the lightning faded. As Ma Hongyun breathed roughly with sweat pouring out of his pores, he did not have any strength left. Failed again. Lady Wanshou frowned, feeling slightly angry. Ma Hongyun had already been lightning refined countless times. Even though he suffered each time, he did not lack any limbs, he was still intact. Furthermore, his cultivation level had risen to rank 5 peak stage. This made Lady Wanshou speechless. Central Continent. In a certain village. Rumble. Intense rumbling was occurring on the mountain. An endless amount of rocks and soil were falling down the mountain grandly like an avalanche. Quickly escape for our lives. I am going to die. I am going to die. Father. Where are you? Don't leave me behind. Seeing the disaster unfold, the peaceful village exploded into complete chaos. Countless people were scurrying around in a frenzy. Some were lying on the ground in despair. Children were crying as mothers held on to them. Many had given up resisting. In a situation without anyone noticing, a figure was floating in the sky. It was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He was dressed in a silky blue robe. His long hair extended to his shoulder. He was not brawny, but rather delicate-looking. At this moment, he was frowning, muttering as he looked at the mud flow. This mud flow is very strange. Normally speaking, before the mud flow there would be huge rain, but now, the weather was sunny. The truth was, the environment of the surrounding tens of thousands of li had been secretly modified by the rank 7 Gu immortal. He could ensure a proper amount of rain and sun to gain plentiful harvest yearly. Plop! Mountain rocks suddenly burst apart, as a huge brass shell appeared from underneath. The rank 7 Gu immortal with a blue robe floated in the sky, looking at this extremely eye-catching scene. He frowned slightly, before it eased. Oh, so it's a swamp crab. The swamp crab was a desolate beast. Its body was covered in a hard shell. Its eyes had vanished due to evolution. It had no weaknesses left. It was the king of the swamp among desolate beasts. The 10 pairs of claws were extraordinarily firm. The first pair of pincers was more fearsome than steel poles, a pair of pincers that could break mountain rocks or cut a flood dragon in half. Its remaining 18 claws, although thinner than the first pair, they were still thicker than 100-year-old trees. The blue-robed rank 7 Gu immortal saw this swamp crab, and his eyes shone, feeling pleased. He was a water path Gu immortal. This swamp crab had both earth path and water path Tao marks. Killing it would give this blue-robed rank 7 Gu immortal a lot of usable immortal materials. But the swamp crab is only a desolate beast. If I nurture it well, it might grow into the ancient desolate beast muddy swamp crab. And above that, there is the mudcoat swamp crab. The mudcoat swamp crab is an immemorial desolate beast. I can stop dreaming about it. My immortal aperture blessed land cannot nurture an immemorial desolate beast, but I can try to get a muddy swamp crab. Thinking of this, the blue-robed rank 7 Gu immortal attacked. He extended his hand out of his wide sleeves. His skin was pale, and his fingers were slim. His 10 fingers moved around elegantly. They were covered in layers of multicolored lights. This was his special method to manipulate Gu worms. Soon, countless Gu worm auras rose in his body. There were mortal Gu and also immortal Gu. Different auras weaved together, creating a complex aura that spread everywhere. The swamp crab in the mountain had no eyes, but using its wild beast instinct, it acutely sensed the threat in the air. The swamp crab started to go back inside the mountain. Its huge brass shell had already half sunken into it. But at this moment, the blue-robed rank 7 Gu Immortal finished his preparations. His immortal killer move was unleashed. Rumble. Blue waves resembling the tides of the sea appeared out of nowhere, crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab was huge. It could not dodge. It was swept by the waves. But even with the ebb and flow, the swamp crab did not move. Its body was too heavy. The blue-robed rank 7 Gu Immortal's lips curled with a confident smile of victory. His 10 fingers moved rapidly. Only the afterimages of his fingers could be seen. It was a dazzling sight. His immortal killer move was not ordinary. As his red-date immortal essence continued to be consumed, the light blue waves turned into dark blue waves. The waves got stronger and were 3 times as powerful as before. A deep spiral was formed in the water under the blue-robed rank 7 Gu Immortal's skillful manipulation. The swamp crab was in the middle of the spiral. It could not put up resistance. It was swept by the spiral. Swish, swish, swish. The swamp crab's heavy body started to move quickly in the spiral, like a piece of seaweed. It could not help itself. The blue-robed rank 7 Gu Immortal made a grabbing motion with his hands. As countless shadows of fingers dissipated in the sky, the tides expanded and rose into a torrential tsunami. Boom. With a huge sound, a gigantic tide of water crashed onto the swamp crab's back. The swamp crab's shell was very hard, but with the impact of the tsunami, a huge dent was formed on the smooth shell. The swamp crab did not move. It had fainted on the spot. The blue-robed rank 7 Gu Immortal laughed heartily. He spread out the fingers on his right hand as he raised his index finger. A gush of water shot up from the tides like a geyser, dragging the swamp crab's body towards the blue-robed rank 7 Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal opened his immortal aperture's entrance, storing this swamp crab. Immortal. It is an immortal. Thank you, Lord Immortal. You saved our entire village. This immortal even defeated the crab monster in the mountain. Such a grand battle shocked the mortals in the village intensely. Only after the battle was over, they reacted and shouted in joy, kowtowing to him. The blue-robed rank 7 Gu Immortal closed his immortal aperture's entrance. He smiled lightly as he looked at the people below. It turned out that while fighting the swamp crab, he had placed a part of his concentration in manipulating the waves to sweep away all of the falling rocks and mud. As expected indeed of the famous water path Gu Immortal in Central Continent, Moonlight Gu. At this time, a voice came from the clouds. The blue-robed rank 7 Gu Immortal moved all 10 fingers as he stored away all of the water that was flooding the place. Next, he flew into the clouds and met with another Gu Immortal. This immortal wore a blue robe and had a square face. He had thick eyebrows and a tall nose bridge. He was emanating an aura of righteousness that could not be violated. Moonlight Gu smiled as he greeted. So Senior Xies Gu has arrived. Xies Gu returned the greeting. I just arrived. To think that I would get to see your method of subduing the swamp crab. Moonlight Gu waved his hand, saying humbly, my methods are just small tricks from your perspective. But, Senior Xies Gu, I hear you have also gotten orders from Heavenly Court to join this Northern Plains battle? Xies Gu nodded. That's right, Moonlight Gu. You are also in the list of names. Why don't we travel together? Moonlight Gu had an appreciative expression. It is my honor to travel with Senior. Thus, the 2 immortals traveled together. The mortals were left behind, looking at the sky as they sighed in amazement. Moonlight Gu and Xies Gu spoke along the way. They were not silent. Even though both were rank 7, Xies Gu was higher in seniority, having passed 2 grand tribulations, while Moonlight Gu was still not at the first grand tribulation. Thus, Moonlight Gu was seeking advice while Xies Gu taught him some things. Along the way, Xies Gu suddenly descended as he floated in the air and waited. Moonlight Gu did not understand. This was not the gathering point. Xies Gu smiled. Pardon me. I have a son called Zheng Yi. He had recently passed his ascension tribulation and become a Gu Immortal. But he lacks experience and is still very childish. I intend to bring him along in this Northern Plains trip to train him. So that's it. Moonlight Gu realized, looking towards the direction that Xies Gu was gazing at. Under the cloud cover, there was a small city. There were many buildings in the city, and one restaurant. A storyteller was talking about folklore regarding justice and heroism. Good kill. Among the guests, one young lad with thick eyebrows was dressed like a farmer with innocent eyes. Hearing the story of the main character killing the rich and helping the poor, he clapped in happiness. His screaming was loud and caused the curtains to shake slightly. The storyteller was shocked as he paused. The surrounding guests were all unhappily muttering. Why are you screaming? Screaming all of a sudden? You'll scare us to death. Why are you screaming? Listen to the story quietly, or we will chase you away, little peasant. The young lad was flushing red. He scratched his head, and he looked around in embarrassment. Sorry everyone. The guests heard his polite apology, and their clamoring became softer. They no longer bothered about it. The young lad sat down slowly, but suddenly his expression changed. He stood up as the table and chairs around him were pushed away, causing an even bigger commotion. What now, you lad? Hey lad, are you asking for a beating? The guests were furious, but suddenly, the young man's body shone with light as he shot out of the building like an arrow, tearing a hole in the window as he flew to the sky. The restaurant went into chaos. Countless people were shouting in panic. The young lad came before Shi Gu and Moonlight Gu as he cupped his fists, greeting politely. He was Shi Ji's son, Shi Zheng Yi Sup, 1/Sup. The three immortals continued on their journey. A few days later, they arrived at a mountain range. An Immortal Gu house was stationed here. It was a pavilion, exquisite and small. There were countless bird cages hanging on it, as birds chirped continuously. This was an Immortal Gu house of Heavenly Lotus Sect, Canary Pavilion. Shi Gu saw this and nodded slightly. I have long since heard that Immortal Gu houses would be sent out to attack Northern Plains. To think that this is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion. This pavilion specializes in capturing flying beasts. It can move quickly. It is a good choice. Mu Linglong added. Heavenly Lotus Sect was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It owns the highest number of Immortal Gu houses. It makes sense that Heavenly Lotus Sect could send out an Immortal Gu house. Shi Zheng Yi asked in confusion. Heavenly Lotus Sect has Canary Pavilion, Yuyang Palace, and Heavenly Pool. Is there a fourth Immortal Gu house? Mu Linglong smiled. Little E, you might not know, recently, Heavenly Lotus Sect created its fourth Immortal Gu house, but it was kept secret. Shi Zheng Yi heard this and thought, Senior Mu Linglong is from Spirit Butterfly Valley. This sect is most skilled in information path. It is not strange that he knows some secrets. But Heavenly Lotus Sect has 4 Immortal Gu houses now. It is truly shocking. Chapter 1234. Rank 10 Immortal Gu. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Immortal Killer Move, Meteor Rain. Zhao Lianyun called out, a bright light bursting out of her body. This light flew out of her body. In the blink of an eye, it entered the sky, vanishing. At the next moment, the pale white space created by a Gu formation seemed to be covered in blue ink, turning deep blue. Swish, swish, swish. Countless meteors were falling from the sky, raining down like a storm of arrows. It was a majestic sight. The meteors rained down on a hill like desolate beast tortoise. The tortoise's 4 limbs and head retracted into its shell. Meteors landed on the desolate beast tortoise's back. Fragments were created in large numbers, but the remaining meteor rain landed around the desolate beast tortoise, creating huge pits encircling the tortoise. The meteor rain lasted 20 breaths of time until it stopped. Zhao Lianyun was covered in sweat. She was breathing roughly. A voice came from within the Gu formation. Not bad, Zhao Lianyun. You are very proficient in meteor rain already. Next, go train your defensive killer move. As this was said, the desolate beast tortoise broke apart and turned into black crows. There were tens of thousands of crows. They were like black arrows, flying around as they shot towards Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone. She gritted her teeth as she used her defensive Immortal Gu before the crows hit her. Suddenly, her body was covered in a layer of silver light. The layer of thin silvery light successfully protected her from the impact and beaks of the countless crows. Splat, splat, splat. Zhao Lianyun's tiny little body was soon covered entirely by the black crows. Large numbers of crows were attacking the silver shield. Loud, crisp sound were resounding endlessly. Zhao Lianyun had a heavy expression. She could feel her immortal essence expending rapidly. I have to think of a plan. Zhao Lianyun had an idea as she started using a defensive killer move. At her first try, she successfully activated the defensive killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Life-Locking Silver Chain. From the silver shield around her body, 6 silvery chains flew out. The chains moved like dragons. They were extraordinary as they flew around in the crow group, stabbing and killing endlessly. Many crows died. Soon, in the 10 li of space around Zhao Lianyun, no crows were alive. The silver chains also turned into a round cylinder, protecting Zhao Lianyun, forming a tight defense. Any attacking crow would be ripped to shreds. This Immortal Killer Move is amazing. It can attack and defend at once. It had incredible effect in this first battle. Zhao Lianyun was extremely pleased. The Gu Immortal controlling the Gu formation side internally. This Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon indeed. Her cultivation level was raised to rank 5 peak stage using Relic Gu. After being given a Phantom Aperture, Immortal Gu, and Immortal Essence by Heavenly Court, she immediately showed her talent. Her battle talent is not weak at all. After so little practice with her Immortal Killer moves, she became proficient already. Of course, These immortal killer moves were specially chosen for Zhao Lianyun by Heavenly Court. They were very powerful and easy to control. They also used few Gu worms. The steps for activating them were simple. Alright, next, we will train your healing methods. You will get injured, but don't worry or panic. As long as you perform normally and use your immortal killer move, you will recover. The Gu Immortal controlling the Gu formation said. Zhao Lianyun nodded, seeing the crows vanish around her. There was worry in her expression as she asked, I have already trained for half a year in this Gu formation. When can I set off to Northern Plains for the rescue mission? The Gu Immortal controlling the Gu formation explained. Don't worry, this is a time path Gu formation. A day outside is a year in here. Your time is very tight. Battles between Gu Immortals are not just affected by training. There are also many situations that can occur in actual combat. Then give me some actual combat training. Zhao Lianyun shouted. This time path Super Gu formation was placed in Spirit Affinity House. But everything inside was observed by Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei watched Zhao Lianyun start her combat training as worry appeared on her face. Lord Duke Long. Do you really think that such training will allow Zhao Lianyun to adapt to the battlefield? This is too rushed. Her battle strength cannot be relied on. Even though he drank half a kilogram of true dragon heavenly water, it only managed to save Duke Long's life. Barely. He was still very old and weak. Right now, he was sitting in front of Fairy Ziwei. There was a chessboard between them. This chessboard had a huge origin. It was an immortal Gu house personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation chessboard. It most excelled in wisdom path deductions. It was the #1 wisdom path Immortal Gu house. Fairy Ziwei was not qualified enough. But after Duke Long woke up, he immediately took out this legendary Immortal Gu house from Heavenly Court's treasury and gave it to Fairy Ziwei, allowing her deduction capability to reach a terrifying level. Hearing Fairy Ziwei's doubts, Duke Long smiled lightly. We cannot depend on Zhao Lianyun, but I am not depending on her anyway. Fairy Ziwei's gaze shined. Lord Duke Long is counting on Love Gu. That's right. Duke Long nodded. Love Gu is very unique. Even among rank 9 Immortal Gu, it is extremely special. Most Immortal Gu have only one effect, one type of ability. But Love Gu is the opposite. It can unleash all sorts of effects and expend a variety of resources beyond immortal essence. Most importantly, the power of love can resist fate and luck. Resist fate and luck. Fairy Ziwei muttered, slightly shocked. That's right, love can resist fate to an extent. If not for that, how could Red Lotus Demon Venerable damage fate Immortal Gu back then? Duke Long exposed some shocking secrets. When he mentioned Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he had a solemn tone and complex expression. Fairy Ziwei was slightly shocked. What? Back then, did Red Lotus Demon Venerable obtain the acknowledgement of Love Gu as well? Precisely. Duke Long confirmed this. Red Lotus was not an otherworldly demon. How could he have damaged fate? It was because Love Immortal Gu was with him, allowing him to damage fate Immortal Gu in the end. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Zombie Alliance was wiped out. Only a few Shadow Sect members are left, and Spectral Soul is trapped inside the giant dream realm. So many Fate escapees have been destroyed. This allowed the repairing of Fate Immortal Gu to be much easier than before. Speaking until this point, Duke Long needed to catch his breath. After resting for a while, he continued. However, even if Fate Immortal Gu is repaired completely, our Heavenly Court cannot regain its former glory. This is because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fairy Ziwei deduced, and got an answer immediately. Duke Long breathed in deeply. Yes, because after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Luck Path appeared in the 5 regions. In the past, Fate was unchangeable. As long as we repaired Fate, Heavenly Court would return to the apex again. But now we have Luck Path. Fate is certain while luck is uncertain. Good luck is a positive uncertainty for oneself while bad luck is a negative uncertainty for oneself. Even if we repair Fate Immortal Gu completely, we can only control certainty. We cannot control the uncertainty. Only by controlling Luck Path as well can we allow Heavenly Court to rule the 5 regions and 2 heavens completely. Thus, Lord Duke Long, you gave an order to gather elite Gu Immortals of all 10 great ancient sects to go to Northern Plains, in order to snatch fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. If we get fortune rivaling heaven, will Heavenly Court be able to control luck? Fairy Ziwei asked. Duke Long nodded before shaking his head. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's entire life of cultivation had 3 stages: self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. Fortune rivaling heaven is the apex of all living beings' luck. Its true effect is to allow the possessor to continuously absorb the luck of all life forms around them. Like right now, looking at Ma Hongyun, fortune rivaling heaven Gu's effect is related to the people near him. It continues to absorb their luck, collecting them on Ma Hongyun. That is why Shui Hu and Lady Wanshou continue to fail. Especially in refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu, the chances are simply too low. Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu might be rank 8, but it actually has quasi-rank 9 power. With enough time, and if the affected individuals have enough luck, Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu would be able to absorb even more luck and gather it into one person. This is also why Giant Sun Immortal Venerable named it Fortune rivaling Heaven. The meaning was, by absorbing the luck of all living beings and gathering it into one person, supreme luck that rivals heaven and earth would be born. So that's it. Hearing Duke Long's detailed explanation, Fairy Ziwei had a realization. Even though Duke Long was from the olden antiquity era, over the process of his hibernation, he had woken up several times. He knew many precious lost secrets. Duke Long continued, if we can obtain fortune rivaling heaven now, we would gain the accumulations in cultivation of half of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's life. In the future, if we have the chance, we can search for heaven and earth luck and self-luck to control all of these luck path Immortal Gu, including fortune rivaling heaven. When Fate Gu is repaired, Heavenly Court will reign supreme in the world. If we have a chance to go further and refine the luck path Immortal Gu with Fate Immortal Gu, we might be able to create the legendary rank 10 Immortal Gu, Destiny. By then, Heavenly Court will understand the complete profundity of heaven's will. We will act in the capacity of heaven. We will become the eternal rulers of the universe. Duke Long spoke softly, but towards the end, his eyes were shining. He showed a fanatical and heated gaze. Rank 10 Immortal Gu? Even a Gu Immortal at Fairy Ziwei's level was tongue-tied upon hearing such secrets. Above rank 9, there really is rank 10 realm? Fairy Ziwei asked in complete shock and disbelief. Chapter 1235. Blood competition ends. Duke Long's side. I cannot tell you if there is a rank 10 Gu Immortal realm, but rank 10 Immortal Gu likely can exist, because this was confirmed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the rank 9 Venerable after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was kind and merciful. He did not dispute with people and loved peace, but like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he did not truly enter Heavenly Court. There were only 3 Immortal Venerables who truly entered Heavenly Court and fused their immortal apertures into Heavenly Court. From the start of history, they were respectively the first rank 9 Venerable, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, as well as the creator of Wood Path and the owner of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Northern Plains. The blood battle martial competition was having its final battle. Chu Du walked onto the stage and said, I am honored. In front of him was a female immortal. She was clad in dazzling palace attire with the lower hems touching the ground. Her black hair was tied up high with jade and gold ornaments. Her skin was snow white, her brows slender, her gaze sharp, and her chest was voluptuous and perky. She looked stately and beautiful, giving a feeling that she could not be offended. It was Gong Wanting, Prince Feng Xian's wife. Gong Wanting had a solemn expression as she sighed lightly. Domination Immortal, you live up to your reputation. You defeated Lu Zhuanshun and Yao Yuan consecutively. Regardless of the result of this battle, the reputation of Domination Immortal will spread in Northern Plains. Lu Zhuanshun and Yao Yuan, who were mentioned, had pale expressions. There was no choice. Chu Du was stronger than them. All in all, the blood battle martial competition was about to end with the Huang Jin tribes suppressing Chu sect and by Zhu tribe's alliance. But towards the end, Chu Du took the stage, giving a slap to the righteous path allied forces. The power of Domination Immortal struck wariness in these Huang Jin bloodline Gu Immortals. This was the final battle. Without any other options, Gong Wanting stepped forward. This was a battle between the leaders of both sides. Please. Chu Du was very gentlemanly. Even though he was injured, he did not panic. Surprise flashed in Gong Wanting's eyes as she smiled. Domination Immortal is truly brave and heroic. Saying this, a purple light shot towards Chu Du like a blade or sword. Chu Du shouted, moving ahead instead, charging towards Gong Wanting bravely. An intense battle shook heaven and earth. The two sides exchanged moves after moves, and after 100 rounds, there was no victor. They fought on both the ground and in the sky. The blood plane was almost completely destroyed. The spectating immortals had to move back by 30,000 li to avoid getting involved in Chu Du and Gong Wanting's battle. Chu Du's might was unstoppable. He attacked more than he defended, while Gong Wanting did the opposite with much energy to spare. This intense battle lasted for another 100 rounds. Chu Du was covered in injuries, blood spewed out of him. But Gong Wanting was also no longer as relaxed. Her gaze was sweeping over Chu Du. preventing him from attacking her suddenly. She did not dare to be careless. The Gu Immortal spectators were all moved. They quickly commented on this intense battle. It was the clash of two experts at the peak of rank 7. Without rank 8 Gu Immortals interfering, these two would not be surpassed by Northern Plains Gu Immortal world for several hundred years. The sun set. The moon rose. From morning to night, the victor was still not decided. Battling intensely without stop, it was truly heated. By the dawn of the second day, both sides were much weakened. The battle was at its end. Victory could be decided at the next moment. The Gu Immortal spectators held their breaths as they watched the ending of this battle. But right at this moment, a grand pillar of light descended and separated Chu Du and Gong Wanting, who were fighting fiercely. That is enough. This battle will end in a draw. Rank 8 Gu Immortal, Yao Huang showed himself in the air. He looked away as he said, "Does Heavenly Lord agree with me?" Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared from a cloud layer, nodding. "We will fight in the sky." Saying this, both rank 8 Gu Immortals flew up into white heaven under everyone's watchful gazes. Soon, the Immortals in Blood Plain could hear intense explosions coming from white heaven. It sounded like thunder and beast roars. Domination Immortal Chu Du let out a breath of air. He was satisfied with this result. Gong Wanting had a special status. She was Prince Feng Xian's wife. Chu Du thought of this and could not kill her. If he did, he would offend Prince Feng Xian. When Chu Du was all alone, he might not be afraid. But with Chu's sect established, times were different. And Chu Du himself had displayed incredible abilities in this blood battle martial competition. For the sake of Baizu tribe, Heavenly Lord Baizu would not let Chu Du die here. Like what Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had discussed before the martial competition, both sides managed to keep their losses to an acceptable level. Gasp! Incredible! A crack appeared in white heaven. Hearing this, I can tell how intense the battle is. Unfortunately, we cannot penetrate the heavenly wind chi wall and observe the battle in white heaven. The spectators did not leave, they were conversing. The battle between Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang would decide everything. During the entire process of the blood battle martial competition, no matter how many sacrifices or losses there were, or all the different battle results, none could compare to this one. Be it either side, they had suffered great losses. But Gu Immortals who actually died were not many. Several rank 6 Gu Immortals died. Few rank 7 Gu Immortals died. The biggest loss was actually Yi Lui Kun Xing, who Fang Yuan killed. Towards the later part of the competition, both sides came to a subtle agreement. Of course, Gu Immortals getting injured was still a huge issue. Because of Dao marks, injuries were hard to heal. The cost of it would make Gu Immortals pay a huge price. Inside White Heaven, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang were sitting opposite each other. A chessboard was in front of them. "Please try this, my newly made gold leaf tea." Yao Huang chuckled, recommending his tea. Heavenly Lord Baizu drank it as he nodded, taking out a big bag of snacks. "This is my specialty, fried centipede." The two rank 8 great experts drank tea and ate fried centipedes as they played chess. It was an enjoyable time. Yao Huang sighed. "This fried centipede is fresh and delicious. The flavor never gets tiring. This is truly a rare delicacy." Heavenly Lord Baizu praised too. "Brother Yao Huang's gold leaf tea is superior to silver leaf tea. It seems that you are not far from refining resurrection from the dead Gu. Every tea or wine could be treated as an incomplete food path Gu recipe. Often, when Gu Immortals compete with their refinement path attainment, to avoid causing a commotion or to protect their reputation, they would offer wine or tea. When Gu Immortals taste the tea or wine, they would understand the other person's Gu refinement attainment. Of course, this method was very vague. It was only a shallow probe. It could not show both parties' true strength. Heavenly Lord Baizu could taste something different in Yao Huang's new tea. Because he had drank the silver leaf tea before, comparing the two, Heavenly Lord Baizu could see how Yao Huang's refinement path attainment had improved. This improvement was naturally obtained from Yao Huang's attempts at refining resurrection from the dead immortal Gu. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, the snack that he created was not simple either. It was a display of his own refinement path attainment. But Heavenly Lord Baizu had been busy creating Baizu tribe recently. He also had to attack Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. His refinement path aspects did not improve. Thus, his fried centipede did not become different. But Yao Huang's gaze was focused below them. Not far away from them, two figures were fighting. One resembled Heavenly Lord Baizu, while the other resembled Yao Huang. Below White Heaven, the clamor that these Gu Immortals in the Blood Plain heard was caused by these two figures. Yao Huang praised. "Heavenly Lord, your cloning method is becoming more profound. You can actually mimic 30% of rank 8 level strength." Heavenly Lord Baizu shook his head as he smiled. "I don't deserve such praise. These last days, while attacking Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, I created this immortal killer move after multiple failed attempts at invading it. I have once heard that Longevity Heaven possesses one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer moves. Perfect pair, it can allow a Gu Immortal to create a clone that has their full power. My method cannot compare to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Yao Huang smiled. He understood clearly that Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu mentioned Longevity Heaven for more complex, underlying reasons. Yao Huang explained. Don't worry, Heavenly Lord. As long as Longevity Heaven's rank 8 Gu Immortals do not show up, just the Longevity Edict cannot mobilize us. Furthermore, the situation in every region is dependent on the situation of the respective rank 8 Gu Immortals, isn't it? Right now in Northern Plains, among the rank 8 Gu Immortals, Old Ancestor Shui, who has the highest battle strength. If he succeeds in refining fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, he would be unstoppable. But I can see that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is heavily guarded now. Even we will have trouble breaking into it. Our conflict is just an internal conflict of the righteous path. But if Old Ancestor Shui who refines fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the situation in Northern Plains would favor the demonic path. Yao Huang said slowly as Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu nodded. He agreed with the former's analysis. Originally, when 88 True Yang building collapsed, Northern Plains' situation changed. The demonic path rose in power. If Old Ancestor Shui who manages to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, the situation would be even more uncontrollable. Compared to the rise of new righteous path forces, Yao Huang was more unwilling to see the demonic path being rampant. Thankfully, in this martial competition, I invited many lone immortals and demonic path members. A portion of them died, while the rest would join either Chu sect or Bai Zhu tribe. This would weaken the demonic path and strengthen our righteous path. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu spoke with a smile. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had deep considerations. The blood battle martial competition was helping Yao tribe weaken the other Huang Jin tribes. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Chu Du were also weakening the lone and demonic cultivators, stabilizing the situation in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. But upon the mention of Chu sect, Yao Huang frowned. This Chu sect needs to change. Northern Plains will not allow the emergence of a sect. If Chu Du wants Chu sect to exist, he has to change it to Chu tribe. Otherwise, the righteous path will not allow it. Yao Huang's attitude was very firm. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed. You don't have to worry about this. Chu Du understands this and has already talked to me. He can concede on this point. That's good. Yao Huang nodded. Both of them talked for a while more. Their chess game was half done. They had wasted enough time. Both immortals flew down from White Heaven. Next, they announced that Yao Huang had won the battle by a slight margin, and this blood battle martial competition ended with the victory of the Huang Jin tribes. Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe's Gu Immortals had grim expressions. Only Chu Du was calm. He had expected this. In contrast, the Huang Jin tribe Gu Immortals were in a joyous mood. The consequences that followed would not be detailed, but the blood battle martial competition that shook Northern Plains Gu Immortal world came to an end. Southern border, giant dream realm. Deep in the sea, there was darkness. One could not see their own fingers. Fang Yuan was inside, suffering huge injuries. The pressure of the sea was intense. Most importantly, around him, there were countless long dragon silhouettes, swimming around him vigilantly. These were dragons living in the sea. Each sea dragon had desolate beast-level battle strength. There were hundreds or thousands of sea dragons moving in countless layers. Fang Yuan was currently a rank 6 Gu Immortal, but facing this sea dragon group, there was nothing he could do. The most troublesome thing is that I need to kill all of the sea dragons to pass this 9th scene of the dream realm. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly internally. If this was reality, it was unclear what the chances would be for him to break out of the encirclement and try to survive this dangerous situation. But in this dream realm, there were specific rules. If Fang Yuan wanted to break out and survive, the dream realm exploration would fail. Fang Yuan had no way out. To kill these sea dragons, with just my foundation and methods in this dream realm, it is impossible. Thus, if Fang Yuan wanted to pass this, he had only one option available: Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. But there are so many sea dragons. Unravel Dream can be used less than 10 times. It cannot resolve this huge problem. It seems that this scene is the final moment of the Dream Realm's main character. Fang Yuan gained deep insight. Dream Realms had different categories. Most were realistic dream realms. They replicated the life form's experiences in their lives. But there were also few which were rare and peculiar, dream realms that were strange and weird. Fang Yuan was exploring a realistic dream realm, but the severity of the content might be exaggerated compared to the actual event, even though there was some actual scenes that happened before. This Gu Immortal was once a combat Immortal sect Gu master. He had decent aptitude, but after becoming rank 6, compared to other Gu Immortals, he was no longer so amazing. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent allocate resources according to sect contribution. This Gu Immortal's aptitude was far from exemplary. He did not have great strength or powerful methods. It was hard to get sect contribution points, so he could not get much resources. That was why he went to explore Eastern Sea. In the end, when he passed the regional walls, his Immortal Aperture's foundation was damaged. Next, he heard some rumors about the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, and came to this sea area. In the end, he died here from the attacks of the sea dragons. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made up his mind. He chose to give up. He left this dream realm. Normally speaking, the deeper one gets into the dream realm, the greater their gains after getting past the scene. But Fang Yuan wisely chose to retreat. He withheld his remaining uses of Unravel Dream. He was not going to waste them here for no reason. A moment later, Fang Yuan returned to reality. Using Guts Gu to heal himself, he inspected his own body again. Water Path. Quasi-Grandmaster. His attainment level did not change. He was still a distance away from Grandmaster level, but it was already enough to many of the blessed lands in City Well, because most of them were rank 6 blessed lands. According to my current situation, it would be best if I could raise all of my attainment levels to at least Master. That way, I would be able to annex any rank 6 blessed land. Even though rank 6 blessed lands have diminishing effect on raising my cultivation level, with enough quantity, the gains are still very prominent. Fang Yuan thought. Next, he entered his own dream realm and refined some dream path mortal Gu. Of course, he used some time for deductions as well. These last days, he had an inspiration to fuse the killer moves Myriad Self and Sword Dragon transformation. His deductions were progressing smoothly. Fang Yuan had enough strength path attainment, and his transformation path attainment level was also Grandmaster. The only drawback was that his wisdom path deduction methods were slightly lacking. But it was no problem. Lady White Rabbit came to report to him about the situation of the Immortal opportunity business, as well as some information. Fang Yuan sat down on his cushion as he shut his eyes, telling her, "Go ahead and talk. I am listening." Fang Yuan was deducing his own matters while listening to Lady White Rabbit. He was multitasking. A Wisdom Path Grandmaster could do this with ease. Lady White Rabbit talked as she looked at Fang Yuan's face. Deep affection was in her gaze. But to her disappointment, until she finished her report, Fang Yuan did not open his eyes to look at her once. "Okay, you can go now," Fang Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit could only leave slowly while feeling disappointed, as she looked at him with a longing gaze. Outside the room, Wuan was waiting long ago. "Lady, this way please." Wuan's attitude towards Lady White Rabbit was even more polite than before. Lady White Rabbit was allowed to meet Fang Yuan. This showed that he still favored her. Thus, Wuan placed a lot of importance on Lady White Rabbit, because she represented the future of the Immortal opportunity business. Lady White Rabbit was a little worried, asking Wuan, "Wuan, does Lord Wu Yihai cultivate like this all the time?" Wuan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Lady White Rabbit sighed in a gloomy tone. "Lord Wu Yihai cultivates really hard. He does not even waste any second of his time. Even when listening to my report, he did not stop cultivating. Has he always been like this?" Wuan blinked. "Lady, I will speak the truth. Even though I have never watched Lord Wu Yihai cultivate, just a glimpse can tell many things. Lord Wu Yihai might be the most hardworking cultivator I have ever seen in my life. Disregarding anything else, just the fact that he is staying in his room and cultivating without leaving for so long, that would be impossible for me." Lady White Rabbit became even more worried. "Precisely so. I am worried about Lord Wu Yihai. When he cultivates, he truly risks his life. There is a limit to cultivation speed. If he keeps at this, I am afraid he might not be able to endure it, and his mental state would be ruined. Wuan, if you have a chance, you must talk to Lord Wu Yihai, okay?" Wuan thought. "You have met with him more than I have. What can I do?" But he still nodded, acknowledging. "If I get a chance, I will talk to Lord Wu Yihai about this." Fang Yuan analyzed Lady White Rabbit's information. He had a clear grasp of Southern Border's situation all along thanks to this. All in all, Southern Border was still quite peaceful. Even though Wu Duxiu died, and Wu Clan only had one rank 8 Gu Immortal, Wu Yong, left. But this person displayed great battle strength and political methods after taking over Wu Clan. Precisely so, even though Ba Clan, Tai Clan and others were watching closely, they had to contain their dark intentions. The situation of the rank 8 Gu Immortals was reflected on Southern Border in many aspects. The situation at the Super Gu formation was still calm. The Immortal opportunity business was ongoing. Gu Immortals benefited and profited secretly. They were very happy. There were also Gu Immortals who did not participate, simply looking on from afar. The Northern Plains Blood Battle Martial competition has ended. Chu sect became Chu tribe. Baizu tribe was preserved, while the Huang Jin tribes won and gained a lot of cultivation resources. This way, Northern Plains is also stabilizing. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent have little information available. Most of them are obtained from Treasure Yellow Heaven. I only have a vague idea. But they are also relatively peaceful now. In truth, a peaceful state was most common in the 5 regions. Who would go ahead and fight to the death if a peaceful life was available? Northern Plains chaos was thanks to Fang Yuan. He destroyed 88 True Yang building, and in addition to Shadow Sect schemes, a terrifying situation was created. Only in the 5 regions chaotic war did the 5 regions go into chaos. All sorts of order was torn down. Fighting to become Gu Immortal was the main trend. The current situation was very calm. This was best for Fang Yuan. He entered his own dream realm, refining his dream path Mortal Gu. Amidst green and verdant mountains, the merchant caravan was temporarily resting at the base of a mountain. Boom. Moonlight curved in the air agilely, moving past a rock ahead and hitting the tree branch behind it accurately. Immediately, wood shavings were sliced off. The thin branch was nearly cut down by the moonlight. After practicing for so many days, I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was covered in sweat. He felt immense joy. Lad, not bad, huh? Gu Master Big Beard walked towards Fang Yuan. Uncle Beard, thanks for teaching me this. Fang Yuan gave a wide smile. He showed his white teeth as he smiled. He was a bright and joyful lad. Gu Master Big Beard was almost blinded by his shining aura. He blinked as he asked in confusion. Normal people would only be able to go through such intense training for a week or so. But you woke up early and slept late. You would cultivate so long as you had the time. After a month, your enthusiasm has not faded yet. Is this boring cultivation process really so interesting? Fang Yuan clenched his fists. His eyes were shining like the stars in the sky. Of course, uncle. Don't you find it amazing and incredible? A person can unleash incredible attacks with a wave of their hand. Cultivation itself is a very enjoyable thing. Gu Master Big Beard naturally did not understand Fang Yuan's emotions. As a transmigrator from Earth, the special abilities of Gu Masters were simply superhuman. Turning from a normal person to a superhuman. Of course Fang Yuan would be excited and enthusiastic. Furthermore, my aptitude is low, only at C grade. How can I not work harder? The young Fang Yuan chuckled as he spoke. Uncle, go ahead with your business. I will continue cultivating. Fang Yuan said again. Gu Master Big Beard laughed as he shook his head, tactfully leaving. Standing afar, he looked at Fang Yuan who was cultivating earnestly. He had a complex gaze as he muttered. Even if you work so hard, what for? C grade aptitude. Cruel reality will assault you and extinguish that fire of enthusiasm. Failure will get rid of your excitement. Such enthusiasm and hard work, how long can it last? At another corner of the dream realm, the real Fang Yuan was holding onto the branch that was nearly cut off by the moonlight. Not bad. This dream path Gu material is quite good. If I am lucky, I can refine more than 10 dream path Mortal Gu. He smiled lightly as his deep, dark pupils flickered with light, resembling stars in the sky. By Xiang Grotto Heaven. The humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method was at its final crucial moment. Persevere. You cannot slack for even a moment. Master, you can do it. You can definitely succeed. By Xiang Heavenly Spirit screamed. The Gu formation was operating. The pillar of light was tall and mighty, like it was holding up heaven and earth. The center of the pillar was so shiny that one could not look at the light directly. There was a human-shaped figure of fire in it. It was by Ningbing. His face and body had all melted, like candles that were exposed to intense heat. His hair was all burned, his eyes were blind, even his hands and legs were all melted into one. Bai Ningbing was nothing like a human. The intense pain had never stopped assaulting him for the last weeks. Initially, he screamed in pain, roaring at the sky, nearly fainting. But afterwards, he survived countless dangerous situations, forcibly preserving his life until now, gritting his teeth and enduring. Next, his teeth and tongue were also melted by the raging wave rising dragon fire, fusing together. He smiled. A relentless smile. Next, he could not even smile anymore, because his nose and face had all melted like wax. Now he was just a human pole. It was a horrific sight. But Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit could sense Bai Ningbing's determination. His determination was firm as steel. After the burning of the fire and the pain that tempered him, he was becoming more firm and unwavering. Such determination made even Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit lost for words. Initially, even Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit did not think Bai Ningbing would succeed. Because Bai Ningbing's situation was too terrible, the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method was extremely dangerous. Every Gu refinement carried risks of failure. In history, any Gu Master or Gu Immortal who tried to turn into a Dragonman would be extremely careful and make ample preparations, only taking this risk after they were sufficiently prepared. Boom. An intense sound resembled the striking of thunder. The pillar of light dissipated as a lump of fire flew upwards. It was shaped like a fiery dragon. Its red body was strong as ever. After flying one round in the sky, it flew down towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was a lump of meat now. His bones, flesh, down marks, blood, and skin were all fused into one. The meat seemed like a bottomless hole, absorbing the whole of the fiery dragon that crashed towards it. Next, the meat turned red. The temperature rose. Intense flames were raging nearby, causing distortions in the air due to the high heat. When the lump of meat became red to the extreme, it exploded. Within a bright light, a brand new Bai Ningbing was born. Success, we succeeded. Bai Xiang heavenly spirit stared with wide eyes and muttered. Under the rays of the lingering light, Bai Ningbing raised her head to the sky, only to hear her say, 10,000 Li Mountain and 9 layers of the abyss, dragons coil at the bottom of the well. Today I rise up towards the clouds, my proud body soars towards true freedom. Her voice sounded like the roar of a dragon. Winds were rumbling as it echoed in the entire Bai Xiang grotto heaven. Bai Xiang heavenly spirit was in admiration. He knelt on the ground and said, Congratulations to Master's new life. You have regained your immortal status. Bai Ningbing stopped her roaring. She descended. She was expressionless. Her skin was white as snow. Her facial features were even more distinct now. Her beauty had surpassed her former self. Her pale blue dragon eyes were emitting a cold aura to the outside world. But at the next moment, shock was expressed in her dragon eyes. What is going on? I already became an immortal. I have a real immortal aperture. Why did I become a woman? This, Bai Xiang heavenly spirit thought about his words carefully before explaining. The humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method uses master as the immortal material. The result of the refinement depends on the proportion of immortal materials and how they mix together. Master had transformation path Dao marks earlier. To think that these Dao marks would affect your body and actually influence the final result of the Gu refinement, turning you into a dragon lady. Bai Ningbing. She realized that the information path Dao marks and all her alliance agreements were gone, but the transformation path Dao marks still affected the results of her refinement. Like what the heavenly spirit said, the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method could not be strictly controlled. The participating immortal material had a lot of influence on the result. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows. This was like a curse. Her female body curse had started ever since she was in Qingmao Mountain. After pondering for a while, Bai Ningbing asked, How can I turn back to a man? Bai Xiang heavenly spirit replied, This is easy. Just cultivate transformation path in addition. Bai Ningbing was knowledgeable. She shook her head. That does not solve the underlying problem. I have my northern dark ice soul physique. I will cultivate ice and snow path in the future. Bai Xiang heavenly spirit thought about it before saying, Master, you have been reborn. The female body is your true gender. But if you want to change it, you will need to approach its root cause and find the other half of that rotation Gu from the past and refine it into an immortal Gu. Using that immortal Gu, you will be able to become a man. Bai Ningbing. The image of a person appeared in her mind uncontrollably. Fang Yuan, to think that you would still be an obstacle to me now. Bai Ningbing snorted internally. She knew that Fang Yuan had the rank 8 battle strength upper extreme heavenly eagle. She had a plan for a long time to get that crucial Gu worm from Fang Yuan. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Above the clouds, Gu Immortals gathered. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder said, Bu Zhenzi, you have to protect our sex fairy in this Northern Plains journey. She is only a false immortal, and her ascension was only recently. Bu Zhenzi was a Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Phantom Path Gu Immortal. He said, Everyone, as long as I am alive, I will ensure her safety. He spoke with great confidence. First Supreme Elder nodded, looking at Zhao Lianyun. You must not charge ahead in this journey. Always protect your own safety. Leave the rest to the others. The Gu Immortals going with you are all elite experts of the 10 great ancient sects. With our advantage as the attacker, there is a high chance of success. Zhao Lianyun nodded. She understood now that this granny was actually the Gu Immortal with the highest authority in Spirit Affinity House. She bowed deeply to the first Supreme Elder, Su Hao, and Li Juning. I am going now. Set off. First Supreme Elder waved her hand. Bu Zhenzi cupped his fists, bringing Zhao Lianyun with him, riding on a ruin bat and flying away. To think that Zhao Lianyun would become our sex fairy. Heaven is toying with us. I wonder if she will be able to save that Ma Hongyun. In my opinion, the chances are high. After all of the Gu Immortals going to Northern Plains are elites of our sex. This is a powerful force. The Gu Immortals conversed as they left. I will go talk to our daughter. Fairy Bai Qing had a look of worry as she spoke to Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge nodded. This time, he also wanted to go to Northern Plains, but Heavenly Court denied his suggestion. Fang Gu was a legendary genius rarely seen in thousands of years. He was so talented none could match him. He possessed rank 8 battle strength with just rank 7 cultivation level. According to common logic, he would be the best person to send to Northern Plains, but he was unable to become part of the rescue team. At this point, Feng Gu did not know what Heavenly Court was thinking or planning. When Fairy Bai Qing met with Feng Huang, the latter was sitting by the lake, looking at the ripples on the surface as she went into a daze. Fairy Bai Qing felt caring and affection in her heart. She knew her daughter had always wanted to become Spirit Affinity House's fairy. She worked hard for it. But now, Zhao Linyun gained Love Gu's acknowledgement. She was also supported by Heavenly Court, becoming Spirit Affinity House's fairy. This way, Feng Huang was eliminated from the competition. Fairy Bai Qing walked towards Feng Huang. Why? Still thinking about the fairy position? No, mother, I was thinking, why did I not obtain Love Gu's acknowledgement? Feng Huang's eyes were red. She had secretly cried earlier. That is because you do not have love. Fairy Bai Qing sat beside Feng Huang, stretching out her hand as she touched Feng Huang's hair. Feng Huang asked, why do I not have love? What is love? Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered. She thought about it before saying, love is different from familial affection and friendship. It is a type of affinity, like when I met your father. Love came suddenly and nobody expected it. Love cannot be forced. It is all up to your affinity. Feng Huang shook her head. I do not want to leave it to fate. This is not my style. I want to find love and be acknowledged by Love Gu, and take back the position of fairy. Mother, do you think this is possible? Fairy Bai Qing smiled. This was basically impossible, but seeing her daughter's expectant gaze, as a mother, how could she say the truth? Thus, she said, there is a possibility, but you need to find a lover first. A lover is not your father or mother, or those female companions by your side. Chapter 1238. Luck Path Master. Mother, you mean to say, it has to be. Feng Huang frowned. In the process of her growth, there were few youngsters who could match her. Spirit Affinity House had more women than men. This made Feng Huang look down on those males of her generation since a young age. There was another important reason. That was, Feng Huang's father was too talented. It elevated her expectations. She could not see anything good in those boys around her. Fairy Bai Qing nodded, asking teasingly. That's right, Huang Heir. Among those youngsters you met, who are you interested in? Feng Huang frowned. After thinking about it, she shook her head. Fairy Bai Qing almost laughed out loud. Her daughter's puzzled look was extremely cute. She asked again. Then let me change my question. Which youngster left the deepest impression on you? At this moment, Feng Huang was stunned. Fang Yuan's image uncontrollably appeared in her mind. Fang Yuan was the one who dealt a pitiful defeat to her. Feng Huang would never forget the scene on Danghun Mountain. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had saved Feng Jiuji's life before. All of these events made Feng Huang have extremely complex feelings towards Fang Yuan. It was not pure hatred. It was also not pure gratitude. Fairy Bai Qing looked at Feng Huang, who was in a daze, and her expression turned dark. She became flustered as she blamed herself. Oh no, why did I forget about Fang Yuan's existence? Fairy Bai Qing quickly said, Huang Heir, don't think about it. As a mother, Fairy Bai Qing was very worried. Even though Feng Huang had grown a lot, she was still innocent regarding relationships, like a blank white sheet of paper. That Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He used spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth. His actual age is probably older than both myself and your father, Fairy Bai Qing said in a solemn time. Most importantly, he is listed on the Demon Judgment Board. He is a vicious and evil demon, slaughtering countless and causing great harm to the world. He is very dangerous. But he saved father. Feng Huang retorted. Fairy Bai Qing said in a serious tone, looking deeply into Feng Huang's eyes. You must remember this. Gratitude and enmity cannot be mixed together. You need to draw the line. His gratitude of saving your father's life was a coincidence. We will definitely repay him. But he is a demonic path member. He is vile and vicious. After repaying that debt, if we meet him again, we will exterminate him. Understood. Feng Huang nodded. Understood. Southern border. Fang Yuan was inside the dream realm. Achoo. Achoo. Fang Yuan sneezed twice. He rubbed his nose as he said to the female Gu master in front of him. Again. The female Gu master was at the counter in front of him. She took out 3 rocks. Please. This was another dream realm. The earlier water path dream realm was too hard at the end. Fang Yuan gave up. A few days later, the dream realm changed, and a suitable one appeared for Fang Yuan. What made him happy was that successfully exploring this dream realm would raise his luck path attainment level. Luck path Gu immortals were very few in numbers. Because even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created luck path, he did not spread it. Thus, dream realms that contained luck path true meaning were rare. It was unlikely that Fang Yuan could encounter such a dream realm. Fang Yuan looked at the 3 rocks. He knew that according to the rules, he would need to win 3 consecutive times, finding the most valuable item in these 3 rocks to get to the second scene. Rock gambling. I succeeded twice already. If I fail now, my efforts would be in vain. I should use Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan activated the Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. What is going on? While he was confused, the female Gu master who attended to him looked at him amorously and whispered, "Little brother, choose the middle one. Don't worry, I won't harm you." Saying this, she winked at Fang Yuan in a subtle manner. It had a teasing flavor. Fang Yuan finally realized this was Unravel Dream's effect. He did not hesitate. He grabbed the middle one. The 3 rocks were opened. None had any Gu worms, but with the quality of the rocks themselves, the middle one had the highest value. The first scene faded as he quickly entered the second scene. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Calamity Luck Altar. 3 floors of round altars with multiple pillars holding it up. White jade railings and shining aurora. 8 Gu Immortals in Longevity Heaven were standing at the center of the 9 corners of Calamity Luck Altar, doing their best to concentrate in controlling the operations of Calamity Luck Altar. At the center of Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster had a solemn expression. He was surrounded by 3 layers of rings in the 5 elements. But Calamity Luck Altar's pressure was increasing. 5 Elements Grandmaster had to use his true abilities to resist it. Both parties were silent, because it was clear that both sides could not be moved with just words. But at this moment, the entirety of Longevity Heaven resounded with bell chimes. The 8 extremities heard the bell chimes and shook. They were shocked and full of questions. This is the Immortal Killer move ringing alarm bell. Why did it activate? In the past, Ancestor Giant Sun set up this Immortal Killer move in Longevity Heaven. If we met with trouble, it would activate. But 5 Elements Grandmaster has already been trapped. The 8 extremities were conversing, feeling lost. The leader of the 8 extremities, Heaven Extremities, said, "No, even when 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked, ringing alarm bell did not activate. Right now, it is pointing to another danger." The others were flustered. This means that the following calamity is going to be more severe than 5 Elements Grandmaster's attack. Right now, we have to use our full strength to suppress 5 Elements Grandmaster using Calamity Luck Altar. We cannot divert our attention. How will we deal with it? With Calamity Luck Altar here, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities cannot do anything to us. It has to be a terrifying human calamity instead. The second in charge, Earth Extremity, looked at Heaven Extremity and said, "In this situation, we can only awaken the 4 Desolation Immortals." Heaven Extremity had a solemn expression as he nodded. 5 Elements Grandmaster spoke with a smile. Longevity Heaven can barely fend for itself. I am curious, what kind of disaster can make this ringing alarm bell activate? Heaven Extremity was about to speak when a voice could be heard near him. These so-called disasters are accompanied by fortune and good luck. They are luck path in essence, a type of uncertainty. As Gu Immortals, we have to turn these negative uncertainties into positive uncertainties. The concept of Calamity Luck Altar was derived from this. Heaven Extremity heard this voice and felt great joy and surprise. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked at this mysterious Gu Immortal who appeared, asking, "Which of the 4 Desolation Immortals are you?" Greetings to Lord South Desolation. The 8 extremities respectfully greeted at once, giving the answer to 5 Elements Grandmaster. Longevity Heaven had 12 positions, separated into 8 extremities and 4 desolations. The 4 Desolation Immortals were East Desolation, South Desolation, West Desolation, and North Desolation, for rank 8 Immortals respectively. The 8 extremities were Heaven Extremity, Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, Yellow Extremity, Space Extremity, Time Extremity, Flood Extremity, Desolate Extremity, a total of 8 rank 7 Gu Immortals. Of course, Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Grotto Heaven. It had a huge space and abundant resources. Other than these 12, there were other Gu Immortals. But these 12 had the core authority of Longevity Heaven. They were elites among Gu Immortals. South Desolation Immortal wore an azure gold suit of armor. His beard extended to his chest. He was a muscular man with an old appearance. He said, "When the bell rang, I woke up. This sound has 3 long notes and 2 short notes. It is neither fast or slow. It means that Love Gu has entered Northern Plains. Love Gu has the power to defy fate. In the past, even Ancestor was wary of it. To obtain Love Gu, Ancestor made a bet with Heavenly Court, but he failed to refine it even after 3 years. He could only set up some supreme luck path methods in it that would activate one day. Love Gu would come to Northern Plains due to luck, and this would be the best opportunity for us to snatch Love Gu. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Immortal Killer move was very amazing. His descendants could gain some information just by hearing the bells. Even though the 8 extremities knew of ringing alarm bell, they did not know its specific details. After hearing South Desolation Immortal's words, they were excited. It turned out that long ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had made his preparations. Heaven Extremity said, "Us 8 extremities will follow Lord South Desolation's lead. We are willing to die for longevity heaven and obtain love Immortal Gu." Southern Border. This is by Xiang Grotto Heaven. He Lulan stepped through the Immortal Aperture's entrance, officially getting into by Xiang Grotto Heaven. Tai by Yun Shang. Ying Wuxie and Shenu followed behind. Something's not right. Ying Wuxie's expression changed. At the next moment, the surroundings changed. The Gu formation was activated, trapping the 4 immortals in a special space. Bai Ningbing's figure slowly appeared. Shenu was shocked and furious. He growled, "You are Bai Ningbing? You dare to betray us? Humph, remnants of Shadow Sect. Today will be the day you die." Bai Ningbing smiled coldly. A cruel light was shining in her pale blue dragon eyes. Ying Wuxie was greatly surprised. Bai Ningbing had broken free of his control. This was out of his expectations. He had a flash of inspiration. "So that's it, you used the humans-alike dragons Gu refinement method?" This method had been lost long ago. Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven actually had it. "Honestly speaking, I need to thank you. Now accept this present of gratitude from me." Bai Ningbing snickered. The image of the 4 immortals faded in front of her, before they vanished completely. "Wait, we can still negotiate." Ying Wuxie had not finished his words when the Gu formation activated. Large amounts of snow rained as countless ice spears shot up from the ground. The 4 immortals quickly defended themselves. Remains of Etion Mountain, inside the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, returning to reality. His soul was extremely weak, but it was not a problem. He had enough guts Gu to use. Luck Path Master. Fang Yuan inspected himself. His Luck Path attainment had risen to master level. The Luck Path Dream Realm earlier was fully explored. He had no remaining uses of Unravel Dream, but his gains were huge. His Luck Path attainment had jumped from ordinary to master attainment level. He immediately felt a difference. This feeling was mystical. It could not be described with words. If my Luck Path attainment is at Grandmaster level, I might want to get the Self-Luck True Inheritance from Langya Land Spirit. If I can use it well, my strength would rise greatly. In my current case, I feel like I can already use Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu and Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu together to greatly boost the effect of my Immortal Killer move Qi Luck Sensation. Qi Luck Sensation. This Immortal Killer move came from He Fan Grotto Heaven, the inheritance of Gu Immortal Feng Jun. It used Qi Luck Immortal Gu as the core, with supplementary Mortal Gu, to allow a Gu Immortal to sense people who were closely related to them in terms of luck. Furthermore, the closer they were to each other, the clearer the connection would feel. Fang Yuan used this move to sense the locations of Ying Wuxie and the rest, even though they were separated by regional walls. This was because Ying Wuxie and the rest had their luck connected to Fang Yuan. After using Connect Luck, both parties would have their luck closely connected. They would share both fortune and disaster together. However, with Ying Wuxie's methods, he was able to negate a portion of the effect of Qi Luck Sensation. He even could hide inside an immortal aperture to cut himself off from Fang Yuan's detection. Fang Yuan was very wary of Ying Wuxie and gang. Even though Shadow Sect was a fraction of its former size, a broken ship was still better than a plank. A dying camel was larger than a horse. By just gathering Shadow Sect's remaining resources, Ying Wuxie and the rest would grow much more rapidly than Fang Yuan and at a steadier rate. This time, after elevating Qi Luck Sensation, I should be able to detect the locations of Ying Wuxie and the rest. I will eliminate them in advance and get rid of this huge threat. Fang Yuan decided to add Unravel Mystery into Qi Luck Sensation, causing this killer move to have 2 cores instead of 1. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu is Wisdom Path. I should add some Wisdom Path Gu in. After that, I will use some Groupthink Gu and some Mortal Connect Luck Gu, and some Pair Gu and Sequence Gu. Fang Yuan did not make any deductions. He was making decisions based on his instincts. A large number of Mortal Gu were added in. Among these Gu Worm, a portion were owned by Fang Yuan, but he had to buy more of them through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Without any hurdles, soon, he obtained these Gu Worms. But next, he did not activate the Immortal Killer move immediately. He went to do further testing. After adding so many Gu Worms, Qi Luck Sensation had changed greatly. If he activated it blindly, he might just fail immediately. Fang Yuan might get injured, or worse, his Gu Worms might be destroyed. Destroying Mortal Gu was fine, but if his Immortal Gu were destroyed, what would he do? When Gu Immortals create a new Immortal Killer move, the experimentation process was also very risky. Fang Yuan first separated the new Qi Luck sensation into several portions and did experiments on them one by one. The results of the experiments were very good. Not a single one failed. Fang Yuan next used wisdom path methods to deduce, modify, and improve on the newly created Qi Luck sensation. Half a day later, Fang Yuan finally finished his deductions. He activated the newly modified Qi Luck sensation for the first time. Halfway through activating it, a small problem that was beyond Fang Yuan's estimations occurred. It was not a big problem, but the result of success might possibly be affected. Fang Yuan was vigilant. He forcibly stopped the activation. Many Mortal Gu were destroyed. Fang Yuan did not even blink at the result. As long as Qi Luck Immortal Gu and Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu were fine, it was no problem. He was very rich now. Expending some Mortal Gu was simply a negligible loss to Fang Yuan. As for the supplementary Mortal Gu, they did not need to be purchased. Fang Yuan had considered this situation long ago. Thus he purchased more than what he needed for one activation. He continued to deduce and found out the reasons that resulted in this unexpected change. This time, Fang Yuan spent half a day again modifying the Immortal Killer move. After fixing it, he experimented again. This time, towards the later half of the Immortal Killer move, a mishap occurred again. The Immortal Killer move used too many Gu worms. Fang Yuan could not completely deduce the entire process. Even though these small, unexpected sparks appeared minimally, Fang Yuan still thought of inspecting them. He forcibly stopped the killer move once again. Be it Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu or Qi Luck Immortal Gu, they had to be used at the final juncture. Thus, although he lost many Mortal Gu, they were inconsequential. After repeated trial and error, he continued to deduce and modify it. Several days later, Fang Yuan finally obtained a relatively perfect version of Qi Luck sensation. This Immortal Killer move used 3 times the number of Gu worms as before, with 2 Immortal Gu as the core, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu and Qi Luck Immortal Gu. They were like 2 shining suns in the sky. Activating the new Qi Luck sensation, a mystical feeling appeared inside Fang Yuan. First, he detected Yi Fan, Hong Yi, and Han Li. They were in southern border, central continent, and western desert respectively. The exact details were clearer than before, especially Yi Fan. Fang Yuan could tell that he was currently on Shangliang Mountain. The rest were more vague. Ying Wuxie and He Lulan appeared in Fang Yuan's detection again. It was vague, countless times less clear compared to Yi Fan. He also did not know their exact location, but Fang Yuan could tell the general area they were in. Strange, other than Ying Wuxie and He Lulan, there is a third person, but they are just as unclear as them. Don't tell me Ying Wuxie used Connect Luck Immortal Gu to connect his luck with an unknown Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan guessed the truth immediately. He frowned. Connect Luck Immortal Gu was in Ying Wuxie's hands. This was no secret. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Currently, Fang Yuan no longer used Spring Autumn Cicada. He sealed it. In regards to luck, with Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu's protection, it had turned from a weakness to his strength. But Ying Wuxie and the rest were taking a portion of Fang Yuan's advantage. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable developed in his early days, a lot of his success was attributed to this Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan was not enjoying it alone. His Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu's effect was split among other people. If it was split equally with Yi Fan, Han Li, He Lulan, and Hong Yi, so be it. After all, these were 4 lucky people. But Ying Wuxie and that new Gu Immortal were huge burdens. They were weakening the effects of Dogshit Luck. This direction. To think that they are in southern border. Ying Wuxie and the rest need to be eliminated. After killing them, I will be truly safe. Nobody would come after the sovereign immortal body again. At the same time, after I kill them and remove the threat, my luck will rise greatly. The true power of Dogshit Luck would be unleashed. At this moment, Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent. He wanted to move immediately and get rid of Ying Wuxie and the rest once and for all. Central Continent. It is time, we can go now. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Wei Lingyang shouted. His voice was hoarse. He had a middle-aged appearance with dark bags under his eyes and looked listless, giving others a feeling of extreme fatigue. But he was the strongest among the 3 Rank 8 Gu Immortals on this journey. He was tasked as the leader of this rescue mission. Along with him, there were Bai Chun Tian and Myriad Tidal Dragon. These 2 were Rank 8 Gu Immortals as well. Bai Chun Tian joined the Battle of Tian Mountain and survived in the end. Myriad Tidal Dragon had higher seniority than Bai Chun Tian. Recently, he was given pointers by Duke Long. His strength rose again. Duke Long was old, and it was difficult for him to fight once again. But he controlled the situation and immediately changed the way that Heavenly Court functioned. They sent out 3 Rank 8 Gu Immortals, all from Heavenly Court. They had phantom apertures, but their battle strength greatly surpassed the Rank 8 Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. The Immortals acknowledged his words and split into 3 groups, entering 3. Immortal Gu houses respectively. These 3 Immortal Gu houses were Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. It had 7 floors and had fluttering curtains. Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion, small and exquisite, filled with liveliness. Combat Immortal Sect's Edge Link Camp. It was a military stronghold with waving battle flags. Each Immortal Gu house was guarded by a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Zhao Lianyun was in the middle one, Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. She was at the top floor, the safest place inside this Immortal Gu house. Right now, our group is too powerful. We have 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals as well as 3 Immortal Gu houses. Victory is basically assured. Bu Junzi followed behind Zhao Lianyun, saying this. Zhao Lianyun nodded. She was expressionless, but her heart was jumping. Hong Yun, I am coming. You must persevere. The 3 Immortal Gu houses were like shooting stars, flying towards the sky. Edge Link Camp was at the front, opening a path for the rest. Wind Sweeping Building was in the middle, in charge of reinforcements. Canary Pavilion was at the back, looking out for unexpected situations. The Heavenly Wind Chi Wall was right before them. Boom. Edge Link Camp unleashed its might. Giant sharp horns were formed, resembling solid figures, as they stabbed into the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall fiercely. Without any resistance, they forcefully created a tunnel. Wind Sweeping Building and Canary Pavilion followed after it quickly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wind Sweeping Building continued to shake. Zhao Lianyun was also shaking at the top floor, almost falling down. Bu Junzi was tongue-tied. It is said that the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall is thicker than the 5 regional walls. It seems to be true after seeing it myself. Our Wind Sweeping Building is just in the center, moving along the created tunnel, yet the heavenly winds are already causing us to be so unstable. It is hard to imagine what it is like inside Edge Link Camp. The Heavenly Wind Chi Wall was created by Heavenly Wind Chi. Even after creating a tunnel, the wind would rush in and fill the gap very quickly. Thus, the 3 Immortal Gu houses were very close together. Almost touching the edges of each other, they continued to charge forward. Halfway through their journey, Edge Link Camp lost many Gu worms. Its charging power fell, and it went to the back. Wind Sweeping Building replaced Edge Link Camp's spot, taking charge of creating a path ahead. After a quarter of the journey, Canary Pavilion went to the front. This way, some days later, the 3 Immortal Gu houses finally broke through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall and reached Black Heaven. Right now, in the Gu Master world, there were only Black Heaven and White Heaven left of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was clear why they did not choose White Heaven. It was to prevent exposing themselves. Black Heaven had natural concealment. It could help to hide the traces of the 3 Immortal Gu houses to an extent. This way, the Central Continent Gu Immortals would ensure that they had the advantage in launching a sneak attack on this journey. Chapter 1240. Usefulness of Attainment Level Southern Border. Inside the Super Gu Formation, Fang Yuan recalled the power of Qi Luck Sensation, realizing the usefulness of Attainment Level. The process of elevating Qi Luck Sensation just now was quite tedious, but it was actually very easy. Everything flowed naturally like water running down a drain. Ordinary Gu Immortals would face difficulty in trying to improve or complete an Immortal Killer move. For example, Vicious Lightning Fiend from Myriad Dragon Dock of the 10 Great Ancient Sects took years before creating the Immortal Killer move Lightning Deity. Vicious Lightning Fiend's Lightning Deity was deduced using the remnant recipe of Blood Deity. It involved both Lightning Path and Blood Path. Vicious Lightning Fiend had enough Lightning Path attainment level, but his Blood Path attainment was just ordinary. Thus, he had to spend years using resources from Myriad Dragon Dock to succeed with difficulty. This is the lack of attainment level. One can only deduce forcefully. Maybe high Wisdom Path attainment level can provide a lot of help. Otherwise, inspiration or time would be needed. Hei Fan was a Time Path great expert, but even he had many Immortal Killer moves that were not completed after his death, right? However, once the attainment level is sufficient, deducing killer moves will no longer be deductions. It would be an instinct. It is extremely easy. Fang Yuan thought about it. Just now, he elevated the Immortal Killer move Qi Luck Sensation. He only spent a few days. But the results were shocking. When creating the framework of the Immortal Killer move, Fang Yuan did not think much. He only had a vague concept in his mind. Next, when he chose Gu worms, as long as they were Luck Path or Wisdom Path Mortal Gu, he had a strong instinct about the selection. Instinct. This was hard to imagine. It really was. But once the attainment level was sufficient, one's understanding towards Gu worms and the concepts of Immortal Killer moves of the specific paths would turn into an instinct of the Gu Immortal. This instinct was like a natural skill, as if one had it since birth. It was simple and effortless. Like how someone could breathe through their nose, it was a natural thing. Attainment level is one's understanding of the Great Tao. My Luck Path attainment is Master level. This allows me to have acute sensations towards all contents of Luck Path. It is hard to describe with words. When elevating Qi Luck sensation, I did not need to test anything. I already knew what Gu worms would be suitable as the supplementary Gu. Similarly, for Wisdom Path, I have Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment level. My understanding of Wisdom Path surpasses Luck Path. Thus, I could perfectly fuse Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu into Qi Luck sensation successfully. Fang Yuan concluded and realized that the benefit of attainment level surpassed his former expectations. Being able to annex more immortal apertures was just a physical benefit. It had great effects on other aspects as well. If I raise all of my attainment levels to Grandmaster, or even Great Grandmaster in the future, will I be able to create a terrifying killer move that uses all of the paths? Fang Yuan's thoughts started to wander. In fact, Spectral Soul had already reached this level. Perhaps this was why he could create Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Conceptualizing immortal killer moves was the same in essence as creating immortal Gu recipes. Thinking of Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan subconsciously looked towards a certain direction in southern border. Not long ago, he had confirmed with Qi Luck sensation that Ying Xie and gang were over in that direction in southern border. Fang Yuan had already known the rough range of their whereabouts. Even though Fang Yuan had deep killing intent towards Ying Xie and the others, he thought about it and decided to make some preparations before starting his assault. Even though Fang Yuan hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it only had rank 6 battle strength. Ying Xie and the rest had wrong information, thinking that Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, but he could not possibly use this non-existent power to kill them, right? In the previous battle in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan saw the strength of Ying Xie and the others. This time, after a long while, Fang Yuan could not estimate whether Ying Xie and the rest had inherited Shadow Sex resources and gained a huge boost in strength. To play it safe, Fang Yuan made a lot of preparations, just in case. He wanted to use this chance to get rid of this huge threat. Qi Luck sensation was a great example. Fang Yuan had also already started to fuse Myriad Self and Sword Dragon transformation. Other than that, he even borrowed Immortal Gu from Wu Clan. This was the benefit of joining Wu Clan. It was different from Langya's sect. That was a sect and required sect contribution points. But Wu Clan was a clan. Fang Yuan's identity was Wu Yihai, the younger brother of Wu Yong. He had the closest bloodline relationship in the entire clan. Thus, when Fang Yuan asked to borrow some Immortal Gu from Wu Clan's treasury, Wu Yong did not stop him. He agreed. In fact, Wu Yong was quite satisfied with Fang Yuan's recent performance. After Fang Yuan went to the Super Gu formation, he held his side of the agreement and did not interfere in Wu Clan's politics. This allowed Wu Yong to easily gain control of Wu Clan. Secondly, Fang Yuan, who acted as Wu Yihai, perfectly handled the immortal opportunity business. He displayed great political abilities and prevented Ba Clan from interfering. He helped Wu Clan control the situation and defend their territory inside the giant dream realm. This was a contribution to Wu Clan. Wu Yong remembered Fang Yuan's contribution. Thus he not only agreed to lend some Immortal Gu from the treasury, he even lowered the cost of doing so. Fang Yuan paid a lot of Eastern Sea resources to borrow multiple Immortal Gu. Among them were Strength Path Dragon Strength Immortal Gu and Transformation Path Dragon Scales Immortal Gu. They were all available. These Immortal Gu were added to fuse Myriad Self and Sword Dragon transformation, providing great help to Fang Yuan. By Xiang Grotto Heaven. Inside the Super Gu formation, He Lulan, Shenu, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and Ying Xie were at 4 spots, defending against Bai Ningbing. Howl. The Super Gu formation was activated. Intense winds blew. Ice blades shot out, encircling the 4 Gu Immortals. With Ying Xie leading and the 3 Immortals helping, they resisted the Super Gu formation's pressure. Even though they were in a difficult state, the formation was still quite stable. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Tai Bai Yun Sheng. It was Bai Ningbing, but only her upper body was present. Her lower half was like smoke. Bai Ningbing appeared and charged towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was the weakest among the 4 Immortals. Bai Ningbing chose to attack him. It was the right choice. Tai Bai Yun Sheng quickly retreated. In the battle earlier, he had already seen how powerful Bai Ningbing's attacks were. He suffered a lot due to it. If not for the other Immortals' help, he would have died already. Change. Shenu go. Seeing Tai Bai Yun Sheng's predicament, Ying Xie quickly commanded. A white light appeared on all 4 of them, before a deep eerie sigh was heard in the sky. Shenu and Tai Bai Yun Sheng had changed locations, swapping as Shenu faced Bai Ningbing's attack. Shenu grunted, defending against it. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was behind Shenu. Seeing this, he quickly used his Cloud Path Immortal Gu to heal him. Bai Ningbing is getting stronger. She is familiarizing herself with Bai Xiang's methods. She is in control of many Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu that Bai Xiang had. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for us. Damn it. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit actually had the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method, wasn't this method completely eliminated by Duke Long? How could he have missed this? Also, during the battle earlier, I sensed something in my luck. Fang Yuan actually raised his detection method to this extent. Even if I hide inside an immortal aperture now, he would still discover me. Ying Wuxia was facing huge pressure. Bai Ningbing betrayed them and was getting stronger every minute. Ying Wuxia and the rest were desperately trying to defend against her. They could not leave. On the other hand, Fang Yuan knew where they were. But Ying Wuxia had the information that Fang Yuan possessed rank 8 battle strength. If he got here, Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven could not block the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. This meant that Fang Yuan could appear at any moment. Ying Wuxia would not even be surprised if Fang Yuan showed up suddenly at the next moment. Bai Ningbing, stop it. Fighting would harm us both. Only working together will bring benefits. Since you are now a Dragonman, you are qualified to inherit the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. In the past, the Dragonmen were extremely powerful with a large number of Gu Immortals. They managed to create Dragon Palace. After the Dragonmen went extinct, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace has been secretly hidden in a certain area of Eastern Sea. My Shadow Sect knows roughly where it is, but only someone who has used the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method to become a Dragonman Gu Immortal can inherit it. If you work with us, Dragon Palace will be yours. Ying Wuxia shouted. Bai Ningbing had no reaction. The Super Gu formation was continuing to attack unceasingly. Ying Wuxia was stifled. He called out, Bai Ningbing, it will be too late if you don't stop. A great enemy whom we both know of is coming. He has a rank 8 level upper extreme heavenly eagle and has already used luck path methods to find out our location. I am not lying to you. Our luck vibrated earlier. You must have sensed it too, right? Bai Ningbing snorted, transmitting. I would like him to come here. I want to cooperate with him. Even if I have to give up this Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, so be it. Ying Wuxia was anxious. He yelled, aren't we clear what kind of person he is? You are playing with fire. You will get burned to a crisp in the end. Wait, why do you want to cooperate with him? Bai Ningbing sneered. This is our business. It has nothing to do with you. The 4 of you should just die here. Ying Wuxia had a flash of inspiration. I know. You want that rotation Gu in his hands? That's right. You used the humans-alike Dragon's Gu refinement method but turned into a dragon lady. You want to become a man? You need to solve the origin of the issue. I have the Gu worm that you need. It is with me. What? Bai Ningbing was surprised. For the first time since the Super Gu formation attacking Ying Wuxia had activated, it showed signs of slowing down. Zhao Lianyun stood at the top of the Immortal Gu House, wind-sweeping building, looking outside, only to see that Black Heaven was covered in darkness. A dark veil was shrouding the surroundings. But there was light. Small specks of blurry lights appeared in Zhao Lianyun's vision. They seemed far away. Black Heaven was huge, or rather, the immemorial 9 heavens were all huge. Every layer of the heavens would have the collective size of the 5 regions. But because of Ren Zhu and his 10 children, only Black Heaven and White Heaven were left now. We finally got past the heavenly Wen Qi wall and entered Black Heaven. This is Black Heaven. It seems peaceful. The surrounding Gu Immortals started conversing. There were more people on this floor than Zhao Lianyun and Bu Jinzi. We entered Black Heaven. Wei Lingyang transmitted to the other 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Right now, the 3 Immortal Gu houses changed their positions again. Edgelink Camp was at the lead, flying in front, while Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building were at its sides respectively, slightly towards the back. The other rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals have never entered Black Heaven before. They did not know the dangers. Wei Lingyang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and Bai Chuntian were very clear about them. The immemorial 9 heavens were usually places only rank 8 Gu Immortals could enter and explore for resources. There were special rank 7 Gu Immortals like Feng Jiu and Chu Du. They could enter, but at a high risk. Regardless of anything else, after entering Black Heaven, the 3 Immortal Gu houses became much slower. Furthermore, the Immortal Gu houses no longer shined brightly. They were gray and dusty, like 3 lifeless rocks. The surrounding Gu Immortals discussions came to a stop. The entirety of this floor and wind-sweeping building went into silence. It was completely silent. The first impression that Black Heaven gave to Zhao Lianyun was that it was really huge. It seems that we were quite lucky. Bai Chintian said, we should remain careful. The journey has just started. Myriad Tidal Dragon kept up his vigilance. Wei Lingyang suddenly said, careful, there is a beast group ahead. The 3 Immortal Gu houses went even slower now. Even with such a strong lineup, the 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were careful and moved with vigilance. Loud sounds soon entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. What are those things? It seems like a group of boars. Many Gu Immortals leaned on the windows, looking outside. Soon, the Immortals gasped in succession. With the power of the Immortal Gu houses, the Gu Immortals could see past the dark veil, noting that a large group of boars were below them. Pigs were flying in the sky. Was it quite funny? No, the Gu Immortals had different feelings. They were all shocked. These are astral wind flying heavenly boars. My goodness, there are so many. It is hard to imagine that each astral wind flying heavenly boar is an ancient desolate beast that has rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. It is rare to see one in the 5 regions, but here there are hundreds. Thankfully, desolate beasts have low intelligence. They do not have the intelligence of humans. The Gu Immortals felt gladness amidst their shock. These astral wind flying heavenly boars were snorting loudly as they flew in the sky. Under the Immortals' gazes, the leading boar king who had the largest body suddenly charged and stomped its feet into the heavenly wind chi wall. Immediately, the astral wind flying heavenly boars behind the boar king did the same. They were agile like flying fish. They had agility incomparable with their boar bodies. They charged into the heavenly wind chi wall. Soon, the large group of astral wind flying heavenly boars vanished from sight. Bu Junzi stood beside Zhao Lianyun, sighing. Nature is wondrous and incredible. Us Gu Immortals have such difficulty passing the heavenly wind chi wall. But for these astral wind flying heavenly boars, it is incredibly easy. The heavenly wind chi wall is like water for fish in the sea. At this time, a voice said, actually, long ago, Gu Immortals of the past had realized this. They eliminated the astral wind flying heavenly boars and used the immortal materials gathered from their bodies to refine Chi Path Immortal Gu. These Chi Path Immortal Gu were useful in helping the Gu Immortals pass the heavenly wind Chi wall. Bu Zhenzi and Zhao Lianyun turned around, only to see a young male Gu Immortal as beautiful as a female. He stood before them quietly, smiling. Bu Zhenzi's eyes shined. He recognized this person. The young male Gu Immortal cupped his fists and greeted. I am Uez from Ancient Soul Sect, greets to Senior Bu Zhenzi, and Spirit Affinity House's current generation Fairy Zhao. Uez, you may have rank 6 cultivation level, but you are extremely talented. Often, rank 7 Gu Immortals would approach you to refine Immortal Gu or research Immortal Gu recipes. You are one of the top rank 6 Gu Immortals. Bu Zhenzi replied with a praising tone, but most importantly, he was explaining this to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun obtained a phantom aperture and placed Love Gu inside. After intense training, she finally joined the circle of Gu Immortals. She was not very familiar with Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Hello, Uez. Zhao Lianyun nodded at the young Gu Immortal before asking, since you said that, why did we not use those Immortal Gu when we passed the heavenly wind Chi wall? Uez laughed. That is because the era where Chi Path was strong is over. Right now, countless Chi Path Gu recipes are lost, and Gu materials used to refine them have gone extinct. Think about it. How many people can enter the immemorial 9 heavens? Almost all Gu Immortals can only explore this place after reaching rank 8. Thus, having such an Immortal Gu has little effect on them to begin with. Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing her understanding. At this time, clamors could be heard from the Immortals by the windows. Zhao Lianyun turned around and looked, only to see that a huge patch of black clouds narrowly moved past wind-sweeping building. Black clouds are very common in Black Heaven. The ones we are seeing are among the smallest in Black Heaven. The real giant black clouds are like floating continents in the sky. Deep within the black clouds, there are terrifying fierce beasts or plants. Uez explained. Even these smallest black clouds took several minutes for the 3 Immortal Gu houses to fly past. Uez was really knowledgeable. He knew many things that even the rank 7 Gu Immortal Bu Zhenzi was unsure of, and could explain them clearly. He answered almost all of Zhao Lianyun's questions. The two conversed more as time passed, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. In the following journey, the 3 Immortal Gu houses encountered several black clouds along the way. These black clouds were not very evident in Black Heaven. Without a strong investigative killer move, one would unknowingly fly into them. The black clouds were like lone islands in the sea. The surface of the black clouds and even the interior were not empty. There were living beings residing there. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were very careful. They did not move their Immortal Gu houses into the black clouds. They would rather take a detour and spend more time to avoid the clouds. But sometimes, even when you avoid trouble, trouble still comes to you. Hissing could be heard as a large group of dark venomous snakes flew out of the black clouds, attacking the 3 Immortal Gu houses. These dark venomous snakes were all desolate beast level, while the king snake was an ancient desolate beast. How can this be? At this distance, we should not be in the territory of the dark venomous snake group. Wei Lingyang was surprised. Fight or retreat? Bai Chintian asked. Wei Lingyang thought about it. Retreat. We should avoid fighting to preserve our battle. Strength. The journey ahead is very long. But retreating won't be easy. These are dark venomous snakes. Inside another Immortal Gu house, myriad tidal dragon transmitted. The dark venomous snakes held grudges. Once they lock onto prey, they would not give up. The 3 Immortal Gu houses flew rapidly, but even after a distance, the dark venomous snake group still trailed behind them. Not only this, more and more dark venomous snakes were emerging from the black clouds. So many snakes. That black cloud is like a snake den. I wonder how our 3 rank 8 lords will deal with this. In my opinion, we should fight. We have 3 Immortal Gu houses after all. That's right, these dark venomous snakes have poison path down marks, and their snake guts are the best immortal material to refine healing Immortal Gu. The Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu houses talk to each other, expressing their views. But the 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals continued to escape. They did not follow their wishes to fight. They continued flying like this. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals tried to avoid as they retreated. In their following journey, they encountered another group of dark venomous snakes. The size was even larger than before. Other than that, they even encountered bear mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were huge like bears. They had terrifying mouths. But most importantly, their numbers were huge, far greater than the dark venomous snakes. The bear mosquito group was very large. On one occasion, the 3 Immortal Gu houses were surrounded by a group of bear mosquitoes. They had to fight. Each bear mosquito had desolate beast battle strength. Tens of thousands of bear mosquitoes attacked at once. What did that mean? It was terrifying. After that battle, the Gu Immortals who wanted to fight all shut up. They realized how dangerous Black Heaven was. Thankfully, they had 3 Immortal Gu houses and the protection of rank 8 Gu Immortals. Otherwise, they would all die under the attacks of the bear mosquitoes. After flying for a while more, they started seeing starlight ahead. Above a black cloud, there was star fragment grass growing with countless insect groups living on top of the grassland. The 3 Immortal Gu houses stopped for the first time. Several Gu Immortals were sent out to harvest the star fragment grass and other resources. Did you all feel it? Wailing Yang transmitted. That's right. This journey in Black Heaven is especially smooth. I have never encountered this when exploring Black Heaven. By Qintian's side, myriad tidal dragon continued. Perhaps the most crucial thing currently in saving Ma Hongyun is Zhao Lianyun's existence. It affects our luck. These clouds in the immemorial 9 heavens normally float randomly. They have no fixed pattern. Even heavens cannot interfere with their movement. Whatever we encounter is up to luck. Wei Lingyang nodded. I think so too. Above the vast sea of clouds, a person was standing still, looking at the clouds move as he remained silent. This person wore an azure gold suit of armor. His beard extended to his chest. He was a muscular man with an old appearance. It was South Desolation Immortal. Yao Huang. Pay respects to Lord South Desolation. A figure emerged. It was Yao tribe's first supreme elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. South Desolation Immortal turned around and said while smiling, "We are both rank 8s. Just treat me as a friend. No need to be so polite." Yao Huang bowed reverently. In terms of cultivation level, Lord South Desolation, you are far beyond me. In terms of seniority, I am a descendant of countless generations below you. How can I be so rude? South Desolation Immortal nodded, sighing. You are good, but it is a pity that our Huang gene bloodline is dwindling. In this huge northern plains, outside of Longevity Heaven, you are the sole rank 8 Gu Immortal that belongs to a Huang gene tribe. Prince Fengxian was a member of Gong tribe, but from South Desolation Immortal's perspective, he was an outsider in terms of bloodline. Back in my generation, there were 4 rank 8s in the Huang gene tribes. One of them was known as the Tiger God. He had incredible might. He was thought highly of by the people and was a potential seed to ascend to rank 9. Unfortunately, he died in Black Heaven. Time is merciless. The Huang gene bloodline is declining every generation. South Desolation Immortal showed deep disappointment in his eyes. Yao Huang could not speak. Yao Huang was not qualified to speak such criticism of the Huang gene bloodline. Only South Desolation Immortal had the right to comment on it. And he was expressing a fact as well. Yao Huang had nothing to retort. It was like this. Northern Plains Huang gene tribes were degrading. They were lacking talents. In contrast, lone and demonic cultivators were rising up with large numbers of geniuses, like Heavenly Lord Baizu, Shudu, and that Lu Guan Yi as well. However, Ancestor Giant Sun had anticipated this situation. South Desolation Immortal suddenly said, causing Yao Huang to feel great shock. Oh, Ancestor Giant Sun lived in the medieval antiquity era. He could predict this future situation? Even though our ancestor cultivated luck path, his wisdom path capabilities were not low at all. Furthermore, luck is uncertainty in essence. Ancestor created luck path. He naturally learned the true meaning of change in this world. After he created 88 True Yang building, he proclaimed that this building was bound to fall one day. When it did, a great era would begin. It was a sign of changing times. South Desolation Immortal added. Yao Huang was shocked. Is that so? What was a great era? It was a great era if an immortal venerable or demon venerable could come into existence. South Desolation Immortal sighed deeply. Ancestor Giant Sun spent a lot of effort and set up many arrangements to help his descendants and preserve strength. He wanted to ensure that they would be part of the wave in this great era's storms and tides. In the worst case, he wanted to ensure that his bloodline would be passed down intact. Yao Huang hesitated. No matter how weak our Huang gene bloodline becomes, we must be able to defend ourselves, at least. Northern Plains is still under our control, and even if we are useless, there is still Longevity Heaven. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Longevity Heaven might be strong, but it is just the immortal aperture of our ancestor. Meanwhile, Heavenly Court has the immortal apertures of 3 immortal venerables, and all of the members of Heavenly Court have contributed their own grotto heavens throughout history. How can Longevity Heaven's foundation compare to Heavenly Court? Like right now, Central Continent came to invade us. They sent 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals and 3 Immortal Gu houses. Does our Huang gene bloodline possess such strength? Yao Huang was tongue-tied. What? Central Continent invaded? South Desolation Immortal did not explain. He said, follow me. Saying this, he flew to the sky. Yao Huang quickly followed after him. The 2 Immortals flew through the heavenly wind chi wall, getting into Black Heaven. Under South Desolation Immortal's lead, Yao Huang headed towards the southeast direction. After flying for a while, Yao Huang was shaken. Black Heaven is such a dangerous place. Even though I explore it often for rank 8 immortal materials, I have never had such a smooth journey without any obstacles before. Don't tell me Lord South Desolation has a map of Black Heaven. But the truth was, maps did not work in the immemorial 9 heavens. The clouds that were in the 9 heavens were constantly changing. Some were in specific locations, but those were rare and few. The Central Continent group had a relatively smooth trip, but they still encountered trouble like the Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar group, the Dark Venomous Snake group, and other problems. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang met with absolutely no issues. They were safe and sound, as if they were strolling in their own garden. All right, this is the place. South Desolation Immortal stopped flying. Yao Huang also slowed down, stopping beside him. He felt a little strange. This place was empty, without a trace of wind. Why was South Desolation Immortal stopping here? At the next moment, South Desolation Immortal answered him with an action. His body shined with golden light, like a fragment of the sun. Yao Huang had to close his eyes in response. Yao Huang's heart jumped. Black Heaven was dark and eerie. This action of creating strong light would attract the attack of countless fierce beasts. Even though he became alert, no beast groups came attacking. Is this really Black Heaven? Yao Huang wondered. A moment later, South Desolation Immortal's immortal killer move was completed. A grand dark gold palace appeared out of nowhere, revealing its majestic appearance. Yao Huang had never expected an Immortal Gu house to be hidden here. But he quickly realized what this palace was. He became extremely agitated as he called out. This is Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Calamity Luck Altar, 88 True Yang Building, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. These were the 3 Immortal Gu houses that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable owned during his life. 88 True Yang Building was placed in Imperial Court Blessed Land by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Calamity Luck Altar was kept in Longevity Heaven, while this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was placed in Black Heaven, hidden for countless years. Ancestor Giant Sun placed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here. There clearly are deep intentions. But what was he planning? Yao Huang continued to guess as South Desolation Immortal turned around to look at him. Follow me. Yao Huang followed South Desolation Immortal, entering Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Both of you have arrived. Inside the hall, there was one person. He sat on a cushion. He was not formed from will. He opened his eyes as lightning flashed in his eyes. Golden radiance shone brightly. Yao Huang saw this and shuddered. Huge waves were churning in his heart. Ancestor Giant Sun. How? The wolf group called out, chasing after the 3 Immortal Gu houses. These wolves had long and slim bodies. They had black eyes, claws, and fangs. They were emitting cold glints of light. Most amazingly, they had no fur on their bodies. They had black and shiny leather armor that were very tough. This was a Night Heavenly Wolf group. The size was huge. There were over 10,000 Night Heavenly Wolves. Each Night Heavenly Wolf was a desolate beast. Wolf Kings were ancient desolate beasts. There was even a Wolf Emperor. It had rank 8 battle strength. We can't escape. We are surrounded. To think that the Wolf Emperor has a wild rank 8 Immortal Gu that can conceal traces. A wolf group of this scale is not seen often in Black Heaven. We actually met one. The 3-rank 8 Gu Immortals conversed rapidly. Wei Lingyang shouted. Charge towards the northwest. Edge Link Camp opened a path in front. Its aura rose as immortal essence was expended rapidly, forming a huge charging horn. Wherever the giant horn went, it pierced into the wolf formation, creating a huge hole as several hundred desolate beast night heavenly wolves died. The Immortal Gu house charged into the wolf group, as Canary Pavilion and wind-sweeping building followed close after it. The huge battle was dangerous and terrifying. The Wolf Emperor attacked during the battle. Its huge hill-like claws sent the Immortal Gu houses flying. Thankfully, each of the Immortal Gu houses had a rank 8 Gu Immortal inside. The 3 Immortal Gu houses could display their might and kill countless wolves. The wolf group's encirclement tactic was at an incredibly profound level. Even though the 3 Immortal Gu houses charged ahead, they could not break out. Eventually, the Wolf Emperor howled and retreated with the other wolves, causing this bloodbath to end. The wolf group had sustained losses that were too huge. The Wolf Emperor did not want to weaken it any further, thus it left. The 3 Immortal Gu houses were extremely damaged. A great number of Gu worms were destroyed, including 3 Immortal Gu. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals also worked up a sweat. They were in difficult conditions. Their immortal essence expenditure was immense. Why is it that the closer we get to northern plains, the harder it becomes? We have already encountered 5 night heavenly wolf groups. We also met dragon crocodiles, ghost spirit foxes. It seems like countless beast groups are trying to kill us. Forget about these beast groups. The most important thing is that we cannot encounter any black-white overturning clouds anymore. That time, this wind-sweeping building almost failed to come back. Let's rest first and fix the Immortal Gu houses. Wei Lingyang said. The 3 Immortal Gu houses had just stopped when countless lights illuminated an enormous surrounding range. It resembled the blooming of countless flowers. The sparks were light red and looked like countless overlapping petals of flowers, but inside the flames, there were dark spots. Oh no, this is a special phenomenon of black heaven. Black lanterns, blind fire nurtures inside them. Do not look at them. Bai Chen Tian shouted as he shut his eyes. But it was too late. Many Gu Immortals only took one look before they lost their sight. Inside the 3 Immortal Gu houses, screaming and shouting could be heard. It was chaotic. Zhao Lianyun was quite lucky. She was facing the interior of the Gu house as she spoke to Yu Yizi. Yu Yizi looked at the blind fire from the black lanterns. Feeling his vision weakening rapidly as it turned blurry, he quickly shut his eyes. He was very knowledgeable, but many Gu Immortals were not. Some were leaning on the windows as they looked around. They saw at least 10,000 blind fires. Their vision turned completely dark, losing the ability to see anything. The 3 Immortal Gu houses quickly escaped hurriedly. Black lanterns did not cause any physical damage. Unlike wind or rain, the Immortal Gu houses charged through them as they quickly left the black lanterns behind. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals counted. At least 3 people permanently lost their sight without any ways to recover. 7 had severely weakened vision. It greatly affected their battle strength, but it could be salvaged at a high price. Some healing Immortal Gu were needed to be sent through Treasure Yellow Heaven. We just left the wolf group and wanted to rest when we encountered black lanterns, while at the center of them. This is too unlucky. Wait, what is that? A swarm of ants were approaching. Each ant was a Gu worm. Nether ant Gu. Nether ants open a path. There has to be a soul beast army of hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Run, quickly run. The 3 Immortal Gu houses had just stopped when they were forced to flee again. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable actually appeared in front of Yao Huang. Yao Huang was overwhelmed with shock. He could not believe it. South Desolation, pay respects to Immortal Venerable. At this time, South Desolation Immortal greeted respectfully. This unfilial descendant greets ancestor. Yao Huang was shaking from excitement. He quickly knelt down on the ground, tears flowing over his face. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Stand up, my main body has already died. I am merely a corpse sitting before you now. Yao Huang raised his head in shock. After inspection, he finally saw that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in front of him was not alive. He was an immortal zombie. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu, all souls in this world could remain in the realm of the living. Since then, zombies appeared. Gradually, when Gu Immortals realized they had insufficient lifespan, they would become immortal zombies. It was their best alternative. Even though Heavenly Court was against it and tried to stop it, they could not resist the desires of humans. More and more immortal zombies showed up in the 5 regions. Ordinary Gu Immortals could become immortal zombies. There was no reason why Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not do the same, right? Thinking of this, Yao Huang's doubts vanished. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie continued to explain. Right now, other than my body, I only have some remnant will left inside this body. But Yao Huang was still very excited. Undeniably, you are the source of our Huang gene bloodline, our common ancestor. As long as you show yourself, all of the Huang gene tribes would end their conflicts and be united as one. The entirety of Northern Plains would belong to us Huang gene tribes again. But Giant Sun Immortal Zombie shook his head. My main body died long ago. I only left a corpse behind. I did not manage to surpass rank 9 and attain eternal life. What is the point of showing myself? I will just be a laughingstock. Furthermore, my body only has one attack left. If I move even slightly, it will fizzle out. Just one attack? Yao Huang was shocked. The admiration and excitement in his eyes did not fade at all. Even if Ancestor can only attack once, it will definitely shake heaven and earth and make the sun and moon pale in comparison. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie laughed. That is naturally the case. But don't count on it. I set luck suppression Heavenly Palace here to defend Northern Plains. But I left this body behind for another reason. I need to return a favor. A favor? Yao Huang was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became an immortal zombie and stayed in luck suppression Heavenly Palace for 300,000 years just to return a favor. Who was it? Who could make a great immortal venerable owe a favor? And this favor was so huge that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to do this? Yao Huang was very confused, but Giant Sun Immortal Zombie did not explain it. He said, right now, Central Continent invaded, but I cannot fight them off. Don't count on me. It all depends on you too. Yao Huang slowly stood up with a solemn expression. Central Continent's Gu Immortals might have a strong lineup, but we have luck suppression Heavenly Palace, myself, and Lord South Desolation. Don't worry, Ancestor. I will defend against these people at all costs. Even if I have to give up my life, I will do so without hesitation. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie looked at Yao Huang before shutting his eyes, returning to an inactive state. At this moment, he seemed to have become a statue. He no longer spoke. Yao Huang did not know why, but South Desolation Immortal patted his shoulder. Come with me. The two immortals left the main hall, going to the hall behind it. Yao Huang was still excited from earlier. Please give me orders, Lord South Desolation. I will do whatever it takes. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It was created by Ancestor Giant Sun personally, using the Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance. Ancestor Giant Sun had great foresight. He placed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here for 300,000 years, suppressing this area until now. Do you know what Heaven and Earth Luck is? Yao Huang was dazed, muttering, Heaven and Earth Luck. South Desolation Immortal did not wait for a response. He smiled. A person has their own luck. A beast has its luck. A blade of grass also has its own luck. Any life form has luck. Other than that, rocks, rivers, they all have luck. And for the entirety of this heaven and earth, there is also heaven luck and earth luck. The Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance deciphers the profundities of heaven and earth, researching them, using them, and changing them. Forget the fact that there are 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals who brought 3 Immortal Gu houses with them. Even if they doubled in numbers, once they came here, they were goners. I did not call you here for you to risk your life. You are the only rank 8 Huang gene bloodline descendant outside of longevity heaven. Huh. Yao Huang was shocked. South Desolation Immortal continued. I have little lifespan left. After surviving for so long, Lifespan Gu stopped working on me. Next, I want you to see how I manipulate this Immortal Gu house and eliminate these Central Continent Gu Immortals. After I die, you will inherit my position as South Desolation. Yao Huang stared with wide-opened eyes, shouting, Lord South Desolation. Wind-sweeping building was silent inside. The black lanterns were like wind, rain, and lightning. They were a unique type of phenomenon in Black Heaven. They were not unprotected, but the black lanterns appeared too suddenly. And most importantly, when they appeared, Canary Pavilion, Wind-sweeping building, and Edgelink Camp were right at the center of countless black lanterns. Normally speaking, when rank 8 Gu Immortals explored Black Heaven, if they saw any black lanterns, they would avoid them from afar. This time, the Central Continent Gu Immortals had just escaped the Night Heavenly Wolf group. They relaxed and did not expect the black lanterns to appear. Thus, many Gu Immortals were heavily injured as a result. At the top of Wind-sweeping building. Father, your eyes. Rank 6 Gu Immortal Shizheng, he had tears in his eyes as he sobbed. His father was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal expert. To think that he was one of the 3 who went blind. When the black lanterns appeared, he was using an investigative killer move to observe the wolf group. His investigative killer move was very useful, but that resulted in him losing his vision instead. It was confirmed that from now on, Shirgu would no longer be able to see. He would be a blind man that could never use his eyes again. But Shirgu was calm. He stretched out his arm, patting Shizheng Yi's head, saying, So what if I lose my sight? I have many methods and countless investigative killer moves. Even if I lose my vision, I can still cultivate and fight. What is the matter? But, Shi Zheng lowered his head and gritted his teeth, almost at the point of crying. My son, don't cry easily. Gu Immortal cultivation is full of dangers. As long as we are still alive, we should continue charging ahead. Don't cry like a weakling. Don't you like listening to stories? Think about those protagonists. How did they live? Shi Gu said softly. Shi Zheng nodded. Father, I understand. Even the rank 7 Gu Immortal expert, Shi Gu, lost his sight from this. Zhao Lianyan looked at this as her heart shook. She felt that this Immortal Gu house, wind-sweeping building, was not so safe after all. But she soon thought of Hong Yun. Hong Yun, wait for me. No matter how dangerous and hard this is, I will find you and rescue you. Zhao Lianyan cheered herself on as determination shone in her eyes. You easy, how are you? Zhao Lianyan asked the young Gu Immortal beside her. This refinement path Gu Immortal had been sitting on the ground with his eyes shut after seeing the black lanterns outside the window. He had been using an immortal killer move to heal himself. Hearing Zhao Lianyan's question, Yu Easy did not stop his immortal killer move. He spoke without opening his eyes. Thankfully, I realized early on and shut my eyes. If I was a bit slower, I would not be able to heal myself. Yu Easy did not speak anymore. He stopped talking. Cold sweat was still remaining on his forehead as he experienced lingering fear. Gradually, the Gu Immortals became silent. Inside the 3 Immortal Gu houses, they were enveloped with a solemn mood. Outside the Immortal Gu house, there were soul howls. It was disturbing to the ears, even if the Immortal Gu house was dampening the effect. Bu Zhenzi looked outside worriedly. Oh no, we are encircled by a soul beast army. Zhao Lianyan heard this and looked outside, only to see countless nether ant Gu surrounding the 3 Immortal Gu houses, like waves of black river currents. Outside, there were countless nether ant Gu, with the figures of soul beasts among them. They were truly a massive army. The shocking thing was that their auras were joined together like a group of mountains. They would be incredibly powerful once they moved, like a tsunami that crashed down with endless might. Not just the size of the soul beast army, but also the fact that there were many ancient and immemorial soul beasts among them. The Gu Immortals could also sense the auras of many wild immortal Gu. 5 immemorial soul beasts. We have just left the Black Lanterns, and now a soul beast army is here. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals conversed secretly. They were having a bad feeling regarding how the situation was developing. Their luck was too bad. It was very suspicious. Wei Lingyang said grimly. It seems that we need to consider the worst-case scenarios in our trip from now on. Damn it. Bai Chun Tian clenched his fists. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu, the door of life and death became much weaker in absorbing souls. Many strong souls are able to stay in this world. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ascended, the world changed in that great era, and soul beasts appeared. Many souls even directly turned into soul beasts. Right now in immemorial Black Heaven, soul beasts are rampant in great numbers. When can we eradicate them and return the world to its rightful form? Soon, Myriad Tidal Dragon added. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, most of the immortal zombies in the world were destroyed. These were Fate escapees that were meant to die. Now that they are dead, the difficulty of refining Fate Immortal Gu lowered drastically. With Granny Sha repairing it now, even without success down marks from infallible blessed land, we are still making huge progress. Wei Lingyang shook his head. Take note, the Soul Beast Army is coming. The matter at hand is to try and escape from the Soul Beast Army. Myriad Tidal Dragon sighed. The best way is to use Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's defensive method, the killer move that pairs with Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Rumors has it that the Gu Immortal who possesses this immortal killer move would not be detected by soul beasts at all. But now, let's use my Dragon Flow escape. But in this case, I need to bring myself and 3 immortal Gu houses with me, along with many Gu Immortals. Once I use this move, I will not be able to fight for the next 3 days. The 3 Immortals discussed and decided to use Myriad Tidal Dragon's method. Dragons roared. Countless flying dragon phantoms appeared in the air, encircling the 3 immortal Gu houses. The white dragon phantoms were like a long river, an uncountable number of dragons made of light, grand and unstoppable, charging forward with the 3 immortal Gu houses. The Soul Beast Army howled, blocking them with multiple layers. But Dragon Flow escape was incredible. By charging relentlessly, an opening was forcibly created as the 3 immortal Gu houses escaped from the dangerous Soul Beast Army. The Soul Beasts moved quickly. The army did not give up. It followed closely behind. Myriad Tidal Dragon did not dare to deactivate Dragon Flow escape. He had to grit his teeth and continue fueling it. Both sides chased for 6 hours, until the Soul Beast Army gave up. Its attention was drawn to a group of dark venomous snakes. I'm spent. I need to rest for 7 days before I can do anything again. It will depend on the rest of you now. Myriad Tidal Dragon had a pale expression, his face turned white, his originally vigorous eyes were filled with traces of blood, like he was completely exhausted beyond his limits. After stopping the killer move Dragon Flow escape, Myriad Tidal Dragon fell backwards as he sank into deep sleep. His eyes were shut as he snored. His snore was special. It sounded like the roaring of dragons. As he slept, a thick fog appeared around his body. The thick fog started to form into a cocoon, too. Hours later, the cocoon thickened and turned into a pale white dragon egg. We are free from those soul beasts. It was really dangerous. The killer move earlier seemed to be from one of the 3 rank 8 great experts, Lord Myriad Tidal Dragon's method. It was truly grand and majestic. I was completely in awe. Inside the 3 Immortal Gu houses, the Gu Immortals were cheering and praising. But Bai Chun Tian and Wei Ling Yang had grim expressions. Myriad Tidal Dragon had fallen into deep sleep. They had lost one of their 3 rank 8s, but the journey was still around half done. The 3 Immortal Gu houses slowed down as the Gu Immortals inside tried to repair the Immortal Gu houses. In the next 2 hours, the Central Continent Gu Immortals encountered several ghost spirit fox groups and bear mosquito groups. They either retreated or fought, using the might of the Immortal Gu houses to move forward. Bai Chun Tian's heart suddenly shook. His lips curled into a smile as he said, Lord Wei Ling Yang, I found a huge field of heaven-attached fungi 3,000 li away from here. Is that so? Wei Ling Yang let out a breath of air. Then we will rest there. The 3 Immortal Gu houses turned around and flew away. In a while, all 3 Immortal Gu houses landed on the surface of the heaven-attached fungi. Where is this? Are we safe? Zhao Lianyun looked outside in shock, especially when she saw her Gu Immortal companions leaving the Immortal Gu house to move freely on the heaven-attached fungi. Yu Yizi smiled as he explained. The immemorial 9 heavens have their own special points. Like the Black Lantern phenomenon, it is unique to Black Heaven. But in the 9 heavens, there are some common aspects, like the astral wind flying heavenly boar, or this heaven-attached fungi. This fungi only grows in the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven-attached fungi is a rank 6 immortal material. Most importantly, it has to grow on its own without any foreign Tao marks. Other life forms, and even rocks cannot exist here. Thus, once we see a field of heaven-attached fungi, we know it is a safe place to rest at. Alright, I have to go out now and collect some heaven-attached fungi. This is a rare opportunity. Yu Yizi quickly left Wind-Sweeping Building. Zhao Lianyun had no interest in the heaven-attached fungi. She had just become a Gu Immortal. It had been too little time. She did not know the importance of cultivation resources. She was only thinking of how to save her lover Ma Hongyun. A moment later, there were no Gu Immortals left in Wind-Sweeping Building. Are you not going to collect some heaven-attached fungi? Zhao Lianyun looked at Bu Zhenzi, asking this. Bu Zhenzi smiled. The sect ordered me to protect you. I will not leave you for even a second. Zhao Lianyun was understanding towards this. Then I will go down as well. Bu Zhenzi shook his head. Thank you for the thought, but even if we are standing on the heaven-attached fungi, I will not pick them. That would only distract me. If anything happens, it will be too late to regret it. Zhao Lianyun heard this and felt warmth in her heart. She said softly, Thank you. Bu Zhenzi shook his head. No need to be so polite. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. My duty is to protect you. Zhao Lianyun sighed, leaning on the window as she said gloomily. To think that Black Heaven is so dangerous, but there is such a safe place here. It shows that heaven always leaves a way out. We will definitely succeed in this trip. Right. Bu Zhenzi did not hesitate. He answered, Of course. But he suddenly dragged out his words in a strange tone. At the same time, Zhao Lianyun saw that there was some starlight shining far away. This was not the blind fire from black lanterns. Of course, the color was different. This blue starlight resembled countless diamonds embedded on black silk. It was distant and unforgettable. Zhao Lianyun squinted as she sighed. So beautiful. Very dangerous. According to the records, this size. Bu Zhenzi turned pale. He said in a trembling tone. Zhao Lianyun became alert. What? She had just asked when the warning and orders of rank 8 Gu Immortal by Qin Tian came. Outside the Immortal Gu house, Gu Immortals were rushing back in a panic. Wei Ling Yang's gaze was like an eagle. He looked at the approaching starlight with a grim expression. What a huge star cloud storm. Millions upon millions of stars were flying now. Some shooting stars had long trails left in the night sky, among which were huge stars. Some were island-sized, while some were as large as a piece of land. Between stars, there were countless starlight specks, like the weaving of a web of lightning. The star cloud storm was a phenomenon unique to immemorial blue heaven, but due to historical reasons, Immemorial blue heaven shattered, and large numbers of stars fell into immemorial black heaven. Thus, there were star cloud storms in black heaven as well. This is the first time I am seeing a star cloud storm of this scale. Bai Chun Tian had an ugly expression. Now it seems, this heaven-attached fungi field was a trap to lure us to rest here. Chapter 1245. Watching a meteor shower with you. The star cloud storm's range was too huge. It was fast and powerful. The 3 Immortal Gu houses from Central Continent could not escape from it. The stars flew over endlessly. Lightning clouds were rumbling as starlight shot out continuously. It was a magnificent sight, but one could only feel weak and helpless, expressing nothing but shock at this. I will charge ahead with Edge Link Camp. The rest of you follow me. At the crucial moment, Wei Lingyang decided this. The 3 Immortal Gu houses flew towards the star cloud storm. The huge Immortal Gu houses were like tiny ants in front of the star cloud storm. Heaven and earth was growling loudly. The star cloud storm was like a prehistoric whale, swallowing the 3 Central Continent Immortal Gu houses easily. The 3 Immortal Gu houses were unable to satisfy the appetite of this star cloud storm. Rumble. Wind-sweeping building was shaking intensely. Zhao Lianyan could not stand stably. She fell to the ground. Outside the window, countless glaring starlight specks were shining in, turning the entirety of wind-sweeping building blue. Zhao Lianyan felt like she was on a plank in a stormy sea. She was enduring the might of the tides and strikes of lightning. Her mouth was dry. She was scared. Even with Gu immortal battle strength, she could not resolve this problem. She could only rely on the Immortal Gu houses, on the 3 rank 8 great experts. Zhao Lianyan did not know that among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, Myriad Tidal Dragon was sleeping now. Thankfully, wind-sweeping building was under Bai Chun Tian's control. The situation was better than Canary Pavilion. But even so, Bai Chun Tian was covered in sweat. He was concentrating and did not dare to relax his mind. He moved wind-sweeping building and traveled in the star cloud storm, continuously avoiding the huge stars. These stars moved quickly. If wind-sweeping building crashed into them, it would suffer huge damage. Even though wind-sweeping building was an Immortal Gu house and would not break apart from just a few stars, in this situation, once wind-sweeping building loses control of its movement, it would slow down and be hit by endless number of stars. If that happened, it would be destroyed inside this star cloud storm. Everyone would die. Gu immortals are powerful, and Immortal Gu houses are useful, but against the might of heaven and earth, we are still minuscule and insignificant. Bai Chun Tian gritted his teeth. Oh no. He could not react in time. Wind-sweeping building finally got hit. A hill-like star crashed into wind-sweeping building with the ferocity of a storm. Wind-sweeping building's entire size was less than 10% of the star. But it was an Immortal Gu house. It was sturdy. It was the star which shattered instead of wind-sweeping building. But the impact of the star's collision sent wind-sweeping building flying far away through brute force. The 3 Immortal Gu houses were working together and flying alongside each other earlier. But now, the other 2 Immortal Gu houses dodged the star, while wind-sweeping building was pushed away from the group. Bai Chun, quick! Wei Lingyang's voice could be heard. But in this star cloud storm, fragments were everywhere. The uncountable number of star path Dao marks were disrupting the information path communication method of Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian. Bai Chun Tian could only hear a short and incomplete message. But he knew what Wei Lingyang wanted to say. Wei Lingyang wanted him to try and catch up with them. In the star cloud storm, Wei Lingyang could not stay behind or even have any strength to reinforce Bai Chun Tian. Because around him, Canary Pavilion also needed to be taken care of. Bai Chun Tian had to rely on himself. Let's do it. Bai Chun Tian shouted. His eyes shone with endless brilliance. His rank 8 aura surged like a tornado. Wind-sweeping building shone with a jade-green light, which quickly turned into fierce winds. Rapidly, the winds moved and howled shrilly. These deep green-colored winds joined together, forming into a strong and sturdy tornado pillar. Immortal Gu house wind-sweeping building stabilized. The surrounding stars were all pushed away by the wind pillar. This is wind-sweeping building's strongest method. Xies was roused. His eyes shone with light as he said excitedly. Wind-sweeping building was at the center of the wind pillar. It was completely peaceful here, as if they had left the terrible tsunami and landed on a shore. The Gu immortals inside wind-sweeping building erupted into cheers. Zhao Lianyan had just crawled up from the floor when a huge star crashed into the tornado wind pillar before breaking in and assaulting wind-sweeping building. At the crucial moment, Bai Chun Tian had a timely response. He controlled wind-sweeping building and lowered their altitude. This huge star grazed past wind-sweeping building. Some Gu immortals by the window could see that at the moment near collision, the star had countless holes on the surface. They could be seen due to the close proximity. The Gu immortals who were normally graceful and elegant screamed again. They were like mortals who were experiencing natural disasters. Wind-sweeping building moved with difficulty inside the star cloud storm. Even though this Immortal Gu house used its strongest method against the star cloud storm, it was not enough. Some huge stars approached forcefully, directly crashing into the tornado wind pillar. And between the stars, there was a chaotic magnetic field. These fields repelled, attracted, and crushed wind-sweeping building. Wind-sweeping building had to dodge those stars while under the might of these magnetic fields. Thankfully, it was the rank 8 Gu Immortal by Chun Tian holding the fort. Any rank 7 Gu Immortal would falter for sure. However, even Bai Chun Tian was covered in sweat. His rank 8 Immortal essence was rapidly expended. His expenditure far surpassed any battle he had ever had. This will not do. This star cloud storm is too huge. I do not know when I can escape. Bai Chun Tian had a thought as he ordered for the Gu Immortals to send their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The Gu Immortals quickly contributed their efforts, including Zhao Linyun. She had a phantom aperture, but she had refined immortal essence stones before and accumulated some immortal essence. Boom, boom, boom. From time to time, huge stars would crash into the wind pillar. Most would be dodged by wind-sweeping building, but some still hit. The magnetic fields were everywhere, like a cruel giant toying around with wind-sweeping building. Inside the Immortal Gu house, the Gu Immortals did not speak. They were infusing their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building wholeheartedly. The atmosphere was tense. Every time a giant star crashed, many Gu Immortals' bodies shook. Zhao Linyun's heart was in trepidation. She had never been faced with such danger. She would not be surprised if she died at the next moment. Hong Yun, Hong Yun. She thought of Ma Hong Yun's name. Each time she mentally muttered it, her heart returned to peace slightly. After countless times, Zhao Linyun's mental state became completely peaceful. Hong Yun, you had once risked your life for me, do you know? I am doing the same now. Even if I die here, I have no regrets. I am coming to save you. When I meet you, I will tell you that the starlight here is very fierce and dangerous beyond your imagination. It is not romantic at all. In a daze, Zhao Linyun recalled the past. At that time, Zhao Linyun's father had died in the battlefield. She was all alone, forced to marry someone else. She had to rely on Ma Hong Yun. On a small mount. It was night time. Ma Hong Yun was lying on the grassland with her. Lady Xiao Yun, quickly look, it's a meteor shower. Ma Hong Yun pointed at the sky as he shouted. Boring, you brought me here to see this? Zhao Linyun rolled her eyes. What is so nice about this? Guh. Ma Hong Yun scratched his head. I don't find it nice either, but they said that to make a girl happy, I need to watch a meteor shower with her. At this time, in northern plains, we can often see meteor showers at night. Zhao Linyun mentally sighed, thinking, I am so old already. I am afraid only young girls would like this. Wait a minute. My body is still young. I am still a young girl. At this time, Ma Hong Yun asked, Lady Xiao Yun, after looking at this meteor shower, has your mood improved? Zhao Linyun mentally sighed once again. She said in a coaxing tone, I am much better now. I am so happy. Look, this meteor shower is so beautiful, huh? Ma Hong Yun's body shook. He quickly waved his hand. Lady Xiao Yun, don't say that. I am getting goosebumps. Zhao Linyun stood up in an instant, stomping at Ma Hong Yun. Learning how to woo women out of all things, and you want to flirt with me? You are actually flirting with me. Ma Hong Yun was screaming out in pain from getting kicked, shouting, Lady Xiao Yun, stop it. What is flirting? I have done no such thing. If I did something wrong, I will change it, okay? Stop kicking me. Zhao Linyun ignored him as Ma Hong Yun rolled around from getting kicked. Eventually, Zhao Linyun worked up a sweat. She placed her arms at her waist as she looked at the scurrying Ma Hong Yun, laughing smugly. Ma Hong Yun heard her laughter and thought, Lady Xiao Yun is finally laughing. As expected, the meteor shower made her mood better. Gasp, but it is so painful for me. Her memories flashed right before Zhao Linyun's eyes. Unknowingly, Zhao Linyun had started smiling. Hong Yun, after I save you, I will kick you countless times to celebrate it. Zhao Linyun thought. Right at this time, Love Gu inside her phantom aperture actually emitted a profound aura on its own. The aura was colorless and formless. It spread rapidly. Ordinary Gu Immortals could not sense it, but Bai Chun Tian's body shook. His eyes shone with brilliance. He subconsciously thought, is this the power of Love Gu? Every moment in the star cloud storm was hard to endure. After a long time, a certain Gu Immortal in wind-sweeping building realized something, saying, Everyone, for some time already, there have been no stars crashing at us. As he said that, the tornado pillars surrounding wind-sweeping building vanished instantly. The Immortals saw that in the calm, dark night, far away, the star cloud storm was moving away with imposing might. Wind-sweeping building was silent for a moment before exploding with cheers. We made it. So close. Even with an Immortal Gu house defending us, being an immemorial black heaven still poses a danger of dying. Thanks to Lord Bai Chen Tian, otherwise, we would have died in this star cloud storm. The Gu Immortals talked with great joy. Bai Chen Tian had a hazy gaze, he thought. We were able to escape the star cloud storm all thanks to Zhao Lianyun's love, Immortal Gu. At the crucial moment, Love Gu emitted an aura that led Bai Chen Tian towards the correct direction. Bai Chen Tian controlled wind-sweeping building. He followed this direction and quickly escaped from the star cloud storm. And within the star cloud storm, star path Dao marks were filling the area. With conflicting Dao marks, Bai Chen Tian's methods were very ineffective. Bai Chen Tian's expression was still gloomy. We have already escaped danger, but Wei Lingyang does not have Love Gu. I wonder if they are still struggling inside the star cloud storm. After losing contact with the other two Immortal Gu houses, Bai Chen Tian did not continue on his journey. He moved around the area, searching for them. Thankfully, half a day later, he successfully contacted Wei Lingyang. Wei Lingyang led Canary Pavilion and charged through the star cloud storm with difficulty. They had left the star cloud storm after Bai Chen Tian, but unfortunately, they were ambushed by a Sky Chief Beast group. After being informed of this, Bai Chen Tian manipulated wind-sweeping building, bringing the Gu Immortals with him to rescue them. After getting to the ambush site, the Gu Immortals saw Canary Pavilion and Edge Link Camp. They gasped loudly. These two Immortal Gu houses were surrounded by Sky Chief Beasts. Sky Chief Beasts lived in basically all of the immemorial 9 heavens. Each Sky Chief Beast was at least a mutated Beast King. They were on par with ordinary Beast Emperors. And the kings of each Sky Chief Beast group were desolate beast level. Beast Emperors among them were at least ancient desolate beasts. Within this Sky Chief Beast group, there were 100 ancient Sky Chiefs, and over 1,000 desolate beast Sky Chiefs. The remaining Sky Chief Beasts were overwhelming in number. They were uncountable. Edge Link Camp and Canary Pavilion were at the center, surrounded by countless Sky Chiefs. Even though they defended themselves, they were heavily damaged and were in great danger. Bai Chen Tian could not waste any more time. He charged ahead with wind-sweeping building. At this time, both sides could communicate again. Wei Lingyang immediately moved Edge Link Camp towards Canary Pavilion and Wei Lingyang, cooperating with them to break out of the encirclement. The Sky Chief Beast group roared loudly. The sound waves were like a tsunami. It was shocking. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. Countless immortal killer moves were sent out like fireworks, displayed among the Sky Chief Beast group. The Sky Chief Beast group died in batches after batches, but they were quickly replaced with even more beasts. The Sky Chief Beast group was too huge. It did not mind such losses. And those desolate beast Sky Chiefs and ancient Sky Chiefs could last much longer in battle. During this time, Edge Link Camp suddenly burst with strength. Silhouettes of sharp horns were formed, shooting out in all directions. This was an incredibly strong attack in which even desolate beast Sky Chiefs would be unable to withstand. Even ancient Sky Chiefs did not dare to take the attacks head-on. Wind-sweeping building created a jade wind pillar. Again, as Canary Pavilion emitted the cries of 1,000 birds. The 3 Immortal Gu houses worked together, opening a path within the Sky Chief Beast group and meeting at the convergent point. Next, the 3 Immortal Gu houses turned around and fled. In a few minutes, they were free from the pursuit of the Sky Chief Beast group. The situation is horrible. Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang communicated in a grim tone. The 3 Immortal Gu houses are heavily damaged. Half of Canary Pavilion is completely unstable now. We need to rest and recover. Myriad Tidal Dragon is unconscious, and my immortal essence has already been depleted by more than half. Immortal essence affected the Gu Immortals' battle strength to a great extent. Bai Chen Tian used more than half of his immortal essence, so did Wei Lingyang. Even though Immortal Gu houses were powerful, they consumed a lot of immortal essence. This was why Fang Yuan had never planned to construct any Immortal Gu houses. Even though he knew most of graceful chaotic dual stages composition, of course, he forgot a portion, and also the entirety of Sacred Feather City structure. But he did not have Giant Sun's immortal essence anymore. With his own immortal essence, he could not sustain the use of an Immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses used too much immortal essence. Only rank 8 Gu Immortals could sustain the consumption alone. Rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals had to work together to display their might fully. Most importantly, the Central Continent Gu Immortals still had half the journey left. It seems we can only use Spaceless Tunnel now, Wei Lingyang said grimly. Bai Chen Tian was stunned before nodding, agreeing. That is the only way to cross half of the distance and reach our destination. The 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals were determined figures. The greater the setbacks, the greater their fighting spirit. They had never thought of retreating. And their encounters might not have been expected, But Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Fairy Ziwei had already prepared other plans for them in advance. Spaceless Tunnel was one of them. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Through this rank 8 Immortal Gu house, the experiences of Central Continent's 3 Immortal Gu houses could be seen by Yao Huang. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace affects the luck of heaven and earth. All that happens within immemorial Black Heaven, the direction where the lightning storms go, cannot be affected by even heaven's will. But Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace can interfere with it. This is an invincible defense. With this palace, who can invade northern plains? Yao Huang was extremely excited. His tone was heated, and he had great admiration towards Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Yao Huang looked at South Desolation Immortal, saying, Lord, I finally understand why you are so calm now. With Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here, nobody can think of invading northern plains. South Desolation Immortal laughed. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been stationed here for 300,000 years. What does that mean? It has already deeply affected immemorial Black Heaven. Even immemorial White Heaven has been influenced. This is the supreme power of heaven and earth luck. Yao Huang thought of Fang Yuan, saying, Heaven and earth luck is so incredible, then all living beings' luck cannot be lacking in comparison. But now, fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu's user is an old ancestor Shui Hu's hands. Yao Huang had no other options against old ancestor Shui Hu, but South Desolation Immortal was different. Especially when Yao Huang saw the power of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and the sorry states of these 3 Central Continent Immortal Gu houses. Thus he was moved and wanted to incite South Desolation Immortal to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. But South Desolation Immortal shook his head and smiled. Fang Yuan has our Huang gene bloodline, and is a descendant of ancestor Giant Sun. There is no problem with him getting fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. It will not be easy for old ancestor Shui Hu to snatch it away. Yao Huang was worried. That old ancestor Shui Hu has already been refining it for so long. With just fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu's power, can it really make the refinement fail? South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Of course not. Even though fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu has quasi-rank 9 power, it cannot resist the rank 8 Gu Immortal old ancestor Shui Hu. Furthermore, he has the aid of Lady Wan Shou, one of the 4 great refinement path experts in Northern Plains. Do you think my longevity heaven has done nothing? We will not let fortune rivaling heaven end up in the hands of others. We made our arrangements long ago. If old ancestor Shui Hu cannot find them, he will not succeed in this refinement. Yao Huang realized that longevity heaven had taken action long ago, but its method was too impressive. Everyone was deceived. Even Shui Hu and Wan Shou could not notice. Amazing, truly amazing. Compared to longevity heaven, even old ancestor Shui Hu was toyed in our palms. Yao Huang was truly impressed in his heart. His gaze towards South Desolation Immortal changed again. He felt that South Desolation Immortal was unfathomable. He truly had the demeanor of a senior. But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's expression changed suddenly. South Desolation Immortal was confused. He called out, What happened? These Central Continent Gu Immortals vanished all of a sudden. Chapter 1247. Waterpath Grandmaster this. Where are we? Zhao Lianyan looked outside, expressing shock on her face. But this time, even the knowledgeable Yu could not answer her. Bu Zhenzi, who was in charge of Zhao Lianyan's safety, said in an uncertain tone, This unique phenomenon, is it Spaceless Tunnel? The 3 Immortal Gu houses from Central Continent, Canary Pavilion, Edgelink Camp, and Wind Sweeping Building, were moving inside a huge tunnel. This tunnel was blue in color, with rainbow-colored threads that extended forward in the path. These rainbow-colored threads were lined around the blue tunnel walls. They were dazzling and beautiful. What is Spaceless Tunnel? Yu asked. Bu Zhenzi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a complex gaze. You should be familiar with it? Me? Zhao Lianyun was confused. She did not know why Bu Zhenzi would say this. Bu Zhenzi sighed, saying, Because Spaceless Tunnel is a unique immortal killer move created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Southern Border, Super Gu Formation. Inside the dream, this disciple greets Master. Fang Yuan knelt on the ground, paying respects to the female Gu Immortal in front of him. The female Immortal gave a murmur of acknowledgement before saying, I am Jing Miaozi. I cultivate water path. Even though you are my descendant, whether you can cultivate my water path will depend on your understanding and aptitude. Pass this test, and you will become my true disciple. Please tell me, Master. Fang Yuan said respectfully. The female Immortal waved her sleeve, and the dream realm changed. Fang Yuan was standing in front of a jade pool. This jade pool was extremely green and calm, like a huge piece of jade. A rumbling river is water. The sea is water. The calm jade pool is also water. Water path is deep and profound. I personally cultivate the path of calm water. Step into the pool, and the moment you can stand on top of it without using any Gu worms, I will accept you as my disciple." Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes. He was hearing this for the first time. He said, "Master, if I do not use Gu worms, I will be like a mortal. How can a mortal body stand on top of the water surface? That is your problem." The female immortal waved her sleeve, vanishing in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. He walked around the jade pool. After several rounds, he stepped into it. Plop! With a soft sound, he fell into the water directly. He quickly climbed up the edge of the pool. He was completely soaked. It was a sorry sight. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He hesitated before using the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. But this time, the all-powerful Unravel Dream did nothing. There were no changes. Fang Yuan sighed internally. It was useless indeed, sigh. This is problematic. Not long ago, Fang Yuan's luck path attainment level had risen. He could easily raise Qi luck sensation to a new level. Therefore, the location of Ying Wu Xie and gang was exposed. They were in southern border. Fang Yuan realized this and started to make preparations, raising his strength and borrowing Immortal Gu from Wu Clan. However, he met with a problem when he wanted to leave. If Fang Yuan left, Wu Clan would have no rank 7 Gu Immortals holding the fort at the Super Gu formation. With Wu Clan initiating the Immortal opportunity business, the situation was quite severe. Without any experts around, the other clans could easily find trouble with them. Wu Yong agreed readily to lend Fang Yuan Wu Clan's Immortal Gu, but he did not agree to the matter of leaving. Wu Clan had many Gu Immortals and had a huge force, but their territory was too big. They needed a lot of manpower. They had few Gu Immortals, causing them to be short on people. Some jobs could not be transferred easily, like Fang Yuan's role of defending the Super Gu formation. Not many people in Wu Clan could do it. Even if they had strength, their political abilities were a concern as well. Fang Yuan gave the request of leaving. His assigned position, Wu Yong felt a deep headache, but Fang Yuan was insistent on it. Wu Yong had to relent and change the roles of the other Gu Immortals. But this matter had huge implications on the others. Wu Yong said that a lot of time was needed. Fang Yuan had to wait. But in the process of waiting, Fang Yuan encountered a superb dream realm. There were all sorts of dream realms that were constantly changing. There were realistic dream realms and also strange ones. Fang Yuan would normally choose realistic dream realms to explore. The strange dream realms were hard to decipher. Fang Yuan did not want to take unnecessary risks. According to historical records, Jing Miaozi was a disciple of Shui Ni. This dream realm's owner is the disciple of Jing Miaozi, her true disciple. That can only be one person, the water path great expert famous in history, Sea Calming Lord. In Central Continent's history, there was an immemorial desolate beast that caused falling heavenly river to change directions, resulting in a tsunami that swept the lands. Central Continent's central area was flooded, and the tsunami to the east was overwhelming. Back then, Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Sea Calming Lord stood up and used several immortal killer moves to return falling heavenly river to its rightful direction. The sea level returned to normal. He had incredible methods. My killer move Unravel Dream is usually effective, but it had no effect here. No wonder, no wonder. This was not the first time Fang Yuan was using Unravel Dream. But this time, even after using it several times, the dream realm was unmoved. Fang Yuan thought about it. Most likely, this dream realm was too powerful. Killer move Unravel Dream only used a rank 6 core Immortal Gu. It could not unravel this dream. The strength of a dream realm was not closely related to the crucial person in the dream realm. For example, Fang Yuan had once explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. He used Unravel Dream there and achieved great success. But now, Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream could not unravel Sea Calming Lord's dream realm. Sea Calming Lord was only rank 8. He could not match star constellation Immortal Venerable. But the strength of the dream realm was not closely related to their cultivation level or strength during their lifetime. As for what relationship there was, Fang Yuan had no idea. Don't forget, in the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was not adept at exploring dream realms either. His main focus was on his blood path cultivation. Fang Yuan did not study dream realms deeply, but he knew something. The stronger the dream realm, the greater the benefits after exploring it. Remembering this, Fang Yuan's interest in this dream realm rose again. Wu Clan has not redistributed the roles yet. I want to borrow Immortal Gu, but Wu Yong would not let me have them until he finishes the new role distribution. In that case, for this period of time, I should research in this dream realm. In the following days, Fang Yuan calmed down and went to explore the dream realm again, allowing him to stand on the surface of the water without using any Gu worms. On the surface, this seemed impossible, because without using any Gu worms, the Gu Master was no different from Immortal. Of course, this was different from fortune rivaling heaven. or Blackboard Gu, which carved Dao marks onto the Gu Master's body. There are water path Gu worms like water-walking Gu. They can allow the Gu Master to carve water path Dao marks on their feet and allow them to run freely on the water surface. But this has nothing to do with the Dream Realm's task. This Dream Realm did not allow the use of water-walking Gu. Even if it could be used, Fang Yuan would not use it, because he knew that this problem was not about the task at hand, but himself instead. As for solutions like freezing the surface of the water and standing on it, they were ideas that dodged the question. They did not target the true essence of this problem. Like what Jing Miaozi had said, she is testing my aptitude. This is a realistic dream realm. See, Calming Lord must have passed it. There is no reason that I cannot. After all, my water path attainment level is at Quasi-Grandmaster. Fang Yuan continued to try. He had fallen into the pool many times. If ordinary mortals ended up in this dream realm and fell into the water once, their souls would dissipate on the spot. For Gu Immortals, falling inside several times would weaken their souls to a great extent. Fang Yuan's soul foundation was deep. Every time he entered the dream realm, he could fall into the water 17 to 18 times before his soul reached its limit. At this time, Fang Yuan would use Guts Gu to heal himself. Guts Gu was Immortal Gu, but it originated from a secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. It was very effective. Fang Yuan had such a strong aid. He continued to work hard and started to have a feeling. This feeling could not be expressed with words. It was mystical. Fang Yuan tried again. When he stepped onto the water surface again, plop, he fell into the water again without doubt. When he climbed ashore, he saw his master Jing Miaozi standing by the pool, looking at him. Jing Miaozi spoke furiously. What aptitude is this? Such a simple test, but you still can't pass it until now. You are not fit to be my disciple. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. No, master, I did it. Like what you said, I have to stand on the water surface without sinking. I have already done it. Jing Miaozi smiled from extreme anger. She pointed at the water on Fang Yuan's body. Then what is this? Fang Yuan shook his head. This is nothing. The pool of water in my heart is calm and unmoving. I am already standing on it. Looking down, I can see my own reflection on the clear water surface. Jing Miaozi's anger and smile vanished gradually. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply, nodding as she said plainly, "Not bad. From today onwards, you are my official true disciple." At the next moment, the entire dream realm vanished. Fang Yuan returned to reality. This dream realm only has one scene. Fang Yuan was shocked. But soon, his shock turned into extreme joy. Wonderful, my water path attainment finally reached Grandmaster level. Earlier, Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was at Quasi-Grandmaster level. He seemed close to Grandmaster, but he was actually still very far from reaching Grandmaster. But now, this distance was passed as Fang Yuan became a true water path Grandmaster. Succeeding transformation path, strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path, Fang Yuan had finally become a Grandmaster of a sixth path. Chapter 1248. Ying Xies Objective Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Not here. Not here either. So strange. Why did these Central Continent Gu Immortals vanish without a trace? South Desolation Immortal was no longer as composed. His calm smile vanished. Sweat was covering his forehead. He continued to manipulate Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, inspecting everywhere, but he could not deduce the location of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Yao Huang was also dazed. He asked quickly, "Lord South Desolation, do I need to do anything?" At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Zombie's voice resounded. "This is Spaceless Tunnel." South Desolation Immortal was even more shocked now. Central Continent's Gu Immortals possessed this immortal killer move of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but Giant Sun Immortal Zombie denied it. No, they are just using the Spaceless Tunnel left behind by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Spaceless Tunnel, a space path immortal killer move. In the past, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had roamed the entire world to look for a way to return home. Undeniably, he was the Venerable who had traveled the most in this world compared to the others. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had covered almost every area in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable felt that a person was too small, and the Gu Master world was too big. Thus he created Spaceless Tunnel. This immortal killer move could shorten his traveling distance greatly and hasten his exploration speed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had gone missing long ago without a trace, but portions of his Spaceless Tunnel killer move left behind in the 5 regions and 2 heavens were still in existence even now. They seemed to be able to last forever. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had never stopped researching Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Because Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was different from the other Venerables. He was an otherworldly demon. From this point, Heavenly Court would not ignore him. Spirit Affinity House possessed a thieving heaven true inheritance. They let Zhao Lianyun inherit it. This was a fruit of Heavenly Court's research regarding thieving heaven demon venerable. When Central Continent's Gu Immortals found this spaceless tunnel, they could use a corresponding method and shorten their travel distance. Then where does this spaceless tunnel lead to? South Desolation Immortal reacted, realizing the key to this problem. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie answered. I cannot find out either. This is the work of thieving heaven demon venerable after all. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still alive, he had suffered a loss in a thieving heaven demon venerable inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the creator of Luck Path, but against thieving heaven demon venerable, he did not have any strong methods to deal with his arrangements. South Desolation Immortal was silent. Yao Huang was stunned. What could they do? Giant Sun Immortal Zombie answered. Since they used the spaceless tunnel, we only need to wait for them to reappear. Yao Huang asked. This means that Central Continent's Gu Immortals can appear at any place? If they appear in Northern Plains directly, what should we do? Central Continent's Gu Immortals were in a distressed state and lost a lot of their battle strength, but they were still very powerful. 3 Immortal Gu houses and 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, along with many rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals, as well as the rank 9 Love Gu. If this lineup appeared in the base of any Superforce Huangjin tribe, the ones to lose would definitely be the Huangjin tribe. If these Central Continent Gu Immortals appeared in my Yao tribe, thinking of this, Yao Huang felt uneasy. Please guide us, Ancestor. South Desolation Immortal sought help. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie chuckled. My descendants have their own fortune. Fortune and disaster coexist. They can be interchanged. This is Northern Plains calamity, but it can be turned into Northern Plains blessing. My main body died long ago. This is not my era. Go and work hard for the future, regardless of failure or success. Turning the calamity into a blessing, that will depend on your actions. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie said that before returning to silence again. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang looked at each other helplessly. Southern Border, Super Gu Formation. Fang Yuan was holding an ordinary Gu material. He casually threw this Gu material into the stove. The flame in the stove was burning, but it was emitting coldness instead. The fire inside the stove was very special. It was not orange, it was pale white and blue. This was a cold flame. Soon after, the cold flame extinguished all of a sudden, leaving no traces behind. From the stove, a Gu worm flew out. This Gu worm looked like a mosquito larva. It was thin and brown with a little green inside. It was wide and big. When it floated towards Fang Yuan, its body retracted and expanded. It was quite special. This was a strength path Gu worm, obviously Immortal Gu. But its name was Pulling Water. This made it a little special. Fang Yuan already had Pulling Water. It was a rank 6 strength path Immortal Gu. But this one was a strength path Mortal Gu. Pulling Water Gu could emit a mysterious power to allow the Gu Master to manipulate water currents like rivers and streams. This Pulling Water Mortal Gu's effect was naturally far below the rank 6 Pulling Water Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Why? Firstly, Immortal Gu were unique. If Fang Yuan used 2 Immortal killer moves that needed Pulling Water Immortal Gu at the same time, what would happen? With Mortal Pulling Water Gu, Fang Yuan could use a great number of Mortal Gu to temporarily replace Pulling Water Immortal Gu in the killer move. Thus, even though a Gu Immortal may have the Immortal Gu version of a certain Gu, that did not mean they did not need the Mortal version as well. Secondly, Fang Yuan's attempt succeeded because his Water Path Attainment had reached Grandmaster level. Pulling Water Gu might be a Strength Path Gu worm, but it was also related to Water Path. All along, even though Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Grandmaster, he could not deduce the recipe of Pulling Water Mortal Gu. Now that his Water Path Attainment level reached Grandmaster, he did not even need to deduce it. He could instinctively detail the Mortal Gu recipe. Everything happened naturally. Water Path Grandmaster. Fang Yuan started to feel the benefits from many aspects. Not just Gu recipes, there were also killer moves. Fang Yuan had a lot of Water Path accumulations in his 500 years of life. He had Water Path killer moves and Water Path Gu recipes. Now that he recalled these details, he had a brand new sensation and deeper understanding. This was an incredible feeling that could not be described with words. Formerly, he was standing below the tower, observing the bricks of the tower. But now, he was at the top of the tower. The sights were completely different. Even though my attainment level rose drastically and it cannot be evaluated easily in material terms, my strength has grown immensely. Especially when I already had 5 Grandmaster attainment levels. The paths of these Grandmaster attainment levels can work together and influence each other, forming an even greater benefit for me. No wonder everyone went after dream realms so desperately in my previous life. Fang Yuan recalled. Back then, his focus was placed on his blood path cultivation. Of course, he had reasons for that. Firstly, Fang Yuan's circumstances were not good at that time. He constantly faced strong enemies. He needed great battle strength. Secondly, Fang Yuan knew nothing about dream realms. He did not have exploration methods like Unravel Dream. Exploring dream realms was a huge risk that he did not need to take. Thirdly, as Fang Yuan recalled his memories now, Heavens will quite likely was interfering in the circumstances. When Fang Yuan was about to further explore his Water Path Grandmaster attainment level and see what benefits he had obtained, Wu Clan finally sent a rank 7 Gu Immortal over. This Gu Immortal brought Wu Clan's instructions, as well as the Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan borrowed from Wu Clan. Fang Yuan quickly completed the trade, leaving the Super Gu formation. He flew northeast without stopping. Just now, the excuse he gave to Wu Yong was that he had personal reasons to return to Eastern Sea alone. Everyone had their own secrets. If it were an ordinary Wu Clan Gu Immortal, Wu Yong would investigate further. But this was Wu Yihai. Even if Wu Yong asked, he would likely not get an answer. Thus, he wisely chose not to pursue it. Fang Yuan went through the regional wall and arrived in Eastern Sea. He found a nameless sea area and placed his Immortal aperture, resting temporarily. During this period, he stayed inside the sovereign Immortal aperture and practiced his killer moves, getting familiar with his new Immortal Gu. The closer he got to the crucial time, the more steady Fang Yuan was. He decided to use this chance to kill Wu Xie and eliminate this threat. He wanted to prepare amply. When Fang Yuan saw that the time was ripe, he stored his Immortal aperture and prepared to move, executing his plan that had been set for a long time. Chi Luck Sensation. Fang Yuan had just activated this killer move when, out of his expectations, he found that Wu Xie and the rest had left southern border, returning to Eastern Sea. Good. It will be easier for me to strike in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had no hesitations. He flew to the sky, towards his targets. Wu Xie and the rest were flying above the sea. Bai Ningbing was flying with them. Their relationship had changed. She was an equal ally now. A few days ago, Wu Xie took out Yang Gu, curbing Bai Ningbing's killing intent. Wu Xie used this chance to seek cooperation with Bai Ningbing. But Bai Ningbing was not the same as before. She expressed that she would rather give up Yang Gu to kill Wu Xie and gang. Wu Xie spoke with a glib tongue. By listing the problems involved, he managed to convince Bai Ningbing to establish a new alliance agreement with him. Bai Ningbing got back Yang Gu. She knew that Fang Yuan had the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and was a big threat. At this time, it was not wise to stay in by Xiang Grotto Heaven. Because of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan could easily enter the Grotto Heaven. If Bai Ningbing and the rest stayed in by Xiang Grotto Heaven, they instead would give Fang Yuan clues to find it. At this time, Bai Ningbing looked at the blue sea as she frowned, transmitting secretly. Wu Xie, you said that you have a way to deal with Fang Yuan, but we are all the way in Eastern Sea now, and are still traveling. What method is it? Say it directly. Wu Xie laughed. To deal with a rank 8, we need another rank 8 existence. Eastern Sea is not our destination. We are going to Northern Plains. You mean Shadow Sect's remnant force in Northern Plains still has a rank 8 existence? Humph, bullshit. Bai Ningbing snorted in disdain. If they had rank 8 battle strength, why did they not use it in Etian Mountain? Wu Xie smiled bitterly. The timing was not right. And the timing is right now. It is a great opportunity now. Northern Plains and Central Continent are engaging in battle over fortune rivaling heaven. By going to Northern Plains now, we are heading towards the center of the commotion, snowy mountain-blessed land. Taking fortune rivaling heaven, using the rank 8 battle strength to kill Fang Yuan, and take back the sovereign immortal body. Wu Xie laughed as he said this, turning around to look behind him. He is coming. Chapter 1249. Reappearance of Ghost Face. While speaking, Wu Xie felt the luck on top of his head shaking intensely. Earlier, Fang Yuan elevated Chi Luck Sensation greatly. Even if Wu Xie hid inside an Immortal aperture, he could not evade detection. But Wu Xie was not someone who passively waited for death. He thought about it and decided to make use of this. Previously, he had tried to conceal himself and his aura. Now that this was not possible, Wu Xie decided to strengthen the luck sensation instead. Everyone had their luck connected. Fang Yuan could use this to activate Chi Luck Sensation and find them. Then Wu Xie could also do the reverse. Thus, Wu Xie had researched a brand new Gu Worm combination recently to use his own Lux Vibration to deduce his distance from Fang Yuan. Wu Xie named this Immortal Killer Move Luck Vibration Distance. This way, Fang Yuan's familiar face could not be used. It could not deal with Wu Xie's methods. Wu Xie was a split soul of spectral soul. Even though he lost his memories, after getting replenishment inside the River of Time, he did not lack attainment level. Attainment level was the most important thing. Precisely because of Thing, Wu Xie could think of new Gu Worm combinations at any time, to deal with all sorts of situations. Of course, he had to have enough attainment level, and the creation needed to be given time for experimentation and practice. Get into formation. We will use the tactic we discussed to repel Fang Yuan. Sensing that Fang Yuan was getting close, Ying Wuxia ordered this. The 5 Gu Immortals stopped moving, assembling their formation. After successfully convincing Bai Ningbing to join the alliance, Bai Ningbing's inheritance in Baixiang Grotto Heaven also caused Ying Wuxia's group to rise greatly in strength. This immortal level Gu formation was the powerful method used to trap Ying Wuxia and gang earlier. Now, Fang Yuan was going to be the one facing it. He's here, Bai Ningbing suddenly said. She was the owner of Baixiang Grotto Heaven. Her wealth rose drastically. She had very useful immortal Gu, and her investigative methods were far superior than before. She surpassed Ying Wuxia, He Lulan, and the others, becoming the first person to notice Fang Yuan's traces. The other 4 immortals looked at where she directed, only to see that waves were forming at the southern sea area. A sword dragon was moving its body, flying past the clouds nimbly. Its sharp dragon horn was piercing towards the sky. Its scales were shining with silver light. Its dragon claws were sinister and sharp. Its dragon teeth were glowing with an eerie cold light. Ying Wuxia and the rest were ready to face this strong foe. Bai Ningbing took a step forward. Do you dare to enter our formation? Fang Yuan saw Bai Ningbing. Even though she was a dragon lady now, and was even more beautiful than before, her overall appearance was still similar. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not think that he would meet Bai Ningbing under such circumstances. In fact, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had not met for a long time. Even during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Bai Ningbing was not involved too deeply. They did not meet. After 3 kings blessed land, Bai Ningbing betrayed him, and Fang Yuan separated from her, until now when they met again. But everything had changed already. The 2 surviving young Gu masters from Qingmao Mountain were now Gu Immortals. Bai Ningbing, who was known as a genius with a bleak future, possessing one of the 10 extreme physiques, Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, had become a rank 6 Dragonman Gu Immortal and owned by Xiang Grotto Heaven. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's experiences were even more bountiful. He had first become the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and after causing havoc in Northern Plains and destroying 88 Truyang Building and Imperial Court Blessed Land, he went to Eastern Sea, Central Continent, and Western Desert. Eventually, he appeared during the Battle of Etion Mountain and took away the fruit of Shadow Sect's 100,000 years of preparation, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Using this Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose like a rocket. He grew at an unthinkable speed, being a rank 7 Gu Immortal already. Using Dream Realms, he even became a Grandmaster in 6 paths. The 2 were known as the Black and White Demons during their time in Southern Border as Gu Masters. They had worked closely together, but this time, their reunion was as enemies. Good, I will kill you as well. Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent. He roared as he shot out his dragon breath. The white dragon breath was extremely sharp, as a bright light. It traveled rapidly and reached Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not dodge. She smiled lightly. At the next moment, the sword-light dragon breath landed on an invisible wall of light, dealing no damage to her. The Gu formation able to trap Ying Wuxia and the others was naturally not simple. Gu formation? Fang Yuan thought. At this point, he did not have many ideas. Formation path. Fang Yuan had little knowledge about formation path. Even during the 500 years of his previous life, it was like this. To break the Gu formation, he either needed to have formation path attainment or use wisdom path deductions. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, but he lacked a useful wisdom path immortal Gu that could deduce the flaw in this Gu formation. It would not be easy. The sword dragon flew in the sky, observing without advancing. Ying Wuxia and the rest were inside the Gu formation, awaiting Fang Yuan's attack. At once, Fang Yuan was filled with thoughts on how to deal with this situation. The other party set up a Gu formation. This means that they cannot conceal their traces, but are already able to find out my location. In the probing earlier, it can be seen that this Gu formation is not simple at all. Since they set up this formation, they must have confidence in dealing with me. A broken ship is still better than a plank. After such a short time, Ying Wuxia already possesses such a method. Fang Yuan did not attack rashly. He could not decipher this Gu formation. He would have to be an idiot to charge in recklessly. But there was a possibility that Bai Ningbing and gang were putting up a front. This Gu formation might be weak on the inside, and only strong against a direct attack. Thus, Fang Yuan had to continue probing. While Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxia's group were fighting, inside Black Heaven, inside the Spaceless tunnel, 3 immortal Gu houses were traveling slowly. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already woken up. He looked at the scene inside the Spaceless tunnel as he sighed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method is truly unthinkable. He has already vanished for so long. But this immortal killer move created 300,000 years ago can still be used effectively. If I was not experiencing this myself, I would not believe it. Wei Lingyang smiled. All right, since you are awake, we will not stay any longer, let's go. It turned out that the Central Continent Gu Immortals could have left the Spaceless tunnel long ago, but they purposely stayed inside to wait for Myriad Tidal Dragon to wake up. Myriad Tidal Dragon had used an immortal killer move to escape and fell into slumber. After he woke up, Central Continent's Gu Immortals regained their full strength with 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals. The 3 immortal Gu houses moved quickly. This was the final bit of distance in the Spaceless tunnel. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were enthusiastic. They were focused and awaiting the future battles. Hong Yun, hang on, I am coming. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone with determination as she prepared herself mentally. But right at the final part of the tunnel, a change occurred. A giant ghost face suddenly appeared, obstructing the 3 immortal Gu houses, completely blocking the entire Spaceless tunnel. What is going on? This is Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were still shocked when the ghost face opened its mouth, roaring without emitting a sound. As it roared, the entire Spaceless tunnel started to collapse. Countless Dao-mark fragments of the Spaceless tunnel flew everywhere. A terrifying space crack spread out like a spider web. Crack! With a loud sound, the Central Continent Gu Immortals found that the tunnel that they were in broke into countless pieces like a shattered mirror. Defend! Myriad Tidal Dragon shouted. Hang on. Bai Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang activated their immortal Gu houses to their limits. However, even the 3 immortal Gu houses were weak and fragile. As if they were planks facing a tsunami, there was nothing they could do. At once, the 3 immortal Gu houses which had been together were separated and scattered by the space path chaotic currents. A giant hole suddenly formed. It was like a huge beast's mouth, devouring everything around it. Myriad Tidal Dragon controlled Canary Pavilion. He did not even last several breaths of time before this hole devoured it, vanishing without a trace. Wind-sweeping building and Edgelink Camp were hanging on desperately. Edgelink Camp was like a bun getting shaved layer after layer by the space path Dao-mark fragments. Wind-sweeping building was also breaking apart. The powerful immortal Gu houses looked so fragile here. Spaceless Tunnel was thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move, together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's methods. There was the power of 2 Demon Venerables here. The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not expect that the Spaceless Tunnel shortcut they were using was a fatal trap. 300,000 years ago, when the medieval antiquity era's thieving Heaven Demon Venerable traveled in Black Heaven, he left behind Spaceless Tunnel. Next, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable failed to refine Love Gu and left behind many methods. Then in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, he seemed to have noticed the former's plan, or because of some other reason, he left behind an immortal killer move here as well. Duke Long did not understand these venerable secrets. Even Fairy Ziwei could not deduce such a thing. Right now, the Central Continent Gu Immortals were facing the threat of getting wiped out. Am I going to die? Will I die here? No. I need to save Hong Yun. How can I die here? Help me. Please help me, Love Gu. Zhao Lianyun cried out in her heart. As if sensing her unwavering love and determination, Love Immortal Gu started to shine with an immensely bright light in her phantom aperture. This light spread out with Zhao Lianyun at the center. Boom. Wind-sweeping building had completely broken apart. The Gu Immortals were screaming loudly, activating their defenses. But many people did not last for even a few breaths of time before they were cut into pieces by the space path chaotic storm. Only Zhao Lianyun was covered in a thin layer of light, completely protected. Not just that, this layer of light was expanding to the 4 people around her. A hole formed before Zhao Lianyun's eyes. At the next moment, Love Gu emitted a strong force and entered the hole with Zhao Lianyun and the other 4 Gu Immortals. Their vision changed. Where is this? Zhao Lianyun realized that she was standing on firm ground. This is naturally snowy mountain blessed land. A voice said. Chapter 1250. Inside and outside the formation snowy mountain blessed land. Zhao Lianyun cried out in surprise. She raised her head and saw a female Gu Immortal in front of her. This person was lying on a cloud bed. She wore a silk dress. She had an ordinary appearance, but her blue hair was extremely eye-catching. It was like a river that flowed from her head down to the cloud bed and covered the surface. The female immortal saw that Zhao Lianyun's emotions were not a facade, and asked, finding it somewhat strange. It seems you 5 did not intentionally barge into snowy mountain-blessed land. 5. Zhao Lianyun looked around her, and only then did she find she was in a large hall, and she was not alone. There were 4 of her Gu Immortal companions from earlier. The 4 also woke up around the same time. Zhao Lianyun had just recently become a Gu Immortal, but she essentially recognized these 4 Gu Immortal companions. The most familiar one was Bu Junzi, He was a supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Gu Immortal who was tasked to protect Zhao Yinyun. Ueez, this young handsome Gu Immortal came from Ancient Soul Sect. Although his cultivation was only rank 6, he had a high refinement path attainment and was widely acknowledged for it. He was similarly a young man, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. He had been at the top floor of wind-sweeping building with Zhao Yinyun just earlier, and although Zhao Yinyun had not talked with Shizhong, she had seen his father who had become blind from the blind fire. This gave her a deep impression. The final one was someone Zhao Yinyun did not know, and it was the first time she had seen him. However, Shizhong clearly knew this person. He immediately ran to this person's side and greeted, "Senior Mu Ling Lan, how did we appear here?" This person was Mu Ling Lan, a water path Gu Immortal coming from Spirit Butterfly Valley and having rank 7 cultivation. "I'm also baffled." Space suddenly shattered and threw you 5 out. The female Immortal spoke lightly. "Entering Snowy Mountain Blessed Land without permission, I am still waiting for you people to clear my doubts." Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This place is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Shizhong called out. He looked outside the window and saw the snowy white world outside, and in the distance were more than 10 snowy peaks standing loftily. At the same time, Shizhong discovered he was currently in a hall on one of the snowy peaks. Central Continent's Gu Immortals quickly reacted. Bu Junzi ran to Zhao Yinyun's side, tensely looking at the female Immortal before them. "If I am not wrong, you are Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 9th Peak Lord, Hair Mistress." "Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Hong Yun is here." Zhao Yinyun's eyes let out bright light. The female Immortal straightened her upper body, revealing a solemn and nervous expression. "So you really came for Ma Hongyun?" "That's right. Hand over Ma Hongyun." Zhao Yinyun shouted. Hair Mistress took a deep glance at Zhao Yinyun. "Ma Hongyun is not at my place. If you want to find him, you probably need to charge to the first peak. But that peak has Lady Wan Shou and old ancestor Shui who staying guard. You 5 probably won't even be able to make a ripple. Where there is a will, there is a way." Shizhong tell with clenched fists. "Even if I die here, I am going to save Hong Yun." Zhao Yinyun was resolute. Mu Ling Lan took a few steps forward. "Us 5 are only the first to reach here. There are still rank 8 Gu Immortals behind us. Although your Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has the territorial advantage, you only have one rank 8 Gu Immortal in the end." Mu Ling Lan was bluffing. In truth, the outcome of the Gu Immortals who remained in the Spaceless tunnel bode ill rather than well. It might be that the only people who were saved were their group of 5. Relying on Love Gu's power and under Zhao Yun's obsession, the 5 Gu Immortals directly arrived at Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Hair Mistress's expression slightly changed. She was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, while the group before her had the numerical advantage, and there were also 2 rank 7s present. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had a total of 15 snowy peaks. Hair Mistress was at the 9th peak. She had never expected her peace would abruptly be broken, and 5 Gu Immortals would appear in front of her without any warning. "I will be the main attacker. The rest of you retreat to the back." Mu Ling Lan secretly transmitted his voice. He shouldered responsibility and stepped forward. Hair Mistress saw things going awry, quickly stretching her arm. "Wait. We are friends, not enemies." "What do you mean?" Bu Junzi stopped the eager Mu Ling Lan. "Hair Mistress, you think I will willingly lay down my life for old ancestor Shuehu? For his own private interests, old ancestor Shuehu forcibly commanded us to gather immortal materials. We have suffered a lot, but are helpless in front of old ancestor Shuehu's might. As a matter of fact, I had already wanted to surrender and was thinking of when Northern Plains' righteous path Gu Immortals would attack, but I had never expected the ones to come would be all of you from Central Continent. I don't want to fight with you. You want to find trouble with old ancestor Shuehu. I welcome you to do so." It was like that. Bu Junzi and Mu Ling Lan glanced at each other with some doubts. Hair Mistress continued, "Since you are attacking Snowy Mountain, you must have gathered relevant information. I won't hide from you. There is already discord within the members of Snowy Mountain. Old ancestor Shui, who has become crazy in his desire to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, and completely disregarded the feelings of us, the Snowy Peak Lords. Regretfully, we are under his control and cannot rebel. We can only wait for external forces to help us." Central Continent's 5 Gu Immortals did not speak. They had not expected such a development. Mu Ling Lan spoke. "Since you want to surrender, just this information won't be enough. Join our ranks, and then we can be sure of your sincerity." Hair Mistress smiled bitterly. "If I could attack, I would have already rebelled. You do not have to probe. Would you believe me even if I joined you? There is not only one way to help you. I am willing to tell you of the defense arrangements of Snowy Mountain." "Oh, speak." Mu Ling Lan nodded. Hair Mistress gazed at the 5 immortals in front of her, before speaking slowly. old ancestor Shui who has recklessly modified snowy mountain-blessed land to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Not long ago, he invited Sun Ming Lu to arrange a Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation is extremely powerful. With the Snowy Peak Lords as the formation cores, it links to Reverse Flow River. The invaders have to charge through each peak, and the Peak Lords guarding each snowy peak would receive the Gu formation's amplification. Rank 6 Cultivation can display Rank 7 Strength. On the other hand, the charging Gu Immortal would be greatly suppressed. With this contrast of strengthening and weakening, every snowy peak is a difficult hurdle. Even if Rank 8 Gu Immortals come, unless they can destroy this Gu formation, they will have to spend some time in here. How do we know if your information is true or false? Mu Linglan asked. Hair Mistress smiled bitterly again. All my words are true. If you don't believe, you can test me. Good. Mu Linglan flicked his sleeve, and a wave of water appeared in the air and rushed towards Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress did not panic. She slightly willed, and a strand of hair suddenly sprang up, turning into a dam that blocked the wave. Mu Linglan frowned. He saw through the issue with one attack, and did not make another move. The other 4 Central Continent Immortals looked at each other. Just like Hair Mistress said, she could display Rank 7 battle strength here, while Mu Linglan himself was a Rank 7 Gu Immortal, but his attack was weakened greatly. His powerful offensive method was actually blocked easily by Hair Mistress. This Gu formation is too powerful. Shizheng, he exclaimed in shock. Bu Zhenzi directly questioned. Then where is the flaw of this Gu formation? Hair Mistress shook her head. I am not familiar with this Gu formation, but over these days of feeling around, I have some experiences that I can tell all of you. First of all, the Gu formation isolates what is inside from outside. You cannot even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Currently, only old ancestor Shui who can contact us Snowy Peak Lords, while the Snowy Peak Lords cannot communicate with each other. Secondly, each Snowy Peak Lord is a formation core of the Gu formation. We can seemingly only defend from our main halls at the peak and are unable to leave our peak. This point is my guess, but it should be pretty accurate. Finally, it is time for you guys to die. Hair Mistress's expression suddenly changed. Her blue hair suddenly rose up to entangle the 5 Gu Immortals. Mu Linglan was vigilant the whole time, instantly flying out of the hall. With Bu Zhenzi's help, Zhao Lianyun was also able to escape. Inside the hall, the dense blue hair quickly wrapped around Shizheng E and Yu forming 2 thick blue cocoons. Treacherous Witch. Attack. Mu Linglan was alarmed and furious. Before he spoke, Bu Zhenzi and Zhao Lianyun had already attacked. Rumble. The 9th Snowy Peak emitted thunderous noises. The battle had instantly started. Eastern Sea. Dragon breaths that resembled white sword lights shot at the Gu formation, shaking the whole Gu formation. Fang Yuan is too careful. He is not entering the Gu formation. What do we do now? Bai Ningbing asked Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia sighed, transmitting his voice. I had planned to use this Super Gu formation to match against Fang Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and probe his exact strength. Who could have expected him to only attack from afar, not giving us any opportunity at all? A concealed sword was the most terrifying. Fang Yuan naturally could rely on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to move through space and get inside the Gu formation. But if he did so, he would be revealing the fact that his upper extreme Heavenly Eagle only had rank 6 power. How could Fang Yuan reveal his own weakness? Although we have the Gu formation's protection and are secure, Fang Yuan has the initiative. He is using a transformation path killer move. While we are using the Super Gu formation, our immortal essence is expending at an extremely fast rate. Bai Ningbing spoke. Shi Nu requested to battle. Why don't I go out to battle and lure him in? Bai Ningbing disdainfully sneered. Fang Yuan is a crafty old scoundrel. How could he be provoked by you and rashly enter the Gu formation? Shi Nu furiously glared at Bai Ningbing. Then what do you think we should do? Forget it. Ying Wuxia spoke. Wait for me to make some arrangements and leave behind a cover to confuse him. We will then quietly use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to leave this place. As long as we make haste, we will reach Northern Plains and meet with the rank 8 Gu Immortal. That would be the time to turn around and deal with Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's expression was heavy. You asked me to arrange this Gu formation only to give it up? Forget about the Mortal Gu, but you want me to give up the Immortal Gu used in it as well.